I shall be crowned king. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 826 Deal. The moment the vote results were announced, Louis Bernard, who had been expressionless, jolted. He whirled around, staring in utter disbelief at Anson Bach, who seemed slightly surprised and smiling at him. The next second, as if finally realizing what had happened, the young knight abruptly rose, ignoring the stares of those around him, and strode out of the hall towards the courtyard, still battered by the torrential rain. Hundreds of counselors, who had been preparing to rise and cheer, were left standing there, exchanging bewildered glances, completely confused about what had just transpired. In the awkward and strange atmosphere, Anson sighed slightly, a hint of helplessness in his voice, and gave Polina Frey on the podium a wink. The young woman, understanding immediately, rose gracefully, suppressing her own questions, and smiled to defuse the situation. Gentlemen, now that the marshal has been elected, and time is of the essence, let us begin the second part of this meeting, concerning the official name of the army. There is currently great confusion within the Confederation, with two completely different names existing, Confederate Legion and New World Legion, which has had an extremely negative impact on the unity of the Confederation. In the name of the Supreme Council leader, I propose that a formal vote be held here to establish the official names of the Legion and its subordinate regiments and battalions. All councillors may express their opinions freely, and the final decision will be made by the number of votes. Having anticipated a possible mishap, Polina hesitated briefly before devising a clever way to cover for Anson and buy time. As expected, the councillors, who had just been at a loss because of Louis's sudden departure, were immediately drawn to the situation. The other colony councillors also guessed what was going on and eagerly offered their own proposals, arguing and debating heatedly. Taking advantage of the commotion and chaos in the hall, Anson quietly got up and left. Soon, he spotted the young knights back in the leaden rain. In the pouring rain, Louis Bernard, soaked to the bone, stood with his back to the door, his thin figure looking extremely lonely. His wet, bright golden ponytail clung to his pale neck. From behind, one could vaguely see his tense face and clenched teeth. Of course, Anson wasn't just vaguely aware. With his superpowers fully activated, not only Louis, but the entire Grey Pigeon Castle was under his surveillance. However, before the commander-in-chief, who was in complete control, could step forward, the young knight, who had sensed the commotion behind him, suddenly turned around and roared angrily with a ferocious expression, "Anson Bach, what exactly do you want?" The heart-stirring sound pierced through the rain, and even the noisy hall behind him could not drown out Louis Bernard's anger at this moment. Controlling his breathing, Anson tried to keep his tone calm. I don't understand what you're saying. What's wrong? Don't understand? You don't understand." Louis Bernard, his anger barely contained, laughed, his eyes blazing. "The one who doesn't understand is me, not you. Do you really think I'm completely unaware of your underhanded dealings within the High Council? Black Lagoon and Red Hand Bay both have conflicts of interest with Sailing City. They would never elect a governor of Sailing City as the Confederate Marshal. As for Laketown, Grey Davahold, and Wintertorch, they are vassals of your Storm Legion, especially Grey Davahold, where Polina Frey was personally promoted by you. Calling her a proxy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Furthermore, the colonies of White Whale Harbor and Grey Snowtown weren't already under your rule, and the 5 eastern colonies survived the winter thanks to White Whale Harbor's aid. The 13 free Confederation colonies, except for Sailing City, have long been integrated into a unified whole, as solid as a rock. Under these circumstances, without your orders, how could these people dare to vote for a guy who just suffered a defeat and lost his colonies? With a self-deprecating sneer, Louis's face was filled with disgust and anger. "Anson Bach, do you think I'm a complete idiot? Someone you can just manipulate at will?" "Absolutely not," Anson immediately replied decisively. Although he didn't understand where things had gone wrong, at this moment, he couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation, otherwise the entire plan would be ruined. However, being exposed in such a tone didn't faze Anson. He was even a little proud. starting with an infantry division, territories earned through hard work, a series of successful angel rounds, a nation-building plan that started from nothing. With a loyal subject like him serving, Clovis, France, and the Rune family were all incredibly lucky. If he hadn't encountered the church and the empire, those two incredibly rude final bosses who blocked the entrance to the starting village, then all that talk about the Free Confederation, the behind-the-scenes rulers, and indirect loyalty. If he had another 10 years, fully absorbed all the investments, and kicked out some uncooperative shareholders, he could have officially opened his business in Whale Harbor and truly become a loyal subject guarding the New World and protecting the distant enclaves for the Clovis royal family. But clearly, that's not possible now. I admit that some arrangements were made before the official voting began. I also admit that Polina Frey received my personal instructions to cast all the votes from Grey Dove Castle for you instead of myself, but this was all because I was worried that the vote difference would be too large, causing Sail City and the entire Confederation to become alienated. Looking at the young knight bursting with anger, Anson's tone was earnest. They have just lost their colonies and cities. If, in the final election, no one in the entire Confederation except their own people is willing to vote for you, the governor of Sail City, what a heavy blow that would be. You also said that the entire Confederation can almost be said to have been created by me. If I really wanted to become marshal, I wouldn't need any election at all. It would just be a matter of a word, but this seemingly fair method is the best way to gather people's hearts and create consensus, including secret ballots. It is also to avoid regional conflicts and conflicts of interest being laid on the table, destroying this hard-won unity. Even with all the conflicts, grievances, and entanglements of interests among the 13 colonies of the Free Confederation, they must remain united to fight for a chance of survival against the military might of the Empire and the Papacy. If you see this as manipulation and exploitation, then so be it. With that, Anson, his lips pressed tightly together, stepped forward, awaiting the young knight's response. Louis, hearing this, frowned, staring intently at his expression, as if struggling with something. You mean to say that as long as the entire Free Confederation can be united, the interests of the Storm Legion, the Rune family, and even your own can be temporarily sacrificed? Is that right? After a moment of silence, Louis said, word by word, if this were in Thunderberg, no, I should say even when you first defeated Uncle Bernard Morvis, I probably wouldn't doubt a word you're saying now, but now, Ludwig Franz, when you insisted on giving Sail City to him, I vaguely sensed something was amiss. Louis, his face streaked with rain, narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly exposing the essence of Anson's plan. Rather than trying to win over the forces at odds between the Order world and the Empire and the Papacy, you're actually trying to regain contact and trust with Clovis and Franz, to wash away the stigma of rebellion. As long as we can get in touch with Clovis, we can unite all the forces forced into the war, centered on the Austrian royal family, to hold back the Empire, allowing the Free Confederation to delay on the main battlefield and achieve the goal of bleeding the Empire dry. As for the Papacy, they don't have enough troops, and the Knights of Judgment, as their only elite force, cannot afford excessive losses. They must rely on the Holy War Army composed of various nations to maintain the front line, and the Empire is the main force of the Holy War Army. As long as the Empire struggles to advance further, the remaining Holy War Army will certainly not have the intention to continue fighting for the Papacy. Thus, the Empire has depleted its strength, Clovis has preserved its army and successfully united all forces, and as for Anson, Louis raised his head slightly, like a lion lurking in the grass, seeing through its prey's blunder. Even if the Confederation falls in the end, you will become the hero who contributed the most to Clovis in the entire Holy War, and if the Confederation successfully gains independence, it can also preserve a potential ally of Clovis, a win-win situation. It's quite a perfect plan. Anson Bach, the young knight chuckled, the subtle curve of his lips magnified countless times in the downpour. Anson, whose face remained unchanged, swallowed hard, his heart skipping a beat. This was a bit too unexpected. He didn't doubt that Louis could guess part of his plan. After all, it was nearing its end in a sense, and many things were no longer hidden. Furthermore, to persuade him to agree, he had revealed quite a bit of what couldn't be openly stated, so understanding what Louis was doing was entirely straightforward. But to see through his entire plan completely was a bit, well, chilling. Just as Louis had said, Anson's corps remained the Storm Legion's officer corps. The ultimate goal of his plan was to survive while accumulating as much profit as possible, building up real capital, rather than actually fighting to the death with the Empire and the papacy. If he could avoid being targeted, Fjord would certainly be an excellent starting point for his foundation, but since the papacy had personally intervened, it could only serve as a springboard for his advancement. Continuing to be bound there wouldn't offer him much of a future. Allowing the alliance of keepers to grow stronger, supporting Reinhard Roland and the Frey family, maintaining the existence of the High Council without completely seizing power, and relinquishing the title of Marshal, all these were means to avoid too much scrutiny, maximizing profits while remaining undetected. But now, Louis Bernard had fully discovered these ideas. However, it's still a perfect plan. Just as Anson was wondering how to explain, the young knight's voice rang out again. Since you've executed it so thoroughly, why not just finish it in one go, huh? Anson was stunned. With unspeakable surprise, his eyes widened and his mouth agape. He suddenly began to stammer. But then why? Why did you just now? Yes, I'm very angry. Being used like this by a friend I trust, there's no reason I shouldn't be angry, is there? Louis said coldly, his tone turning irritable, but then he changed his tone again. However, at this point, it seems there's no better way to preserve the lives of millions of people in the Confederation. Besides, you're right, the Confederation must unite, and at the same time, it must try its best to win over those forces whose interests are not aligned with the Empire and the papacy. Otherwise, there's not even the slightest chance of winning. But, without giving Anson a chance to catch his breath, Louis suddenly stepped forward. No matter what means you use. Since the Supreme Council has passed a resolution making it a Marshal of the New World Legion, then I am the highest military commander of the entire Confederation. All troops and officers nominally subordinate to the Confederation must obey my orders. You, Anson Bach, are no exception. He widened his eyes, his tone sharp and menacing, his expression grave yet tinged with unease. Yes, sir. After only a moment's hesitation, Anson responded decisively, head held high, feet together, left hand behind his back, right hand pounding his chest. He saluted and shouted, Soldier Anson Bach is willing to fight to the death for Marshal Louis Bernard. Don't be ridiculous. Looking at the guy's pretentious posture, Louis, soaking wet, couldn't help but say, his handsome face slightly flushed, I understand, you can give up the Marshal's title, but the Storm Legion and Ice Dragon Fjord may not accept this outcome. Therefore, I will appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the New Continent Legion, responsible for the actual command of the army. Reinhard Roland will serve as the logistics chief within the General Staff, and the New Continent Company will be responsible for material transportation. From now on, all your military plans and deployments must be discussed with me first, then debated within the General Staff, and a final decision must be made. You can no longer act on your own. Furthermore, unless something unexpected happens, you must do everything in your power to ensure that Ice Dragon Fjord remains within the Free Confederation and is not returned to the Kingdom of Clovis, Louis continued. Since Clovis wants to use the colonies to weaken the Empire, it is essentially in cahoots with the Empire. Allowing Ice Dragon Fjord to continue flying the Clovis flag is not on the interest of the millions of people in the colony. Well, can you agree to these conditions? The young knight, trying to appear calm, nervously glanced at his close friend as he let out a soft breath. He knew he had no leverage to blackmail him, but he had no better option. Anson, still maintaining his military salute, slowly smiled and extended his fist towards the young knight. Deal. Louis glanced at him, but instead of shaking hands normally, he grabbed Anson's right thumb, forcefully pulled him up, and bumped his shoulder against his, giving him an unwavering look. Deal. Chapter 827 Setting Sail. Just as Anson was trying his best to comfort Louis, who was furious at being used too many times, only to have his own ulterior motives exposed by the honest man, the atmosphere in the Grey Pigeon Castle Hall remained tense, so tense that the air seemed to freeze. Wherever people gather, there will inevitably be conflicts of interest. These conflicts will further gather people, forming various groups or organizations, and within these organizations, further divisions will arise, with seemingly plausible but contradictory voices emerging. The Free Confederation, forced to band together for survival under pressure, was no exception. Even at the critical moment of life and death, having made up their minds to elect a Marshal of the New World Legion and establish a general staff to coordinate all troops, personnel, and supplies, they were still arguing endlessly over the last tiny, trivial matters. According to the battle plan that Anson had previously discussed with Louis, the confrontation with the Holy War Army's all-out attack was roughly divided into several phases, landing on the coastline, capturing the port, advancing step by step, and finally annihilating them. The empire's goal was to reclaim the colonies and eliminate the liberals. The church's goal was to eliminate the ecumenical church, the Rune family, and the apostle Rune, thereby showcasing its military power and preparing for future intervention in secular affairs. These two groups, united in their desire to achieve their common goal, would not be able to do so without burning the colonies to ashes and slaughtering thousands upon thousands of people. Therefore, they would not be as merciful as Bernard Maruas. It would inevitably involve repeated sieges and massacres, burning and killing along the way until the Confederation was driven to the brink of collapse, and then completely eradicating it. Based on this deduction, the two devised a three-tiered defense plan, a defensive network centered on Whale Harbor, with Great Ilve Castle, Slave Harbor, Black Reef Harbor, and Red Hand Bay forming the first line of defense, and Lake Town and Snowdrift Town forming the second. This second line would gradually contract under the massive offensive of the Holy War Army, eventually retreating to Winter Torch for a disparate defense. Simultaneously, while maintaining this flexible defense, resources and population from the colonies would be gradually evacuated to Winter Torch and the colonies to the north. This number couldn't be too large, of course, but it was only in case the Holy War Army really wanted to wipe them out. Anson and the Storm Legion had been working on transporting supplies since the Free Confederation's inception, and this was simply an expansion of the operation. However, for the various colonies, this was still a huge additional burden. The so-called flexible defense, while sounding nice, actually treated the colonies as expendable pawns and expendable resources, especially for colonies like Great Pigeon Keep. It was tantamount to a death sentence. Anson was also helpless. He certainly wanted to use the rapid mobile warfare tactics of the wildlands, but on the one hand, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. None of the 6 Holy War armies could guarantee a quick defeat. On the other hand, the New World's infrastructure was far inferior to that of the wildlands, and the coastline, most suitable for mobile warfare, was still under enemy control. He could only retreat into defensive posture, wear down the enemy with his battle lines, and hope for a change in his favor. At this juncture, the advantages of appointing Louis Bernard as marshal became immediately apparent. Faced with the colonies constantly scrambling for personal gain, Louis's exemplary conduct silenced everyone. He was even willing to abandon Sailing City, leaving no room for argument. Even so, the High Council remained embroiled in disputes over troop allocation, resource allocation, and the evacuation schedules of the colonies, failing to reach any meaningful conclusions. Anson and Louis, busy assembling the army and establishing the general staff, had neither the inclination nor the desire to interfere, leaving the actual work entirely to Reinhard Roland, Pauline Frey, and a few junior clerks. While mediating and coordinating among the colonies, they also began transporting some personnel and supplies to the rear. However, there's something that has surprised me quite a bit. Looking at the still arguing hall separated only by a wall, Alan Dawn, who was practically buried alive by documents and reports, suddenly looked up with great curiosity at Reinhardt, who was also busy beside him. The Free Confederation has become the common enemy of the entire world of order, to the point that everyone wants to kill it. Leaving aside Sir Louis Bernard, as the heir of the Roland family, why are you still willing to stay here and serve the colony? Reinhardt looked up upon hearing this. He was silent for a moment, then revealed a very meaningful expression. Really just curious, just a little surprised. The unfazed clerk smiled slightly. Is that so? Reinhardt curled the corners of his lips, feigning a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. I thought Lord Anson was worried and sent you to test whether I was a spy for the church. Then, sir, are you really a spy for the church? Tisk tisk tisk. Shouldn't one usually clear themselves of suspicion before asking such a question? Your Excellency, a scribe from a church monastery, all scribes, the moment they choose a follower, essentially abandon their priesthood and pledge allegiance only to the one they follow. But your Excellency is still the heir to the Roland family, and not a low one at that. I'm ashamed to say, only fourth in line. Ahead of me are 3 older brothers and their powerful relatives and allies. In comparison, the strongest allies the future Roland family, can currently find seem to be the Free Confederation and your Excellency Anson Bach. So, if you can obtain important intelligence and sell it at a high price, you'll surely gain the church's support, won't you? It's rather ironic that these words came from a monastery priest. Even ordinary knights in the northern part of the empire know that the church and the Roland family have always had a rather hostile relationship due to their conflicting interests. So if you can win over the church, they will surely do everything in their power to support your rise to power in order to infiltrate the Roland family. Yes, having a promising and talented priest assist a low-ranking officer like Anson Bach, who comes from a minor noble family, and then managing to catch such a big fish, the Vatican must be overjoyed, right? The two of them chatted like comedians, subtly probing each other's intentions without changing their expressions. Finally, they silently looked at each other and tacitly fell silent. Lord Reinhard Roland, you truly deserve to be an ally of Lord Anson Bach at this crucial moment, the junior clerk praised. With your abilities, a mere position as the head of a bank seems a waste of your talent. Not at all. Lord Alan Dawn is truly a surprise. Reinhardt shook his head, his playful smile widening. To have given up a genius priest like yourself by leaving the church would be a painful regret for me if I were the head of the monastery. As if already understanding each other, the two nodded slightly, their eyes meeting, and resumed working on the mountain of documents. Outside the noisy hall, nothing happened. Meanwhile, the main force of the Holy War Army, determined to conquer the New World, had already set off from various ports, crossing the turbulent sea towards Sailing City. Out of distrust of their former enemy, and because the naval capacity they had gathered was insufficient to fully transport the entire army, the Holy War Command, after unanimous deliberation, decided that the Hantu Holy War Army, originally part of the main force, would be responsible for the rear guard, while the 4 Imperial Holy War Legions would set off first. The command's justification was that the Hantu Holy War Army was well equipped, possessed numerous cavalry, and had the largest artillery unit among all the Holy War armies, even boasting the largest number of soldiers. If they were to depart as the main force, the ships could only transport 2.5 legions, resulting in both a loss of combat power and difficulty in command. This flimsy excuse, so unconvincing, certainly didn't convince Léon François, but just as the enraged Hantu Crown Prince was about to argue with the command, he was stopped by relieved Enners. After all, this war was meaningless for Hantu, and his and Léon's mission wasn't to claim credit with the papacy for the heads of colonies, but to ensure that this legion was brought back intact as much as possible. Besides appeasing the church, the willingness to send troops also served a deliberate purpose, to flaunt military might to Clovis and the Empire, proving that the wildlands had recovered from the war, which it hadn't actually done, in order to instill fear in both enemies and allies. If the army were to perish on the wastelands of the New World, the François dynasty might very well face its demise. But Arthur Herald was unaware of all this. As long as the rural people of the wildlands obediently handed over their ships and didn't cause trouble, and he and his brave Holy War Army could happily march into the New World to kill infidels, he didn't care what they thought. This royal descendant, the renowned Dragon Shot talent user, and Bernard Moore was his nephew-in-law, had managed to snatch a position as a Holy War Legion commander simply by virtue of his surname, Herald. Even though he had only served as a ranger knight for a time, winning numerous duels, his only military record was as an infantry commander in the Wildlands War. He hadn't earned any military merit and had almost been killed by a cute young girl. Of course, Arthur was well aware of his weakness and military experience, so before the expedition, he went to great lengths to persuade his brother-in-law, Bernard Maruis, the former Grand Secretary of the colony, to agree to serve as his advisor under the guise of supervising the army. With Bernard's assistance, Arthur, who had initially recklessly assembled only half an army, was poorly equipped, and nearly fell victim to the riots in Adlin Harbor, became the first of the main force to complete preparations and set off as the first Holy War Legion. Having already experienced crossing the turbulent seas, Bernard, after adopting the advice from the Bernard family, specifically devised a fast route directly to Sailing City, according to the descriptions of the 30-year veteran captains of the Bernard family. Along this route, with the aid of the spring and summer monsoons, as long as they avoided storms, they could reach Sailing City within a month. Well, as long as we don't encounter a storm. Boom! Blinding lightning flashed across the dark dome, carrying a strong, pungent stench. The seawater, resembling monster saliva, was whipped up by the gale into towering hills, rising and falling on the vast ocean. Dozens of multi-masted warships struggled to navigate between these hills, battered and tossed about by the wind and rain. Their once relatively intact formation was now shattered, and they could only try to survive and move forward on their own. Steady up, raise the sails, facing the waves that seemed to swallow the sky, Arthur Herald, soaked to the bone, took the helm himself. His once beautiful golden hair had turned into tentacles of some kind of mollusk, drooping over his shoulders and back. Only his eyes, filled with excitement, still shone brightly. "Light all the lanterns. Put as many as you can on the deck so that the ships behind can see us immediately and follow us through the storm." Although the sailors were already swaying back and forth in the waves, they still carried out Arthur's orders, or rather, whether or not the oil lamps were lit had no effect on whether their ship would capsize. His excited attitude still frightened many people. Ignoring the fact that he was soaked to the bone from the rain and seawater, a disheveled Bernard rushed out of the captain's cabin. Upon seeing the helmsman, he was instantly terrified. "Arthur Heretic, what are you doing? Set sail, break through." The young Legion commander revealed an incredibly hearty smile, along with a set of white teeth that could blind people in the night. "I'm going to lead the fleet out of the storm." "You?" Bernard was almost going crazy. "Have you ever sailed a ship? Have you ever had any experience sailing at sea?" "No," Arthur readily admitted. "There's a first time for everything, and the first time has to be now. Do you know that you have the lives of tens of thousands of people in your hands?" "Of course I know, and that's precisely why I have to try, brother-in-law Bernard." Arthur slammed the helm to port, desperately trying to avoid a raging wave ahead, his muscles tense, his face flushed as he gritted his teeth and said to Bernard, "At this critical moment of life and death, what could be more inspiring than the commander personally taking to the front lines, is there? Usually, commanders only appear when they're about to be wiped out." Bernard wanted to roll his eyes, but the towering waves made it difficult for him to even stand. The wind and waves were growing stronger and stronger, and even though he had prepared as thoroughly as possible, the ship was already leaking and flooding. The lightning-streaked dome seemed to be beckoning them, a sign of impending destruction. Although he knew that sea weather was inherently unpredictable, Bernard couldn't understand why, after choosing the safest route and receiving assurances of absolute safety from many veteran captains, he had still been unlucky enough to plunge headlong into the storm. Looking up at the pitch-black, lightning-streaked dome, and at Arthur heard beside him who was practically dancing with excitement, a feeling of immense regret was rapidly growing within him. "By the ring of order, promise me this is the last test, okay?" Chapter 828 Bold Ideas. Bernard Morose, full of complaints and wailing, was unaware that he wasn't the only one suffering misfortune on this expedition. All 4 main legions were doomed, none spared. The saying happiness is alike, but misfortune is unique doesn't apply to the Holy War legions. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Their departure points, troop and supply preparations, strategic objectives, and the powerful backers they faced were vastly different. The 4 legions' departure times were perfectly staggered, each pursuing its own agenda and choosing what it considered the perfect route, with no overlap whatsoever. But regardless of when or where they set off, the circumstances were strikingly similar. The first few days were calm, the fleet sailing at full speed towards the New World against the sea breeze, encountering nothing amiss. Then, they all met their end, tacitly crashing into a storm. Although the raging sea is known as the raging sea due to its vast expanse and the various unimaginable disasters it is rife with 50-meter high waves all the time, calm days make up the majority of the year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the busiest ocean in the order world, a golden waterway coveted by countless people chasing wealth. The period from May to August is generally considered the safest time of year for the raging sea, a key reason why the Holy War Legion decided to set sail for the New World during this time. Barring unforeseen circumstances, there's a high probability of encountering particularly bad weather. Therefore, when an accident did occur, the entire main force of the Holy War Legion was in deep trouble. To send an army of 100,000 or more across the sea for a nearly month-long voyage with almost no stops along the way is an extremely severe test, no matter how large the fleet. The Order world, which had never before witnessed such a large-scale fleet voyage, practically exhausted all its transport capacity to barely muster enough ships to carry tens of thousands of troops. Being able to cram in all personnel, weapons, and logistical supplies was already the limit. Expecting to be all-encompassing was simply wishful thinking. Overloading was commonplace to make room, and many ships suffered from a severe shortage of sailors and crew, forcing newly arrived soldiers to temporarily fill in with menial tasks that required little mental effort. Normally, this was manageable, but in severe weather, these makeshift sailors were often unable to understand the bosun's orders, frequently making things worse. Many ships that might have survived were thus conveniently sent to feed the fish thanks to their efforts. Furthermore, while the main force of the Holy War Army consisted primarily of loyal subjects of the imperial royal family, the sailors and crew were mostly from the Empire's north. Many of them not only sympathized with the ecumenical Christians of the New World, but also resented the Holy War for cutting off their livelihoods. Expecting them to stand by the Holy War army in times of danger was pure wishful thinking. Eager to assemble their fleet and set sail, the jihadists couldn't discern the sailors' origins and beliefs, or rather, they had no choice. They didn't even have enough ships, let alone expect every sailor to be loyal and willing to fight for the Ring of Order. Thus, many ships, upon encountering a storm, immediately turned back, deliberately separating themselves from the fleet. They lied to the landlubber jihadists, claiming they were taking shelter, and then, taking advantage of the enemy's relaxed vigilance, threw their officers and men overboard to feed the fish, tore down their flags, or simply returned to port. Some even disguised themselves as armed merchant ships, ambushing the jihadists' supply ships and then posing as smugglers to sell these supplies at high prices in the 3 North Sea countries or other small ports with weak church control. They didn't even need to pretend. Many of the conscripted merchant ships had experienced smuggling contraband between countries. Otherwise, who would risk their lives at sea for the profits of normal trade? In the end, it was Arthur Herod's legion, which had set off first. That was the best prepared and had the most reliable voyage plan. Having been badly beaten in the New World, Bernard personally pleaded with the Grand Duke of Edland, securing substantial manpower and material support. This Holy War Legion was transported by the navy of the Grand Duchy of Edland, not the Grand Fleet of the Emperor's relatives. Many of the Legion's advisors and logistics officers were vassals and knights under Grand Duke Bernard. Though called a Holy War Legion, it was actually half composed of private soldiers cobbled together from various northern powerful families, led by the Bernard family. Because they were all on the same side, the fleet was able to maintain unity during the storm, avoiding the heavy casualties suffered by other legions due to internal strife. However, heavy casualties were not a problem. Even with more than half dead, they could still crush the weaklings of the New World, and the reduced numbers might even alleviate logistical pressure, potentially increasing their combat effectiveness. In contrast, the internal strife had a far more devastating impact. Sailors fed their soldiers to fish, and pirates ambushed and killed friendly forces. Instances of the Holy War forces turning on their own, seizing ships, and getting lost were frequent. All sorts of extremely unfavorable news about the Holy War forces, along with smuggled goods, deserted soldiers, and merchant ships that became pirates, after being exaggerated 1,000 times over, spread back to the ports of the Order world. Initially, although attitudes differed, public opinion at least largely believed that the Holy War forces would surely achieve a resounding victory, sweeping away all obstacles, and that conquering the New World's infidels was only a matter of time. But when news of various fleets encountering shipwrecks arrived, the tone immediately shifted completely to how treacherous the turbulent seas were, how wild the New World was, and how the army, unable to adapt to the environment, was doomed sooner or later. Especially those who were finally rescued, whether they were crew members who had killed soldiers or Holy War warriors who had deserted, in order to cover up their mistakes, basically described the situation as terrible and tragic as possible. In their words, this expedition was practically a death march. The starving and thirsty fleet drifted on the seas, sometimes scorching under the sun, sometimes battered by raging storms. A sip of water could become a reason to kill, and a single biscuit could make a swaggering knight kneel and fawn. The seemingly mighty Holy Army, without ever facing any attack, would become a ghostly fleet laden with corpses upon reaching the New World. Out of 10,000, not one would arrive alive. Such slanderous statements against the glorious and great Holy Army, questioning the legitimacy of the Holy War's inevitable victory, naturally drew immediate attention from the local church and Inquisition. But by the time they activated the propaganda machine to refute the rumors in newspapers and various public forums, it was too late. Even King Carlos Austria of Clovis, the most steadfast believer in the Holy War and the Ring of Order's inevitable triumph, publicly inquired of his archbishop whether the Holy Army had encountered any difficulties. Archbishop Luther Franz of Clovis naturally refuted those absurd and ridiculous claims on His Majesty's behalf. However, for a king to ask such a question in public itself indicated a very ominous trend. No matter how much public discourse was controlled, rumors in private were unstoppable. A large amount of negative public opinion directly affected Clovis's confidence in the Holy War, especially the public opinion personally instructed by the king, and Clovis bore the brunt of the logistical transport during the entire Holy War, having an extremely important impact on the logistics of the Holy Army. Furthermore, the loss of the colony, a crucial source of raw materials, led to soaring coal and steel prices, severely impacting the transportation industry, particularly Clovis's vital railway network. Large quantities of supplies piled up in warehouses, unable to be moved, eventually overflowing the warehouses and left to rot in the open, exposed to the elements. Meanwhile, a vast quantity of jihadist supplies, their seals broken, appeared on the black market and were sold in alarming quantities, a practice that the court, Clovis's army, and Whitehall police struggled to contain. Finally, to prevent social unrest, the Clovis royal family reluctantly ordered a high-price purchase, at least to prevent these supplies from falling into the hands of ordinary people. Deeply grateful for this act of benevolence and generosity, a gesture solely for the benefit of his subjects in faith, the Archbishop of Clovis immediately reported to the papacy, requesting the Pope to offer condolences and commendation to the Australian royal family. The Vatican did not immediately respond, offering only verbal praise and urging Clovis to continue fighting for his faith, lest he be swayed by worldly interests and lose sight of the bigger picture. However, no matter how much Clovis's royal family tried to save the day, by late May, countless rumors detrimental to the Holy War had spread throughout the order world. The idea that joining the Holy War is suicide, going to the New World is no different from death became the prevailing sentiment. Of course, the high-ranking officials of various factions at least outwardly supported the Holy War. No one dared to be labeled heretics or hypocrites. Despite the ongoing problems, the war machine forcibly cobbled together by the Church of Order continued to operate methodically. But when even the most insignificant bearings and screws begin to crack, and the rapidly spinning pulleys emit a piercing scream, many things are already beyond repair. So, is it true that the Holy War Army suffered heavy losses in a shipwreck, with many fleets disintegrating? At least part of it is true, though much of it has been exaggerated. It seems your strong advice against immediately setting off for the New World was correct. There are simply too many uncertainties and risks involved in cross-sea operations. You flatter me, Your Highness. In fact, perhaps your approach was correct. I even regret now that I was so cautious. Inside the Holy War Army camp in North Harbor, Leon Francois and Henners held the latest newspaper, sighing as they read. The various negative reports made the atmosphere quite heavy, so much so that even though they had managed to preserve their army unscathed, their faces were not very good. At first, Henners was indeed relieved that he had preserved the Hantu army, preventing it from suffering a shipwreck like the main force of the Imperial Holy War. However, he quickly realized a very serious problem. The Hantu Legion, which set out last, was responsible for the rearguard. The Holy War suffered heavy losses, and the Hantu, who could previously feign invisibility, would immediately attract the Church's attention. This morning, during our routine patrol, I encountered the Inquisitor, sent by the command to liaise with us, and he brought up this matter, Henners said solemnly. He told me that the Church of Order will definitely learn from the Empire's experience and carefully prepare a fleet to transport our Hantu Legion, avoiding the same fate. He hopes that the Knights of Hantu willing to fight for their faith can obtain glory commensurate with their status in the land of heretics and infidels. Henners couldn't help but shake his head. What did glory commensurate with their status mean? This was a blatant declaration to the Hantu that daring to feign invisibility and hide in the back to conserve strength was, in the Church's eyes, an act of impiety. And what would happen to the Hantu, still recovering from the war, if they were deemed impious by the Church in this holy war? Rather than being left alone to be targeted by the Church, it's better to set off with the Imperial legions. So what if people die? At least it won't be too conspicuous and they won't be used as examples. I'm more worried about the timing, Leon said, his expression grave. It's almost June, and the best time to set sail on the raging sea is only until August. The later we set out, the higher the risk of shipwreck. Even the Empire, which set out at a good time, encountered such a terrible storm. The situation we face is likely to be dire, and this is just the start. As far as I know, the command hasn't given a plan on when it will end or when we will return. Unless we can end a war within a month, we need to prepare for winter, but neither the command nor the Clovis, who are in charge of logistics, seem to have considered this, and can we really defeat the infidels of the New World within a month? That's probably unrealistic. Looking at the worried Leon, Henners leaned closer as if he had made a decision. Even if the enemy is as weak as the Empire describes, how can the desolate and barbaric New World be so easily occupied and conquered? Therefore, we probably have to make some other plans, Your Highness. Other plans? Leon raised an eyebrow, his expression puzzled. This is a holy war that has consumed the entire order world. What other plans could there be? The plan is to preserve the essence of the vast lands and prevent external interference. Anders lowered his voice, his expression growing increasingly somber. Sometimes, we may not be able to balance family and faith. When necessary, to protect our families and those we serve, we must do things that violate our faith. For example, before we came here, a member of the 13 councils of the Iser elves, who hadn't been wiped out by the Knights of Judgment, secretly approached your father and me. That fellow introduced us to someone and proposed some very bold ideas. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829. The enemy is approaching. For the southern kingdom of Hantu, the benefits of a holy war are essentially negative. Even if some advantages are gained, the cost-effectiveness is pitifully low compared to the price paid. And if the investment is also wasted, there's no going back. But precisely because all parties are well aware of this, Hantu's active participation in the war has become highly sought after. Especially since Clovis only agreed to send one legion, Hantu's military scale was second only to the Empire, including quality, making this previously unknown and fragmented Seven Cities alliance a crucial factor in influencing the strength and influence of the Holy War Army. Of course, no one would take Hantu seriously if it stood alone, but for the South, it could unite a bunch of small forces that had not yet fully submitted to the Empire and Clovis. For Clovis, it could become an important fulcrum to break the Empire's encirclement. For the Empire, it was a key passage to the east, bypassing Clovis, and for the Church, Hantu, which had risen again as a kingdom, was similar to the newly established Clovis, a highly sought-after investment target. The earlier the investment, the more profitable. On Claude Francois's desk lay 3 letters, one from the imperial family, one from the Cathedral of the Great Hantu, and one a personal letter from King Clovis, Charles II. The 3 letters differed in tone and content, but their purpose was the same, to win over or threaten the Great Hantu and bring them into their camp. Seeing these guardians of order of the old world, whom the Francois family could only look up to a few years ago, whom they wouldn't even glance at, now willing to condescend and contact him, even knowing it was to use the Great Hantu, Claude still wore a smug expression. It seems our initial assessment was entirely correct. The Church, the Emperor, and Clovis, they never truly reached a consensus from the start. The seemingly united Holy War Legion is nothing but a bunch of ambitious schemers, each with their own hidden agendas, Claude sneered, picking up a letter from Charles II and tossing it disdainfully onto the table. Of course, it's the same for us in the Han lands. Only a fool would willingly shed blood and sweat for the Church and the Empire's interests. They've gained colonies in the New World, but that doesn't mean they'll give me any more territory. Even if they did, Claude wouldn't accept it. What use would a southern nation like his own have for enclaves in the New World? Even the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea, so close by, couldn't protect their colonies. The Han lands, separated by most of the Old World, would inevitably be swallowed up by other powers sooner or later. So that means, Grand Duke Aiden, sitting opposite him, raised his eyes and casually picked up Carlos II's letter again. You're planning to join Clovis. We were originally allies, so it seems reasonable to stand with them. But, Claude, his brows furrowed, shook his head. Since the Clovis are also secretive and dare not openly oppose the Holy War, the weak Hantu can't be too proactive either. Otherwise it will easily be targeted by the Empire and the Church. If the Church demands that Hantu send reinforcements again, I plan to use the excuse that the Francois family has not yet fully recovered from the civil war and that the domestic situation is unstable to get by. Coincidentally, several heirs of the Grand Duchy of Mist have started causing trouble again, so I can use mediation as an excuse to pretend that I'm not in Goldstone City for the time being. Clovis won't say anything in that case, but the Empire and the Church won't agree easily. Grand Duke Aiden reminded him, we still need to give them an explanation, otherwise they might not threaten Clovis, but they will definitely give us a warning. That's right, I've already considered that. Looking at the worried Grand Duke Aiden, Claude slightly curled the corners of his mouth. I recently heard that because of the internal strife in Mr., the Empire seems to be contacting various nobles in the Han lands again, attempting to incite a rebellion. If I'm not mistaken, they should have written to you as well, right? Just as you thought. Grand Duke Aiden nodded slightly, readily admitting, they promised that if the Duchy of Aiden sends 10,000 men to fight, they will support me in seizing the territory of the Duchy of Mr. Let Grand Duke Aiden inherit the territory of Mr. Even I, a descendant of the orthodox ancient royal family of Hantu, dare not easily make a move against Mr. The Emperor of the Empire clearly knows nothing about Hantu. Suppressing a smile in his heart, Claude maintained a serious expression. That's perfect. While I'm away from Goldstone City, continue to maintain contact with them privately, spreading rumors that the Grand Duchy of Aden is dissatisfied with the Hantu royal family's decision, and that 100,000 Aden, Kalindia, and Mr. Soldiers bravely volunteered for battle but were suppressed by the royal family. This way, we can make two preparations. If Clovis's plan succeeds, the rumors will remain just rumors, but if that Carlos II can't withstand the pressure, he will have no choice but to go with the rumors and send more troops north to demonstrate Hantu's piety to the church. Claude's smile vanished suddenly, and he couldn't help but sigh, having to be at the mercy of others at all times, struggling to survive between powerful forces. That's the sin of the weak. Therefore, the land of the vast ocean must become strong. Only by breaking the stale and broken old order can it rise and have a truly bright future. Grand Duke Aiden took a deep breath and said coldly, "What have you thought about that person's proposal?" The moment his words fell, Claude François, sitting opposite him, narrowed his eyes, his conflicted expression as if countless hands were tearing at his chest. As time flew by, more and more intelligence about the Holy War Legion, along with various resold military supplies, reached the colonies through smugglers, coupled with leaks made privately by Ludwig and William Cecil stationed in Sailing City. The New World Legion had essentially achieved one-sided transparency regarding the Holy War Legion's intelligence. Meanwhile, not only was the main force of the Holy War Army yet to arrive in the New World, but even Ludwig, this hidden ally, knew very little about the true strength of the Free Confederation. He could only estimate, based on the previous battles of Sailing City, that the Confederation's population was roughly between 100 and 3 million, and that its mobilizable army would not exceed 100,000, of which no more than 50,000 would be truly combat-ready. He knew absolutely nothing about the rest. This level of estimation was due to Roman's presence. Although this core member of the Truth Society could not move freely within White Whale Harbor, he could roughly estimate the Free Confederation's mobilization limit based solely on newspapers and intelligence provided by the Truth Society. This figure greatly shocked Ludwig, especially after Roman personally told him that the so-called Free Confederation was merely a fig leaf. Apart from Sailing City, almost the entire New World had been subjugated by Anson Bach through various means, effectively becoming territory under his control. Just over a year ago, he was merely an ordinary mid to upper rank officer with 4,000 or 5,000 conscripted soldiers, exiled by Clovis. In just over a dozen months, he had expanded the territory, population, and army under his control more than tenfold. More importantly, just like before in the Hantu, he had united his scattered and weak allies around him. If the Holy War Army could not defeat him in one fell swoop, it might very well repeat the tragedy he suffered in Iser, being gradually worn down by a much weaker enemy and ultimately collapsing without a fight. This Holy War might really be lost. However, just as Ludwig began to waver on the outcome, more and more intelligence about the Holy War Army was terrifying the liberals of the Free Confederation. They didn't care that the Battle of Sailing City had just ended and that a large number of Sailing City refugees had not yet been settled, and they were urgently urging the newly appointed Marshal Louis Bernard to prepare for war. Louis and Anson also managed to leave the Supreme Council, which was still arguing, behind, and quickly passed a decision on the transfer of personnel and supplies. They sent troops to Black Reef Harbor to be stationed while most of the officers rushed back to White Whale Harbor. In short, based on the intelligence we have so far, the main force of the Holy War Legion assembled by the Empire can be roughly divided into 4 parts. Inside the Handbach Legion headquarters in White Whale Harbor, Anson Bach, who served as the commander-in-chief of the New World Legion as the governor of Ice Dragon Fjord, spoke eloquently to the newly formed staff. First is the Holy War Army, led by Arthur Harried, composed of some vassals of the Duchy of Valhalla, some powerful families of the Empire, and especially vassals and troops of the Grand Duchy of Edland. It comprises 50 warships, 24,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and approximately 80 light and heavy artillery pieces. It can basically be seen as an enhanced version of Bernard Morwis's previous army. Then there's the legion assembled by Boar Levant, the heir of the Southern Levant family, who gathered nobles from the southern part of the empire. It comprises 29 warships, the equipment of which is unknown, and a force of approximately 20,000, Don't underestimate this army just because they are few in number, Anson suddenly emphasized. According to our intelligence, the proportion of gifted individuals in the Bari Legion is likely the highest in the entire Holy War Army. A large number of Wind Knights have responded to the Levant family's call, and although the vast majority are lowly wandering knights, they still cannot be underestimated. Faced with Anson's warning, the officers nodded in agreement. But in their hearts they were quite dismissive. They were well aware of their own insignificant status, and the commander-in-chief was overthinking things. The third is a branch of the imperial royal family. Fernando Herald, also commanding a legion composed of knights from the Duchy of Valhalla and vassals directly under the royal family, possesses 40 warships, 25,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, and 50 light and heavy artillery pieces. Judging from the commander's identity, this army was likely formed at the emperor's behest. Fernando Herald is not a gifted individual, but he has considerable experience leading troops, having previously appeared on the Western Front against Clovis. Therefore, his legion is highly likely composed of veterans drawn from the front lines. The 4th Legion is composed of followers of the Ring of Order from within the empire, as well as from Isar, Clovis, and various parts of the Han too. It numbers approximately 30,000 and also possesses 50 ships. Its commander is a young knight named Felice, and beyond that, there is no further information about him. Anson frowned slightly at this point. Information about this seemingly fanatical army of holy warriors was pitifully scarce. Not only were their troop types unknown, but even their organizational structure was a mystery. At first glance, they were simply standard armed thugs. But could a group of armed thugs really form a large-scale legion, assemble in an orderly fashion, and traverse the surging sea? Anson, highly skeptical, vaguely sensed a conspiracy, recalling how he had claimed to the Hanta people that he had 2 or 3 infantry divisions when he only had 1 infantry regiment. However, suspicion remains just suspicion. After a brief pause, Anson continued, the most advantageous situation for us right now is that all 4 legions have encountered storms and are unlikely to arrive in the New World on time, and all have suffered varying degrees of losses and casualties. But this is also bad news. Among the fleets that encountered storms, apart from the Fernando Legion and the Fairless Legion, which are currently unavailable, the Arthur Legion, having departed earliest and been best prepared, has actually arrived in the New World waters ahead of schedule, only a few days' journey from Sailing City, and the Bari Legion seems to have adopted a strategy of splitting its forces to avoid a storm, making it difficult to determine the exact location of its flagship and main force, and it is very likely that it will attack multiple coastal colonies simultaneously. Both pieces of intelligence were delivered to Whale Harbor by Ludwig through the newspapers and the Knights of No Faith, who were infiltrated in Sailing City, under the escort of William Cecil's fleet. The naval captain, who originally thought that the rebellion was really going to be quelled, finally understood why he was able to serve as the fleet commander-in-chief with the rank of captain after being secretly enlightened by Ludwig. Besides these 4 legions, plus the Ludwig Legion of Sail City, there's also the Leon Legion from the vast lands at Clovis North Harbor, with nearly 40,000 troops. As for their combat strength, those of you here should all be more or less aware of it. Anson glanced at Louis Bernard, seated at the head of the long table. The young knight, understanding the implication, slowly rose and surveyed the officers present. Among them were Anson's officer corps, imperial knights who had rebelled and then joined him, leaders of militias from across the New World, mercenary captains, and leaders of self-organized militias and fanatics. Whether good or bad, strong or weak, united or rife with internal strife, they, and the armies behind them, represented all the forces the New World could muster to fight against the Old World. Louis, his lips pressed tightly together, met everyone's gaze with a cold expression. That concludes all the information we have regarding the Order Ring Holy War Army, our enemy. Any objections? The meeting room fell into deathly silence. Very good, Louis nodded slightly. Since there are no objections, I will now present a battle plan to you all. Chapter 830 Suspicion. The surging sea, the harbor of Sailing City. The golden rays of the setting sun scattered across the shimmering water as a massive fleet of dozens of warships, bearing white banners with gold rings on white backgrounds emblazoned with a ring of order, sailed majestically toward the bay that was now almost within reach. Finally here, standing beside the flagship's helm, Arthur Hurd, clad in a bright blue, gold-plated dragon breastplate and draped in an iris cloak, stood with his hands on his hips, exclaiming triumphantly towards the land. A gentle sea breeze blew before him, and behind him, The blood-red sunset painted his golden hair and cloak with a touch of crimson, his exuberance evident. The clear sky and crisp air filled the young Legion commander with delight. Yes, the ring of order protects us, we've finally arrived. In contrast to Arthur's good mood, Bernard, his face weary, felt only a sense of relief, along with a hint of worry about the uncertain future. From the port of Edmund to the city of Sails, the long journey, lasting over 30 days, was far from smooth sailing. It was certainly fraught with misfortune. Storms, calm days, plague, rumors, even a brief recollection makes the journey feel incredibly fulfilling, almost like a complete lifetime. But now this nightmarish journey is over, and what awaits him is another war that is destined to have no easy end, yet one he must face head-on. Although he only gathered a very small amount of intelligence about the New World at the start, it was enough to send shivers down his spine. That damned Clovis officer who instigated the rebellion not only seized White Whale Harbor and Grey Snow Town, but also dragged in the 5 colonies in the east that originally belonged to the 3 kingdoms of the North Sea, consolidating all the large colonies in the New World into one. Even if these traitors banded together for mutual support, it wouldn't change their inherently worthless nature, but it would still increase the difficulty for the Jihad army to overcome them. Moreover, Bernard, as one of the organizers, knew all too well the true nature of the seemingly invincible Jihad army. Having already clashed with Anson Bach twice, Bernard had a very bad feeling. Perhaps even he and Grand Duke Edmund had misjudged the situation, and the final outcome of this war might exceed everyone's expectations. As it turned out, Bernard's prediction was entirely correct, and it quickly came true. What on earth happened? Why is the port of Sailing City ruined? Pointing to the devastation of the docks, littered with the ruins and partially salvaged shipwrecks, a disgruntled Arthur Herod complained. Wasn't it said that the colony's heretical navy was weak and couldn't possibly compare to the Holy War fleet? That's precisely why the port of Sailing City is in this state, Ludwig, who had come to greet him personally, said coldly. They knew they were no match for the Holy War fleet, so they simply destroyed all the ports, sank all the ships, and blocked the docks, preventing the fleet from entering, and then they just stood by and watched, doing nothing. Arthur's eyes widened. You Clovis arrived in the New World more than a month before us, and besides stealing the credit for conquering Sailing City, you did nothing else. Ludwig's face instantly darkened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the veins on his right hand, gripping the hilt of his sword, bulged. Of course not. Sensing the tense atmosphere, William Cecil immediately retorted, stepping between the 2 Legion commanders. Even before the capture of Sailing City, Major General Ludwig had already begun clearing the port. It's just that the mess left by the enemy was too difficult to clean up, which is why it's been delayed until now. Besides, the Major General also has to suppress the residents who have just surrendered but haven't fully submitted, reclaim other colony settlements in the surrounding area, bring them under the banner of the Holy War Army, and send troops to guard against enemy forces in the neighboring colony of Grey Dove Castle. Even the fleets that couldn't enter the port smoothly are searching along the entire New World coastline, gathering enemy intelligence and attempting to make contact with the other Holy War legions. As the first outpost to arrive, Ludwig's legion has an extremely heavy workload, definitely not like what you said, doing nothing. That's right, the Vanguard Legion not only has to fight the enemy in unfamiliar conditions, but also bears the very important responsibilities of establishing outposts, opening up the situation, and gathering intelligence, the difficulty of which is beyond imagination. Bernard agreed, chiming in. As a follow-up force, our duty is to reinforce the vanguard, not to be a burden or a source of pressure. When problems arise, we should unite and help each other, striving to find solutions. Arthur, reprimanded, shrank back, looking at his brother-in-law's righteous face with a puzzled expression. Bernard ignored him, turning his gaze to Ludwig behind the naval captain. On our way here, we encountered part of the Levin family's fleet. We heard they organized a small fleet raid but were met with resistance, and that the colony destroyed all the ports, not just the ports, but even many beaches barely big enough for warships to anchor are piled high with sunken ships, logs, and construction debris stuck in the sea. Any approaching ship could easily run aground or even have its hull ripped open. Taking a deep breath, Ludwig's expression improved slightly, but according to our intelligence, the enemy should still control a number of hidden docks, providing harbors for many smuggling ships and pirates. They just haven't been discovered yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a thorough understanding of the fleet's intelligence and be able to repel the 11th family's attacks every time. To avoid being attacked at sea, They're willing to destroy the ports and docks on which the colony depends for survival. They really have no bottom line. Bernard couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew that Anson Bach was a bastard who would do anything to win, he was still shocked that he could go this far. In that case, the tactic initially devised by the Holy War Command, to raid the ports, compress the enemy into the vicinity of White Whale Port, and then annihilate them, is impossible to succeed, even if fleet fire can damage the towns in the colonies. Without sufficiently open beaches or ports for the army to land, no matter how weak the enemy, small groups landing by boat in waves is simply suicide. Moreover, the enemy is not so weak that simply capturing coastal towns would allow them to be driven to the colonies in one fell swoop. The High Command's initial assessment greatly underestimated them, Ludwig said calmly, if we forcibly execute the original plan. Even if we minimize the impact of the destroyed ports and capture all coastal ports within a week, given the geography of the New World, the enemy's population and settlement distribution, and considering the organization and mobilization efficiency of the army, it will be impossible to win the battle before October, and once winter arrives, the return voyage is secondary. How will the army survive the winter? How will the fleet address the inability to dock for rest and resupply? How will the supply lines for hundreds of thousands of troops be maintained? These are extremely serious problems that must be solved as soon as possible. Bernard nodded slightly, agreeing with Ludwig's concerns. Having once been isolated by the colonies and led troops to quell a rebellion, he knew all too well the dangers of fighting the Clovis. For a jihadist army of hundreds of thousands, the most terrifying enemy was not the traitors, but the environment and weather of the New World. It will take some time for the main force to fully assemble. What are your plans for now? Clear the ports, gather enemy intelligence, collect food and livestock, rest the troops, and control key roads. Ludwig spread his 5 fingers on his right hand, then clenched them into a fist. The jihadist army cannot afford to fight a protracted war with these traitors and heretics in the New World. To achieve a swift victory, thorough preparations are essential. That makes sense. Bernard smiled slightly, praising him generously, as expected of Major General Ludwig Franz, son of Archbishop Clovis and entrusted with important responsibilities by His Majesty Carlos. Your considerations are indeed thorough. Our legion has many Adran sailors who are very familiar with tasks such as clearing ports and salvaging shipwrecks. Please feel free to give your orders if you don't mind. We will do our best to help. Not at all. Your Excellency is too kind. Ludwig's expression changed slightly, and he exchanged a glance with William Cecil beside him. We can put aside the specific division of labor for now. We have already prepared a banquet for you all at the governor's mansion in Sailing City. As for the Legion's soldiers, whether they wish to be stationed in the city or outside, arrangements can be made immediately. Very well, then we'll go as soon as we get the entire Legion ashore. Bernard readily agreed. Ludwig and William did not delay any longer and took their leave. Only after the two had gone far away did Arthur, who had been scolded for so long and dared not speak, turn around and look at his brother-in-law with a puzzled expression. I remember you used to look down on the Clovis quite a bit. Could it be that he finally figured it out because he was defeated twice by the same Clovis? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Bernard rolled his eyes, sighed, and then his expression suddenly turned serious. Did you notice anything amiss with what you just said? Huh? Arthur, looking puzzled, paused for a moment. After confirming several times that Bernard's expression wasn't a joke, he seriously considered it for a while, and then, no. I guess not, Arthur stammered, his brows furrowing. Although I'm a little unconvinced, I have to admit that the son of Archbishop Clovis on the other side is indeed quite capable, without any reinforcements, and having to open up the situation alone. He not only conquered Sail City and controlled the entire colony area, but also made preparations for the subsequent legions to receive them. To be frank, even if it were you, brother-in-law, I don't think you could have done better than him. That's right, I think so too. Bernard's tone shifted abruptly. But that's precisely what makes it so strange. Ludwig Franz, he's new here, his 20,000 soldiers are a hastily assembled reserve force from the Clovis army. How did he manage to take Sail City so quickly with this non-core, unruly army, and accomplish so much? I've been a colonial governor. No one knows better than me how much effort it takes to suppress colonial resistance and maintain even a semblance of stability. So I can guarantee that without outside help, he couldn't possibly have achieved the scale he described. Arthur shuddered. You mean, that's just speculation? Bernard quickly interrupted. We've only just arrived in Sail City, and we know very little about the situation and information. We can't make any rash judgments. Perhaps this Major General Ludwig Franz truly possesses superhuman abilities or charisma. Perhaps he's just incredibly lucky. Perhaps Bernard gave Arthur a deep look. We don't know, and it's best we don't know. Understand? The young Legion commander swallowed hard, his initial arrogance completely gone. Our contact with Anson Bach may have been discovered. On the return journey, Ludwig, without turning his head, suddenly spoke. What did you say? William Cecil was immediately shocked. How is that possible? They just arrived in Sailing City, and we haven't exposed any places that might be related to Anson. The problem lies with that guy named Bernard Morwis, the Imperial Colony Administrator who confronted Anson Bach before. Ludwig, expressionless, was now filled with extreme regret. We talked a lot about our work in Sailing City. Someone like him, who has been to the New World, would definitely have sensed something amiss in those words. We were just slightly provoked, and we became careless. So what do we do now? The naval captain tensed immediately. Should we destroy some potentially valuable evidence before they get a handle on us? William Cecil was filled with anxiety. He carried the heavy burden of clearing the Cecil family's name of being involved with a traitor and ensuring that Clovis could reap enough benefits from this war. It was like walking a tightrope, dancing on a thin egg. There's no need to be so tense now. Even if they suspect something, they won't dare to start collecting evidence immediately. Otherwise, if it's true, wouldn't they risk being killed by us and Anson Bach and having their bodies disposed of? Ludwig shook his head calmly, reassuring the naval captain. But this situation is indeed a problem. We must find a way to get Bernard away from Sailing City temporarily, preferably in a small-scale battle. The remaining guy, Arthur Hurd, seems much easier to deal with. Get this information to Anson Bach as soon as possible, and let him figure out a way to solve this big problem for us. Okay, I'll get on it. Chapter 831 An Outstanding Loyal Minister. Your Excellency Marshal, when it comes to the strategic importance of Black Lagoon, it is absolutely unparalleled even among the 13 colonies. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with rolling hills and forests to the northwest, and a dense network of rivers and wide roads to the southeast, offensively, it can deter Salestown and Grey Davahold. Defensively, it serves as a gateway fortress to Red Hand Bay and Wintertorch. Even if besieged, and Red Hand Bay and Grey Davahold fall, it will still be a vital force in containing enemy attacks. Inside the Black Lagoon Council, the newly appointed speaker, Pushwood, followed closely behind Lewis, eloquently explaining the strategic importance of his colony, the formidable defenses formed by its natural terrain, and so on, listing 7, 8, 9, or even 10 reasons why Black Lagoon absolutely could not be abandoned. Perhaps because the Storm Legion had organized a counter-offensive at Black Lagoon, and had witnessed a battle firsthand, Speaker Pushwood spoke with great conviction, and at least at first glance, his arguments seemed very reasonable, coherent from all angles, and even possessed a considerable strategic vision. The young knight, though embarrassed, forced a smile and listened intently as the other man finished speaking. Was Black Lagoon important? Of course, it was, but what good was it if it couldn't be defended? Even if they drained the entire 13 colonies of the Free Confederation, they could only muster an army of at most 100,000 men, with less than 30,000 truly combat-ready. If these troops were evenly distributed across all the colonies, the Confederation would likely change its flag tomorrow, its heart set solely on Emperor Herald. In fact, he and Anson had already agreed to ambush Black Lagoon, luring the Jihad army into a hasty advance before they could establish a firm foothold, using the terrain to their advantage in a decisive battle, and then withdrawing completely before reinforcements arrived. Since it was an ambush, they needed to be well disguised, at least creating the illusion that the Free Confederation wouldn't easily give up, and was even prepared to defend it with heavy forces. But Lewis couldn't be as decisive as Anson Bach, abandoning him without a shred of compassion, nor could he bring himself to deceive him. He could only remain silent. This silence gave Speaker Pushwood a false sense of security, making him believe he had truly persuaded the young knight to stay and defend Black Lagoon. Thus, he became even more proactive. He couldn't help but be proactive. This former lumber merchant had risen to the position of Speaker of Black Lagoon by taking advantage of the Rune family's support after the previous speaker's downfall. If Black Lagoon fell, others would naturally follow suit and attack him, seizing the hard-won position of speaker. This situation wasn't even an isolated case. Since the Storm Legion officially joined the Free Confederation under the name of Ice Dragonthjord, the previously united liberals had split into 2 factions. One maintained their independence, while the other sensed an opportunity and resolved to serve the Rune family completely. The independent faction, with its deep-rooted foundation, was still willing to obey the retreat order. Although they resisted, they weren't foolish enough to oppose it. Those who actively clung to the Rune family, lacking any real power base, became the most steadfast defenders. Faced with a situation where their own people were less reliable than the neutral opposition, both Anson and Talia remained remarkably calm. After all, both sides were just expendable resources. Their lives or deaths wouldn't affect the Rune family's rule in the New World. In fact, the more of these comprador local bullies died, the more stable the Confederation would be. The only troublesome figure was Polina Frey, the Speaker of Grey Dove Harbor. This Confederation leader, whom Anson had personally promoted, unexpectedly refused to obey orders and resolutely refused to retreat. Coupled with her dual identity as the leader of the High Council and the issuer of the Declaration of Rebellion, she directly became the leader of the Defenders, causing a major headache for the general staff headed by Lewis. Just as the young knight was trying to deal with the Speaker of Black Lagoon, Anson, in Grey Dove Harbor, had just received top-secret intelligence from allies. What? Major General Ludwig wants us to ambush and secretly kill Bernard Morvis. Anson, stunned, abruptly looked up, slightly surprised, at Ian Clemens, the former leader of the unfaithful knights who had delivered the message. He really said that? Absolutely. How could I dare lie about such military intelligence? Ian couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was personally given to us by the gifted officer beside Major General Ludwig. He specifically warned that if there was the slightest mistake, we would be handed over to the church as a military achievement for the Major General's capturing heretics. Although Ian hadn't named names, Anson immediately pictured the imposing figure of Colonel Roman, whose gaze could freeze a person to death and whose face always wore a menacing expression. Since it was personally ordered by him, it must not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a situation so serious that the former colonial governor had to be eliminated. Wait, the Grand Coordinator. Right, Bernard Morvis was the Grand Coordinator before. He's probably very familiar with the actual situation in Sailing City and the distribution of various forces. If he stays in Sailing City, it's not just that he'll be hard to fool, the risk of exposing Ludwig's secret communications with him is also high. Anson, realizing this instantly, broke out in a cold sweat. But then he remembered that Bernard Morvis seemed to be there as a supervisor, a true royal minister. If he died mysteriously like Ed Levant, the outcome wouldn't be easy. Besides, such a big matter couldn't be kept from Lewis. Given his relationship with Bernard, it would be difficult to openly kill this former colonial Grand Coordinator. But if he did and kill him, the risk of Ludwig being exposed was extremely high. Furthermore, Bernard was a local strongman, familiar with the New World and experienced in leading troops, which would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of future battles with the Holy War Army. Anson, caught in a dilemma, remained silent with a tense expression, leaving Ian Clemens across from him only able to maintain a smile and sit there waiting. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. When the junior clerk, carrying a thick stack of documents, knocked on the door and entered, he saw Anson sitting behind a chair, deep in thought, and the leader of the unfaithful knights, whose smile was so stiff it was almost painful. Regarding the troop deployment of the Storm Legion and the Marksman Legion, as well as the division of logistical supply lines, Deputy Commander Fabian and Chief of Staff Carl have already provided preliminary drafts. As if ignoring Ian's presence, the smiling clerk handed Anson document after document. Because the supply lines for other units of the New World Legion are not yet fully established, and a large number of troops are still on their way, the final total troop strength for the battle cannot be determined. Therefore, the final plan will have to wait for some time. Thank you for your hard work. Anson nodded slightly, a hint of apology in his voice. He was well aware of how much extra workload he had placed on his loyal subordinates during this period, as Commander-in-Chief, by shirking his duties. Looking at the densely packed notes on troop movements and resource allocations on the document, Anson, who had been racking his brains for most of the day, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. So, the troops currently assembled in the area from Grey Dove Keep to Black Reef Harbor are only a portion of the Storm Legion and the Marksmanship Corps, as well as troops from Sailing City and several colonies. Before he could finish speaking, the junior clerk, wearing a formulaic smile, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head directly to look at the outsider. Ian, feeling uneasy under Anson's gaze, smiled politely and rose gracefully to bow to him. Since the Commander-in-Chief is busy with official business, Please excuse me for leaving temporarily. No, you stay, Anson interrupted directly, then turned his gaze to his clerk. Alan, now you verbally report loudly everything you know about the troop deployments, dispatches, and subsequent reinforcements in the surrounding area. Remember, loudly, huh? This time, not only the junior clerk, but even Ian Clemens was stunned. Regarding the New World Legion's deployment in the surrounding areas, it's roughly concentrated around Grey Dove Keep and Black Reef Harbor. Although he didn't understand why at all, Alan Dawn obediently fulfilled his duties as scribe, relying on his superb memory to recite the contents of the document, and even a summarized version. Grey Dove Keep has a garrison of about 10,000 men, mainly from the Sailing City Legion and Grey Dove Keep Legion, possessing a large number of cavalry and artillery. Black Reef Harbor has about 12,000 men, mainly from the Storm Legion and the Rangers, as well as the local Black Reef Harbor Legion and the Long Lake Town Legion that came from the rear to provide support. They are mostly well-trained infantry, with relatively scarce artillery and cavalry, but their logistical supplies are sufficient. As for the other troops, apart from those responsible for transportation and logistics, building fortresses and necessary defensive forces, they are currently mostly concentrated around Long Lake Town, depending on the situation, either continuing to reinforce westward or stationing themselves locally to build a defensive line against enemy attacks. The junior clerk grew increasingly flustered as he spoke, his eyes darting back and forth between Anson and Ian Clemens. What he was revealing was practically the entire strength and actual troop deployment of the Free Confederation. Ian, on the other hand, frowned. His initial shock completely gone, he had a rough idea of what the wicked commander-in-chief was up to. I hope you can find a way to truthfully inform the Holy War Army stationed in Sailing City about this intelligence. With a confident smile, Anson said to Ian Clemens, of course, this intelligence must not be revealed to them by our own initiative. Try to make them believe that they accidentally discovered our deployment, leaving no trace. That might be difficult. Ian twitched his lips and smiled wryly, let alone leaking it. Sailing City is practically a military fortress right now. Even moving freely is extremely difficult for us. A slight mistake could lead to capture, so, Anson looked at him expressionlessly. Can't do it, of course not. Ian shuddered. It mainly depends on how much you're willing to pay for this goal. Anson, give an example. To make people believe accidentally obtained intelligence, besides ensuring it at least looks real, the most important thing is to leave enough room for imagination. Ian pursed his lips, a strange glint in his eyes. For example, you just had Lord Alan Dawn loudly repeat the military deployment, which could easily accidentally let some loose-lipped soldiers know. Unintentionally embellishing the information and passing it on to the enemy, but you surely understand that this is far from enough. But if it's not just a deployment, but a special military operation, then it makes perfect sense. Anson pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Ian with a resolute expression. What do you want, heads? The leader of the unfaithful knights' expression also turned serious. The keepers of faith in Sailing City, and the branch of the Good Man of White Whale Harbor newspaper, many of them didn't leave Sailing City with Sir Louis Bernard, and like us, they've been protected by Major General Ludwig. Have the troops at Black Reef Harbor and Grey Dove Fortress appear ready to attack. Then you personally order the keepers of faith and the newspapers people to organize their actions, expose their whereabouts, lead the military deployment, lure the enemy into a trap. Very well, Anson answered crisply. From now on, the Knights of No Faith will have full authority over communications with Sail City. All activities will be decided solely by Ian Clemens, unless it is of paramount importance. No reporting is required. Having cooperated for so long, he certainly knew what Ian, or rather these remnants of the Cressy family, wanted: freedom. Wanted by the church and various factions of the old world, and having been used as tools by him and Phil Cressy, their only desire was freedom. Sure enough, the moment the words fell, a fleeting, undisguised joy flashed across Ian's face. Then he slowly rose, knelt on one knee, left hand behind his back, right hand pressed against his chest. Leader of the Knights of No Faith, Ian Clemens. At this moment, his demeanor suddenly changed. From this day forward, I pledge my loyalty to Anson Bach. May the Ring of Order and the three true gods bear witness that I will never betray them. The junior scribe standing behind him still smiled, as if he hadn't heard anything. I have never doubted your loyalty, Lord Ian Clemens, Anson said expressionlessly. I have only one request. The Holy War Legion gathered in Sailing City will surely take the bait and launch a full-scale attack on Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor. Lord Bernard Morwis will certainly be one of the commanders in charge of the attacking forces. Ian understood immediately. As for Major General Ludwig Franz and his Clovis army, they will be forced to remain in Sailing City for various reasons and will not participate in this battle against the New World heretics. Very good. Anson nodded slightly and smiled with satisfaction. Lord Ian Clemens, you are indeed an excellent and loyal subject. Happy Labor Day. Loyal Anson and his equally loyal subjects are all getting to work. Chapter 832, A Colossal Conspiracy. Early morning, Governor's Mansion, Sailing City. Lying on his familiar yet strange bed, Bernard Morwis, exhausted from a long day's work, was having a rare, sweet dream. In his hazy sleep, he saw himself standing on the walls of Black Reef Harbor. The entire city and harbor had been transformed into a scene of carnage under the Irish Army banners. Thick smoke and flames raged across the streets and sea. The cries of agony were drowned out by the roars of the Imperial Army's advance. Banners of the Clovis and the Free Confederation fell silent amidst the smoking muzzles of volleys of gunfire. But just as he was basking in his triumph, preparing to issue his final orders, a deafening roar of cannon fire erupted behind him. Startled, Bernard whirled around to see Anson Bach's nightmarish figure, leading his Storm Legion, attacking him without warning. He immediately tried to order a defense, but in the blink of an eye, the troops around him scattered and fled, disappearing without a trace. Under the fluttering Irish banner, only he, the Grand Minister, remained, standing alone, unable to move. Anson Bach, a sinister grin on his face, stepped forward, suddenly clutching his shoulder, his expression growing increasingly manic, and began violently shaking his body. While shaking, he shouted, "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law Bernard, wake up, wake up, W.H. What, brother-in-law?" Bernard jolted awake, finding Arthur on top of him, frantically shaking him. "Brother-in-law, wake up. Something terrible has happened. Major General Ludwig was attacked by infidels and is critically injured." "Huh?" Startled, Bernard was instantly wide awake. He broke free from Arthur, tossing the gifted individual aside. Wearing only a thin nightgown, he got out of bed, staggered to the window, and with all his might, ripped open the heavy velvet curtains. Whoosh! A burst of golden red flames flooded his vision, burning fiercely against the night sky. The chaotic city of Yankton was laid bare before him. The scene was so overwhelming that Bernard, still half asleep, felt dizzy, his mind reeling, and he nearly collapsed. Commander Borlevant has just arrived in Sail City and is leading the landing legions to assist the Clovis army in suppressing the rebellion. Arthur quickly supported Bernard, who was about to faint, and said in a panic, "The number of heretics is not large. They only launched a surprise attack on Major General Ludwig and his guards, leaving the Clovis army in the city leaderless, which caused the riot, so it only looks like a big commotion, but in fact, it hasn't caused many casualties." "Are you sure?" Staring intently at Sail City, which was almost red-hot from the flames and where thick smoke had already reached the Governor Mansion, Bernard's face was full of disbelief. Such a scene didn't seem like a riot, and it would seem as if you were told that Sail City was about to fall. "In the name of Herald, I am absolutely certain," Arthur declared confidently. "In fact, I just rushed back from the scene of suppressing the rebellion. I was originally going to do something, but Major General Ludwig's second in command, a particularly reliable fellow, quickly stabilized the situation. Seeing that there was nothing else to help with, I hurried back to report to you." "Report? I'm just your supervisor and staff officer. You're the Legion commander. Even if there's a report, it should be someone else reporting to you, not the other way around." Bernard couldn't help but complain. "Don't forget your place. Don't act like someone else's subordinate, especially in front of the Clovis. Didn't you already reprimand me in front of the Clovis?" "What else is there to hide?" Arthur muttered, but seeing his brother-in-law's increasingly grim expression, he quickly shrank back. Just as the two were still arguing, a crisp knock suddenly sounded at the door. Commander Arthur Herald and Supervisor Bernard Morwis, Roman, expressionless, stood outside the door, giving the two a slight bow. "The riot has been largely quelled, but many matters still need to be addressed urgently. Major General Ludwig and the newly arrived Count Borlevant have instructed me to inform you both to come to the Governor's Palace Council Hall for a meeting." "Thank you." Bernard's expression changed. Before Arthur could speak, Roman, with a solemn expression, replied, "Please proceed ahead, sir, allowing us a moment to prepare." "It won't take too long." Watching Bernard, supported by Arthur, twist his body almost 180 degrees in front of the window. Roman nodded slightly, pretending not to have seen anything, and turned to leave. Only after his footsteps had completely faded into the distance did Bernard, his face tense, and Arthur, equally bewildered, finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Look, you've taken matters into your own hands again," Arthur complained. "You didn't leave me any chance at all. How am I supposed to maintain my authority in front of outsiders?" "Shut up. This isn't the time for this." Bernard raised his hand to interrupt the resentful Arthur. "We need to get to the meeting quickly and find out the whole story. Most importantly, we can't let them decide the Holy War Army's next course of action and military deployment without us present." "I understand," Arthur nodded reluctantly. He had always disliked Bernard's gloomy, calculating tone. "Shall I go get you some clothes?" "Yes, as soon as possible." Bernard frowned, then, as if suddenly remembering something, said weakly to his retreating figure, "And, bring me a new pair of trousers too, Arthur." The riots in Sailing City that had jolted Bernard Morvis awake from his nightmare and left him terrified finally subsided by noon the next day, and the cause and effect were finally cleared up. A group of liberal ecumenical believers in Sail City secretly organized a private meeting and attempted to contact the Free Confederation. However, during their rendezvous, they were discovered by soldiers. The patrolling jihad soldiers seemed unaware of anything amiss, but this alerted the traitors and ecumenical heretics at the meeting, leading them to believe they had been exposed. Coincidentally, yesterday, Legion Commander Borlevens and his Jihad Legion arrived in Sail City. Legion Commander Arthur Harried mobilized his troops to welcome them, further exacerbating the traitors' misunderstanding. They felt their conspiracy had been completely discovered by the Jihad Legion and they were in danger of being annihilated at any moment. Thus, these traitors, without any preparation, suddenly launched a riot, burning down the governor mansion, occupying the city walls and key outposts, and ultimately seizing Sail City. At the time, only the Clovis army was inside the city. Arthur's Legion and Bor's Legion were outside, and without any defenses, the rioters seized the initiative. Major General Ludwig immediately ordered troops to suppress the rebellion and personally led his guards to stop the rioters attacking the governor's residence. He was assassinated by ecumenical heretics and old gods, sustaining serious injuries. Afterwards, Legion commanders Arthur Herta and Borlevens led their troops into the city and seized control of the city gates not yet occupied by the rioters, quickly quelling the uprising. Roman, his face as cold as ice, glanced at the three Legion commanders and the Imperial Emperor's supervisor in the room, their expressions varying, and said in a deep voice, "As for the losses caused by the riot, the number of military casualties, and other matters, they are still being tallied and cannot be reported to you immediately." Ludwig, his left arm bandaged and a wound on his chest, lay on his side on the sofa and nodded slightly to Roman. "That's enough. You may leave now." "Yes, sir." The crisp sound of military boots echoed in the council hall, making the already tense atmosphere even more strained. "So this is the end of it, is it?" Borlevens, sitting opposite Ludwig, said coldly, his gaze filled with malice as he watched Roman's departing figure. "As long as there's an explanation, whether it's true or false, it doesn't matter." He wore an exquisite black and white military uniform and a tricorn hat, beneath which were a pair of sharp, somewhat sinister eyes. From a distance, he looked like a vulture ready to devour its prey. "Yes, that's the impression most of the Levens family bastards give to outsiders," Bernard thought to himself in the corner, having changed into new clothes and trousers. As someone from a family that had produced his deceased friend, Bernard had no goodwill towards anyone with the surname Leven except Ed, not only because they harbored ambitions to seize the imperial crown, but also because they didn't bother to conceal their intentions. Because of their immense power and actual control of the southern part of the empire, the Leven family had long considered themselves half-emperors, always speaking with an arrogant and domineering tone when dealing with other families. In addition, the family is powerful and has many offspring, but unlike the Roland family, they are not good at finding a way out for their clansmen. As a result, all the people with the surname Levens have to fight to the death for titles and territories. So, out of 20 people with the surname Levent, at least 19 are unscrupulous, cunning and self-righteous ambitious people. If you have any opinions, please feel free to voice them. Ludwig, suppressing his anger at the other party's sarcastic remarks, feigned composure and said, "Count Bauer, I have nothing to say. I'm new here and don't know the situation as well as you all do." Borlevens sneered, his sinister gaze sweeping back and forth. making the expressions of the others look rather unpleasant. "There's only one thing I want to understand thoroughly. What is it? Why did those traitors suddenly dare to riot, and at exactly the same time as my legion and I arrived?" Bar-11 said sarcastically. "Could it be that some of the traitors were able to foresee the future, perfectly timing it so that neither of the two imperial legions were outside the city, and only the Clovis were responsible for maintaining order within Sail City?" Ludwig pursed his lips, coldly observing without uttering a word. Colonel Roman already explained it. It was just a coincidence. Arthur Herod couldn't help but speak up. Those heretics thought they'd been exposed, so they decided to launch a riot ahead of schedule, which just happened to coincide with both sides being away and the defenses of Sail City being weak. A coincidence. Bar-11 didn't even glance at Arthur, his sinister gaze fixed on Ludwig. Or was it premeditated? "You should ask those traitors who instigated the riot." Ludwig, his bandages still on his body, didn't back down. "Not me, the commander of the Holy War Legion who was almost killed, but letting the traitors of Sail City go, allowing these people to continue living freely in the city without restraint. Isn't that you?" Bar-11 continued relentlessly. "Why, knowing they are unstable elements? Did you still protect and indulge them? You mean, after conquering Sail City?" Ludwig's pupils narrowed. His right hand, not bound by bandages, clenched its 5 fingers and gestured towards his neck. "Massacre the city, it's to eradicate heretics for the Ring of Order," Bar-11 corrected. "Whether it's the heretics of the ecumenical church or the heretics who believe in evil gods, they should all be thoroughly purified, otherwise what's the point of this holy war?" As expected of the Earl of the 11th family, truly a devout believer of the Ring of Order, beyond compare, Ludwig sneered. "But if we really carry out the purification in Sail City as you say, not to mention the time and effort involved, once the city is massacred, who will be responsible for the logistics of the hundreds of thousands of holy war troops in the New World? And to whom will the Ring of Order Church preach and proselytize after reclaiming the land and establishing dioceses? Oh, so you admit to indulging the heretics in Sail City, letting them run rampant?" With a sneer, Bar continued his relentless pursuit. "In that case, I must ask you properly about last night's riot, whether it was also related to your Clovis army." "Shut up, Bar-11." Just as the atmosphere reached its freezing point, Bernard, unable to contain himself any longer, abruptly stood up and roared under the astonished gazes of the three. "Major General Ludwig Francis, the son of Archbishop Clovis, and a commander of the Holy War Legion who is on par with you. Don't be so presumptuous. Such words are not for you, the Emperor's supervisor, to say." Despite being startled, Bar-11's sinister smile remained undiminished. "I don't think I've settled the score with you properly over the death of Ed Levant, but before that, there is a very important matter that must be resolved first." He slowly sat up, a confident expression of complete control on his face. "Regarding the riot by heretics and traitors, the conspiracy to seize Sail City, I've inadvertently discovered something quite interesting." "Why did they suddenly riot?" "For no other reason than this is a complete conspiracy, a plot to annihilate us all. In conjunction with the traitorous army entrenched in Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor, Bar-11 appears, backed by the Grand Duchy of Cantal, the Wind Knight Levant family, and some of the Church and the Order of the Judgment." Readers interested in this part can start creating their own characters. Chapter 833 Unity and Friendship. Bar-11 narrowed his eyes slightly, like a vulture eyeing a dying beast, preparing to feast on its carcass, his gaze fixed on the severely wounded figure slumped on the sofa. In the dim light, Ludwig, along with half his face, was completely hidden in shadow, his profile illuminated by the lamplight expressionless, cold and sculpted. A long silence followed until Bernard, his gaze complex, gently pressed down on the still shocked Arthur and slowly rose to his feet. "Earl Bar-11," he said coldly, "speaking, requires evidence. Since you believe this riot is not an isolated incident, but a conspiracy orchestrated by traitors entrenched in the New World, then you must produce sufficient evidence to convince us all, and at least a basic response plan." Although it was their first meeting, he already felt utterly disgusted with this newly arrived Legion commander. If it weren't for a lingering sense of guilt towards Ed Levant, he wouldn't have bothered with this quintessential Levant descendant. If the initial skepticism could be explained by mere suspicion, the moment the so-called conspiracy was uttered, the other party's true intentions were completely exposed. Of the 3 legions currently stationed in Sailing City, Bar-11's legion is the smallest and has suffered the most severe losses due to the shipwreck and voyage. Under normal circumstances, the Jihad Army's next military operations should be in the hands of Arthur, which is essentially himself, and Ludwig. However, the other side is clearly dissatisfied with this. He wants to muddy the waters and seize control of the current sailing city army. Bernard doesn't care about the Clovis, but if he allows them to continue their accusations and he himself is implicated, with half of the jihad army falling into the hands of this ambitious man, things will become troublesome. Although Bernard also has a vague feeling that something is amiss, after weighing the pros and cons, he decides to side with Ludwig. What need is there for evidence in this matter? Without even turning his head, Borlevin's eyes turned cold as he spoke with a half-smile. Have you all forgotten why we traveled thousands of miles from the old world to the new world, to reclaim the lost colonies for the empire, to persuade the heretics and cultists of the ecumenical church to return to the embrace of the Ring of Order, and to quell the rebellion that affected 13 colonies? He suddenly raised his voice, his face contorted with rage. Wrong. Utterly wrong. We, our holy army sent by the Ring of Order to weed out all unbelievers and false believers, the thunderbolts of the true God descending upon this world, the fire purifying the world of order, all evil dogs, heretics, and scum who are enemies of the Ring of Order, enemies of the Church, and enemies of the guardians of the world of order, should be purified by our own hands. If you find them on the battlefield, annihilate them on the battlefield. If you find them in the city, kill them all in the city, shoot them with rifles, behead them with swords, burn them with fire, strangle them with poison, use every conceivable means to purify these unbelievers and hypocrites. This is the will of the Ring of Order. Slaughtering heretics and infidels is not a sin, but a blessing for true believers. Borlevin slightly raised his head, coldly surveying the hall, his twisted expression sending a chill down everyone's spine. Now that the traitor's insidious plans have been completely exposed, how can we, as leaders of the Holy War Army, let this opportunity slip by and allow the enemies of the Ring of Order to run rampant? I think the one who's really running rampant is you. Bernard narrowed his eyes. So you already have a plan for the upcoming military deployment against the Free Confederation? Of course. Borlevin raised his voice again. Just as I said, this riot itself is a complete conspiracy. It just didn't happen at the right time. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy is planning to amass a large force from Grey Pigeon Castle, waiting for an opportunity to attack Wilderness Forest while simultaneously instigating a riot within the city to seize Sailing City, trapping us outside. It was only because our movements were exposed, and because my legion and I arrived ahead of schedule, that they were forced to launch the riot prematurely, which was then swiftly suppressed. But the enemy is unaware of this. They are still proceeding with their original plan to advance on Sailing City. This is the perfect opportunity for us to act. Immediately dispatch troops to Grey Pigeon Castle and Black Reef Harbor, seize these two colonies and fortresses, and cripple the enemy's elite forces before they retreat. Attack Grey Pigeon Castle and Black Reef Harbor simultaneously? Did I hear that right? Bernard scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain, not to mention that Grey Pigeon Castle itself is a fortress, surrounded by hilly terrain unsuitable for large-scale troop movements. Black Reef Harbor is narrow, with 3 sides of mountains and 1 side facing the sea, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Have you considered the difficulties involved in attacking 2 places simultaneously? That's right, and our troops have just arrived in the New World and are still resting and adapting. They simply cannot organize a large-scale military operation immediately. Arthur, who had been silent for a long time, finally found a chance to speak and nodded in agreement. And even if we send troops to attack 2 colonies at the same time, the enemy is not stupid. How could they obediently stay in place and be severely damaged by us? Ludwig, who was standing to the side, remained silent, staring coldly into Borg's eyes, as if he was deliberately waiting for his answer. It's simple. They have reason to fight us to the death, Borlevin said in a deep voice, a confident smile spreading across his zenning, fierce hideous face. I've seen the map of the colony. To travel east from Grey Dove Castle, one must pass through Black Reef Harbor. Right now, the main force of the traitors and heretics is pouring in from the east, waiting for an opportunity to retake Sail City. Therefore, we only need to send an army to feign an attack on Grey Dove Castle to tie down the enemy's main force. Then, the fleet can launch a surprise attack on Black Reef Harbor, cutting off the retreat of Grey Dove Castle's elite main force. To ensure that their main force is not surrounded and annihilated, the enemy will certainly not dare to withdraw easily. Meanwhile, the army that feigned an attack on Grey Dove Castle can switch to the main attack and focus all its efforts on conquering this important bridgehead guard in the eastern part of Sail City. The main force of the garrison stationed at Grey Dove Castle is the former Imperial army that rebelled, led by Louis Bernard, the heir of Adrian. If we can capture him alive, regardless of whether Black Lagoon is captured, we can use him as a hostage to force the city's garrison to surrender, pushing the enemy back to Red Hand Bay and eliminating any possibility of the Holy War Army landing." "Huh?" Upon hearing his friend's name, Arthur Herod's expression changed drastically. He instinctively tried to stand up, but Bernard, who was prepared, pressed him down. Ludwig, his face ashen, remained silent, his expression darkening considerably. In the deathly silent council hall, Bohr-Levens grinned maliciously, raising his head slightly, looking down at the others like a king. He knew he had won. "Yes, I didn't expect it to be this easy either." Looking at Roman, whose face showed a hint of surprise, Ludwig sighed, his expression complex. "I originally thought I'd at least have to find a way to persuade Arthur Herald, at least put on a show, to get the Clovis Legion to take the initiative in order to prove my innocence, but now I don't need to anymore." The Legion commanders' meeting had just ended, and Ludwig, limping back to camp supported by guards, immediately summoned Roman and recounted the events of the meeting in detail. Roman, who had initially thought a certain commander-in-chief's perfect plan was full of flaws and had been forced to execute it, was utterly shocked. The scenario of two Imperial Legion commanders besieging Clovis, as he remembered, hadn't materialized at all. Instead, Bohr and Bernard were arguing in front of everyone. So Ludwig remained silent throughout, not even bringing out the clues he had prepared beforehand, just watching Bohr-Levens' wild imagination, which actually turned out to be almost identical to Anson Bach's plan. Then Ludwig dared not speak further. "It seems the Empire's attitude towards this holy war isn't as united as they appear. Perhaps even the riot you secretly organized was unnecessary. Even without this, Count Bohr-Levens would have tried to seize control of Sailing City and launch an attack on the Free Confederation." Ludwig lowered his gaze. "This is both a good thing and a problem. Bernard insists on acting alongside Bohr-Levens, commanding the fleet to attack Black Reef Harbor, greatly increasing the difficulty of taking him down. Add to that the 20,000 men of Bohr's Legion, and the total besieging force reaches nearly 50,000. If I'm not mistaken, even the combined forces of Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor don't reach that number." "Indeed not." Roman, having slightly suppressed his surprise and regained his composure, nodded slightly. "Furthermore, Clovis's Legion is also sending half its forces to attack Grey Dove Castle, making it impossible to provide assistance, but at least it has cleared himself of suspicion of colluding with the enemy." Ludwig's gaze was indifferent. "There's just one thing that particularly bothers me. Why is Arthur Herald so eager to take on the feint attack on Grey Dove Castle instead of leading the attack on Black Reef Harbor? Bohr-Levens has already given his consent, and with the fleet's artillery cover, attacking Black Reef Harbor couldn't possibly be more difficult than attacking Grey Dove Castle, could it?" Seeing the Legion commander's puzzled expression, Roman hesitated, unsure how to explain. "Of course, it's because of Louis." Inside the governor's residence, Arthur Herald thumped his chest, declaring confidently, "I promised Grand Duke Edmund I would bring that fool Louis back safe and sound. You've seen how crazy Bohr-Levens is. If he really conquers Grey Dove Castle, wouldn't he tie that big fool to the stake and burn him alive?" Bernard's only response to Arthur Herod's explanation was to roll his eyes and let out a long sigh. "Do you think Bohr-Levens is a fanatical follower of the Ring of Order, willing to respond to His Majesty and the Church's call to arms, just to fight for his own faith? Isn't that right?" Arthur paused, unable to help but frown. "He keeps talking about purification and holy war. It seems quite plausible, and the Levens family has always had a deep relationship with the Church, so even if he really is a fanatic, it wouldn't be surprising, would it?" "You're right, that's what he hopes to achieve." Bernard curled his lip in disdain. "Why do you think he initially agreed to let you and me attack Black Reef Harbor, but then agreed to let you attack Grey Dove Castle?" "It's simple. Because he clearly understands the value of Louis Bernard. By holding this heir of the Bernard family in his hands, he can easily control most of the former Empire's colonies, and he will also receive the support of the Bernard family. The reason he's willing to give you this opportunity is because he sees through you, you fool, that you have no ambition to establish a foothold in the New World and seize territory. Even if he gives it to you, it doesn't matter. He can take the opportunity to do us and the heretic royal family behind you a favor, and then reap the benefits later. Seize territory." Arthur was startled. What did you say?" "Bohr-Levens wants to seize." "How is that possible? Why is it impossible?" Bernard was almost laughing in exasperation. "Why do you think His Majesty, despite repeated setbacks in the wars he personally planned from the 100 years of the Saints' calendar until now, was still able to mobilize an army of nearly 100,000 for this holy war. It's simple. Because everyone has realized that His Majesty cannot control the colonies in the New World, anyone who can cooperate with the Church and His Majesty to annihilate the rebels has a chance to become the new lord of the colonies. For those powerful families within the empire who have already divided up all their territory, is there anything more tempting than this? So, our enemies are a bunch of noble armies using the guise of holy war, mutually wary of each other, wanting to seize territory, and our own people are a bunch of cowardly, timid, complacent slave owners who claim to fight for freedom and equality. In Black Reef Harbor, Carl Bain, holding the latest intelligence delivered by the Knights of No Faith, was completely dumbfounded, both laughing and crying. This really is the war of the year 102 of the Saint calendar? It seems no different from the Dark Ages of 500 or 600 years ago. Of course there's a difference. Anson shook his head, refuting the Chief of Staff's historical nihilism remarks. If this were truly the Dark Ages of rampant growth, there would be no need to fear such a massive army of hundreds of thousands crossing the sea. The Rune family wouldn't need to hide behind the scenes, they would have already stepped forward and become kings in the New World. Why would it be your turn to step forward and continue to show indirect loyalty to His Majesty and the Kingdom of Clovis? So what do we do now? Even if the enemy is disunited, they still have nearly 50,000 troops, more than the combined forces of Black Lagoon and Grey Dove Fortress. Carl pressed, to be precise, more than the combined forces of all our armies. This isn't what we initially planned. It doesn't matter. This battle isn't about troop numbers. Even if more come, the outcome won't change. Rather, it's thanks to Count Borlevin that we have the opportunity to crush half of the Holy War army in one fell swoop. Anson Bach's voice was powerful, his face radiating absolute confidence in the plan. A true head-on confrontation between the old and new worlds over Black Lagoon had finally begun. Chapter 834 Feigned Attack. Grey Dove Fortress, Dawn. The silver moon still hung high in the sky, but the faint light of day had already tinged the eastern horizon with gold. Amidst the shadowy hills, billowing dust and dark figures could be vaguely seen advancing swiftly along the rugged mountain paths. At the top of the towering tower, Polina Frey, leader of the High Council, clutching the declaration of rebellion, approached the walls, surrounded by a group of knights and officers. She looked down upon the golden irises and the banners of the Ring of Order, now almost within reach, fluttering in the cold wind. Although she had been repeatedly assured by those around her before ascending the walls that this distance was too close even for artillery to be accurate, and that it was absolutely safe, the girl, experiencing the front lines for the first time, still turned pale the moment she saw that familiar banner. In fact, if Norton Crossell hadn't reacted quickly beside her, she would have nearly collapsed against the battlements in front of the defenders. It's truly an honor that the Church, which leads the world of order, would mobilize such a large army just to seize the small Grey Pigeon Fortress. Realizing her lapse in composure, the girl quickly regained her composure, deliberately adopting a disdainful demeanor as she looked at Lieutenant Colonel Norton beside her with a mocking tone. It seems to be even larger than the army that slaughtered Grey Pigeon Fortress back then. Indeed, the commander of the 3rd Infantry Regiment carefully observed the slowly moving troops at the foot of the mountain, speaking in a very steady tone. Judging from the size of the troops, the enemy's total strength is around 20,000. And we cannot rule out the possibility of reinforcements. The entire Grey Pigeon Fortress garrison probably doesn't even reach half that number, and their heavy firepower and soldier quality are far inferior. Norton thought to himself. Despite this, the officers gathered at the top of the tower showed no signs of tension, their composure hardly befitting someone about to engage in a life-or-death battle with an enemy several times their size. This was due not only to the formidable strength of Grey Dove Fortress, its comprehensive and well-prepared defenses, and its robust logistical support, but also to the fact that intelligence regarding the Holy War Army's operations had already been sent from the Black Reef Harbor headquarters. The total number of troops, their unit designations, supplies, equipment, commanders, even the enemy's objectives were known in complete detail, essentially a one-sided, transparent situation. Since the enemy's attack on Grey Dove Fortress before the Battle of Black Reef Harbor was over was merely a feint, even if it failed or enemy reinforcements arrived, Grey Dove Fortress's fortifications wouldn't be breached quickly, providing ample time for a retreat. So what was there to worry about? 20,000? If Father were still alive, he would probably be leading all the prominent figures of Grey Dove Castle to the city gates to greet us respectfully by now, Polina remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. but then raised her voice, "But Grey Dove Castle will never again kowtow to the rulers and invaders of the old world as it once did. We are the citizens of the free and equal new world, the true masters of this land. If the invaders of the old world still wish to enslave us and shackle us as before, then let them step over our corpses. The golden iris will never bloom again in the ice and snow of the new world. The faithful who defend their faith will never yield to dictatorial heresy." In the early morning mist, Polina Frey, head held high, held up the declaration of resistance, her youthful voice echoing through the valleys of Grey Dove Castle. "Long live the Free Confederation! Long live the 13 colonies! Long live the Free Confederation! Long live the 13 colonies!" A deafening roar of shouts echoed across the fortress, causing a slight disturbance among the struggling Holy War Legion. They stared in astonishment at the pitch-black Grey Dove Castle, bewildered by what had transpired. Amidst the cheers, a young girl, head held high, holding aloft a declaration of rebellion, descended the tower escorted by knights and guards. She inspected the fortress's garrison as she walked, ensuring every soldier could clearly see her. She knew perfectly well that she was utterly inept at military affairs and commanded no large army. Commanding the battle was the responsibility of the New World Legion, Anson and Lewis's men. Her mission was to inspire and uplift the morale of the defenders as the spiritual leader of the Confederation. It seems the commander-in-chief was right to leave her behind instead of retreating to Wintertorch. Alexei, still on the tower, couldn't help but sigh to Norton as he watched the girl's departing figure. With or without her, the morale of those colonial troops is on a completely different level. Even if the enemy is just feigning an attack, our pressure will be much lighter. On the contrary, the commander-in-chief was the most opposed to her staying. The 3rd Infantry Regiment commander shook his head, correcting him. "The Frey family is a puppet, ally of the commander-in-chief and the Rune family controlling Grey Dove Castle, and a crucial banner commanding the entire Free Confederation. Even if the enemy is just feigning an attack, it's impossible to put such an important ally at risk." Sigh. "Then why did she?" "She insisted on staying voluntarily." Voluntarily? Alexei's pupils constricted in surprise, suddenly realizing a possibility. With a ring of order above, "She's not planning to stay here forever, is she?" Norton nodded helplessly. What do we do? We weren't prepared to defend Grey Dove Castle to the death and fight the Holy War Army to the death." Alexei felt his head was about to explode. What if she refuses to leave during the final retreat and insists that we hold Grey Dove Castle for her? The commander-in-chief's battle plan didn't mention this. "There's no other way, we can only take it one step at a time." Norton smiled bitterly, helpless. This wasn't the first time the Storm Legion had been persecuted by its own forces and forced to change its battle plan. The only saving grace right now is that the enemy isn't really launching a full-scale attack on the city for the time being, and the commander-in-chief seems to be a completely inexperienced young man who, apart from his powerful bloodline, has never commanded a single battle. He gazed at the approaching ranks outside the city. "Arthur Heretic, have you ever heard of that name?" "No." "Ah. I think we clashed with them once in the Hun lands." Alexei, as if suddenly remembering, casually picked up his binoculars. "They attacked our flank from behind. And then Miss Lisa Bach dealt with them soundly, so I only have a vague impression." "Only a vague impression?" Norton turned his head, looking at Alexei meaningfully. "I really only have a vague recollection, just a tiny bit." Alexei, feeling uneasy under his gaze, forced a smile, his eyes darting away guiltily. "Why would I lie to you?" "Yes, you have no reason to lie to me." Norton nodded, his smile widening. "We were both junior officers on the Eastern Front, recruited together by the Southern Legion into the Storm Division. We know each other inside and out, so how could you possibly lie to me?" Alexei's lips twitched, feeling as if thousands of ants were crawling all over him, and as the man's gaze grew increasingly strange, the number of ants seemed to increase. Fine. I surrender. The 2nd Infantry Regiment commander, finally unable to contain himself, sighed, his expression indescribable. "I do know Arthur Hurd, but I've never met him in person, so what I know is just hearsay, and it might not be true. This guy is of royal blood from the Heretic family, a rather famous ranger knight. Because he's a dragon knight and can shout out a sound wave comparable to heavy cannon, he's nicknamed Dragon Roar. No ordinary talent could stand against him, no matter how many there were. Of course, that's just what I've heard. Strictly speaking, I haven't witnessed it myself. As for leading troops, I only know that he seems to have participated in quite a few battles to eliminate bandits and suppress rebellions, and he's also known for challenging people to duels. I've never heard of him personally commanding any army, let alone an army of over 20,000. Alexei shook his head. That's all. I don't know anything else. I really don't know this time. I'm not lying to you, I know. Norton nodded and smiled slightly. What you said is exactly the same as what I know, without any discrepancies. Alexei Yudukishki. Just as the two were still exchanging words, a mournful bugle call suddenly came from the mountains west of Grey Dove Fortress. Norton and Alexei topped the tower, along with the entire fortress garrison, instinctively looked in the direction from which the bugle call came. Calm down, don't panic. Without hesitation, Alexei, who had been laughing and joking just a moment before, leaned out halfway along the ramparts and growled, "Everyone stay at your posts. No one may act without orders." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing shriek tore through the night sky, exploding with a deafening roar on the walls of Grey Dove Fortress. Norton, reacting first, paled instantly. Without a word, he forcibly pulled Alexei behind him, simultaneously activating his bloodline power, duskless ground, creating a repulsive force field in front of them. Perhaps because the trajectory was too far, or perhaps because the night hadn't yet faded, the shells that struck the walls didn't harm anyone. Only the empty echoes of the cannon fire reverberated through the valley. Then, nothing happened. What's going on? Alexei, still shaken, thought he was about to be blown up and was completely disoriented. They're firing before even forming ranks? Wasn't this supposed to be a feint? I don't know. Norton pursed his lips, staring intently at the chaotic golden iris banners in the distance under the night sky. But one thing is certain, this Legion commander Arthur Hurd, like our commander-in-chief, is the type who likes to surprise others. Of course, whether he can actually fight is another matter. Norton Crossel's assessment was entirely correct. While everyone in Grey Dove Castle was on edge from the sudden cannon fire, the Holy War Legions marching through the mountains were also thrown into chaos, completely losing their order. The 3 Holy War Legions stationed in Sailing City had absolutely no trust in each other. Even when attacking from 2 directions simultaneously, they had to coordinate their actions, leaving enough troops in Sailing City to maintain order while keeping a close watch on each other. The same was true for the Legion attacking Grey Dove Castle. Although commanded by Arthur Hurd, only half of his own legion comprised his own troops, the other half was Ludwig's legion. Thanks to Bernard's prior preparations, his legion was well equipped and of high quality. Arthur Hurd, however, looked down on the Clovis's hastily assembled, incompetent troops, treating them as a burden to guard the logistics and supplies, not expecting them to attack the castle, mainly because he didn't want the Clovis to steal the credit. So, when Arthur Hurd had already set up his siege positions and was excitedly preparing to intimidate Grey Dove Castle, the Clovis's legion, which he had forgotten about, immediately ran into trouble. Because they hadn't received any orders from their commander to launch such a hasty and reckless attack, and it was nighttime, the Clovis's legion, hearing the cannon fire, assumed that their advanced troops were under heavy fire from the fortress and instinctively abandoned their supplies and retreated in full force, seeking cover as usual. During their retreat, they failed to notify the Imperial Knights at the front. When the rear guard of Arthur's army turned around, they found their supply train had vanished. Thinking they had been attacked, they cried out in alarm, "Ambush!" and hastily began their retreat. Thus, over 20,000 soldiers, in the pitch-black mountains at dawn, were frightening themselves, running around like headless flies. When the exuberant Arthur came to his senses, his invincible army had become a disorganized mess, with soldiers fleeing and shouting for an attack everywhere. Terrified, Arthur had no choice but to abandon his brilliant plan to frighten Grey Dove Castle and, with his remaining guards, began traversing the mountains to gather the Holy War army, which had been thoroughly terrified by their own men. The Battle of Grey Dove Fortress, which was originally scheduled to begin at dawn, ended prematurely and didn't actually start until the morning of the 3rd day. Alexei and Norton held off Arthur's 20,000-strong army for 2 days and 3 nights without losing a single soldier. Meanwhile, at Black Lagoon, where both sides' elite forces had truly amassed, the situation was far less smooth. Dozens of warships cleaved through the waves, and countless pairs of military boots pounded the soft sand. After finding a stretch of beach not completely destroyed by the Free Confederation, Bernard Morwis, who had forced a landing of 10,000 troops, advanced by land and sea alongside Borlevant's army, launching an attack on Black Lagoon from the southwest and along the coastline. Black Lagoon, the Free Confederation, Anson Bach. I'm back, riding a flawless white steed. Bernard Morwis, with an air of grandeur, drew his sword and pointed it towards the hills that protected Black Lagoon. In the name of the Ring of Order, crush them. Chapter 835 Bernard's Offensive. Amidst the piercing bugle calls that seemed to cut through the sky, a massive holy war legion of tens of thousands marched towards the distant hilltop positions, where the 13-star banner fluttered, stretching across the western horizon of Black Reef Harbor. Almost simultaneously, on the right flank of their lines, a fleet of over a dozen light and heavy cruisers lined up, opening fire in succession on the town and fortifications of Black Reef Harbor. Long, shrill arcs of fire ripped across the sea, exploding into clouds of dust and debris, sending countless pebbles and tiles soaring into the sky, the smoke rising several meters high. Supported by the fleet's firepower, and with 16 8-pounder cannons and 24-pounder cannons at headquarters, and utilizing the rugged terrain around Black Reef Harbor to construct makeshift batteries, they formed a formidable firepower network, theoretically sufficient to hold their own against the outer defenses of Black Reef Harbor. Despite this, having fully learned from his previous defeat, Bernard Morwis still opted for an extremely conservative tactic. He sent only a small number of elite troops in skirmish lines to load the enemy and draw their fire, while the main force followed at a distance, not in a hurry to advance. Both the Free Confederation and the Jihad Legion possessed a small number of heavy artillery pieces, but those truly effective in combat were the 8-pound, 6-pound, and 12-pound field infantry guns. While their theoretical range was 2 kilometers, unless aided by a highly skilled artillery commander, their effective kill range wouldn't exceed 800 meters, considering terrain, weather, wind direction, and cover. 600 meters was considered good. Coupled with the suppressive fire from naval guns, Bernard Morwis calmly advanced, maintaining the artillery's range, covering the advance of his own artillery positions, while continuously expanding the surrounding shell craters and skirmish traps into shallow trenches to provide cover for the following troops. Of course, such a cautious tactic had its fatal flaw: it was slow, extremely slow. The battle had been going on for almost a morning, and the landing jihadist legions still hadn't made contact with the outer positions of Black Reef Harbor. The casualty figures on both sides were basically zero, and even ammunition consumption was low. Only Borlevin's fleet on the sea was relentlessly bombarding the port and positions. While this overly cautious approach reduced casualties, it also made many officers uneasy. "Sir, the Borei Legion is still waiting for our attack. Isn't this deliberate delay a bit too much?" "Deliberate delay? How have we delayed, or deliberately?" Looking at the officer's anxious, even somewhat embarrassed, expressions, Bernard scoffed disdainfully. "Black Reef Harbor is the enemy's main base, heavily fortified and heavily defended. Its fortifications are strong and its firepower is formidable. What's wrong with us being cautious and not underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly? Some of you participated in the previous Black Reef Harbor battle. Even if you haven't, you should know that the last battle's defeat was due to my recklessness and eagerness for speed. As a result, we not only failed to achieve a quick victory but also fell into the enemy's trap." Bernard suddenly changed his tone, inexplicably beginning to blame himself. Nearly 10,000 troops were almost destroyed. These are bloody lessons, therefore, we absolutely cannot be reckless this time. We must proceed with caution. Unless absolutely necessary, we are strictly prohibited from launching an offensive. Without my order, not even a single battalion or platoon is allowed to attack the enemy's fortifications. Watching Bernard's dramatic expressions, one moment furious, the next self-reproachful, then serious, along with his expressive body language, the night officers could only nod in agreement. However, their pale faces clearly showed they weren't truly at ease. After all, it was blatantly abandoning their comrades and betraying them. No matter how many reasons they had, it didn't seem quite plausible. And what if the enemy accused them of not being devout enough to the Ring of Order due to poor performance? Would that put them at the stake? "You guys," Bernard couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether to call these men too cowardly or too brave. "Do you remember what our mission was in this battle? To coordinate with the Borei Legion, to hold back the enemy's outer defenses, and to buy them time to land." "Hold back," Bernard shouted, half laughing and half crying. "Not to coordinate with the fleet and directly attack Black Reef Harbor from the western defenses. In other words, as long as we can keep an eye on the enemy troops on the front lines and make sure they don't ignore us and rush to the beachhead to intercept our 11th, The task of holding back is accomplished, understand, oh. The night officers suddenly understood, looking at their hard-working and dedicated supervisor with the eyes of someone looking at a savior. Under Bernard's reminder, the previously uneasy group suddenly cleared their minds, as if they had discovered a new world, since it was just holding back, and there was no need to engage the enemy head-on. Then why insist on launching an attack solely from the western front? Black Reef Harbor is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and faces the sea on 1 side. To besiege it, the northwest flanks should be attacked simultaneously, while mobile forces should be dispatched to cut off the eastern route. Oh, and another elite force should be sent to guard against possible reinforcements from Grey Dove Fortress in the northwest. Then, occupy the surrounding high ground, dig deep trenches, and create a stalemate with the defenders to ensure victory. However, with all this, the Holy War Army of just over 10,000 men is clearly not enough. The number of troops spread across each position is pitifully small. It's not exactly mobile defense, but it's practically non-existent. But no problem. Each member of my Holy War Army is worth 10, so 10,000 men can be used like 100,000, no problem at all. Well said. Seeing that the knights and officers had finally understood after his reminder and were eagerly volunteering for battle, Bernard's face showed a very gratified expression. He never supported the Holy War Legion launching an offensive against a free confederation before it was fully assembled. Not only did the enemy have ample rest and ample strategic space for maneuvering, but a battle that couldn't deliver a decisive blow was meaningless. Since Bohr was so eager to seize military merit and territory, let him fight it out himself. After all, it was the 11 family's vassals and private soldiers who would die. The Herald royal family and the Bernard family had both extended olive branches, and the Morwis family had no need to continue following the 11 to their deaths. Thus, the garrison of Black Lagoon and Bohr's legion, still adrift at sea, witnessed an astonishing scene. Bernard Morwis's legion, which had been advancing at a snail's pace, halted its advance, and then its formation suddenly disintegrated at lightning speed, scattering in all directions as if it had been defeated by some unknown force. Under the cover of naval gunfire and the inaccurate exchange of fire between the 2 sides, the entire battlefield was shrouded in thick smoke. Only the battle flags could be vaguely seen moving haphazardly across the open fields outside Black Lagoon, appearing at first glance exactly like a rout, completely unable to mount any semblance of an offensive. Had Bernard Morwis been killed by the Black Lagoon defenders? Impossible. Had we accidentally killed Bernard Morwis? Impossible. Both frontline commanders simultaneously had huge question marks in their minds, but unable to make a judgment. The Black Lagoon defenders could only continue firing on the rout jihadists on the battlefield. The fleets at sea continued to bombard the port and positions with fire, but both sides tacitly reduced the frequency considerably. A full hour passed, until noon, before the defeated Bernard's legion finally revealed its lines completely. A force of just over 10,000 men, simultaneously setting up makeshift artillery positions and siege posts on both the northwest and east sides, occupying 2 key transportation routes leading to the northwest and east, and deploying their troops in a fully extended line, scattering them like peppercorns. To avoid misunderstanding by the Black Lagoon garrison, the army blocking the eastern road didn't even construct fortifications, simply and openly deploying their line formations on both sides of the road, outside the effective range of the garrison's artillery, making it seem as if they weren't truly trying to cut off the road. Thus, the Black Lagoon garrison and the Bohr's legion aboard the sea immediately understood. Bernard Morwis, you bastard! On the flagship's deck, a furious Bohr Levens roared at Black Reef Harbor, smashing his gilded telescope to pieces. Who gave you the audacity to play me like this? Dozens of night officers surrounded him, their faces contorted with rage, wishing they could swim ashore and tear these slackers, who had openly abandoned their posts and were simply shirking their duties, to pieces. The original plan was for Bernard to lead 10,000 troops to hold the port, while the rest of the fleet would use naval gunfire as cover to launch a surprise attack and capture Black Reef Harbor. Now, even if the garrison at Black Reef Harbor were complete idiots, they knew that 10,000 men wouldn't launch an attack. Bohr's legion had to force a siege of the port and engage the main defenders in a bloody battle. Even with reinforcements and artillery support, a beach landing is an extremely risky military operation, almost inevitably resulting in heavy casualties. Landing ships and soldiers half submerged in seawater are perfect targets. The Free Confederation had also destroyed the Black Lagoon docks, preventing warships from approaching to provide cover. The thought of such a battle with no room for maneuver is chilling. Let alone facing the enemy's main force and countless cannons aimed at the beachhead. It's simply slaughter. Staring intently at the nearby Black Lagoon, Bar-Levant's eyes were filled with resentment. The distant fluttering flags of the Ring of Order seemed to mercilessly mock his own foolishness. He had initially hoped to use his initiative in taking on the initiative and providing naval gun cover as bait to lure Bernard into attacking the outer defenses of Black Lagoon. Once the fighting was completely even, he could then launch a surprise attack on the port, conquering the colony in one fell swoop and reaping the rewards. Despite all his calculations, he hadn't expected this supervising officer to be even more shameless than himself, abandoning all pretense and openly displaying an attitude of "what can you do to me?" should he simply retreat, abandoning Bernard and his 10,000 men to those heretics, and return to Sailing City himself? This thought flashed through Bor's mind, but he decisively abandoned it. Although Bernard had blatantly stood him up, he and his 10,000 men hadn't retreated. They were still fulfilling their task of restraint, though it was practically meaningless. If he ran away, wouldn't he be the one breaking the agreement? Moreover, he was the true mastermind behind this battle. If he lost, how could he maintain his position within the Holy War Army, let alone become a part of the spoils after the war and receive his own territory? Therefore, this battle was a must, even if everyone else stood him up, even if only his own 20,000 troops remained. He had to fight, and he had to win. Send the order, have the vanguard assemble and prepare for the landing. Bar-Levant gritted his teeth. Ignore that coward Bernard any longer. We'll attack alone and take Black Reef Harbor in one fell swoop. I refuse to believe that tens of thousands of troops and a dozen warships can't even take down a small colony. With the Ring of Order above us, the Holy War Legion is invincible. The Holy War Legion is invincible. The knights, their faces also contorted with rage, erupted in a unified shout. Orders began flying rapidly between the warships, and in less than half an hour, preparations for the landing were swiftly completed. This wasn't because their anger towards their allies made the Legion more efficient. Rather, all preparations were already complete, just waiting for the allies and enemies on shore to make their move so they could act immediately. So it was simply ahead of schedule. With a stern expression, Bar-Levant stood at the edge of the flagship, personally directing the landing force's operation to stabilize morale. Though he was actually quite uneasy, however, he couldn't trust anyone else if he didn't personally command. Who could guarantee that only friendly forces were cowards, ditching him during a charade, while his own men wouldn't? Just then, the lookout on the flagship delivered a very perplexing message. The main force of the Black Lagoon garrison remained stationed on the outer defensive line of the city, showing no signs of returning to defend the city. There are only less than 1,000 skirmishers and 5 field guns near the port. Bar-Levant, who had just been furious, was immediately stunned, his expression quite strange. Why is this? Bernard's army is in such a state, and they still think that guy will launch an attack. Or are all the defenders of Black Lagoon blind? Or does that bastard Bernard really have some special method to deceive the entire garrison? Bar-Levant was extremely puzzled, while the situation inside Black Lagoon was equally chaotic. Watching Bernard Morwis feign death outside the artillery's firing range, refusing to engage in a direct attack, Carl Bain, who was personally guarding the front line, was frantic. He wished he could rush out himself as bait to lure the enemy into attacking. Bernard Morwis, this complete coward, why won't you attack? If you don't attack, how am I supposed to set up a trap and take you out without you even noticing during the battle? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836: The Final Attack. Boom, boom, boom. A piercing shriek tore through the air across the sea, exploding into sparks in the port and town of Black Reef Harbor. The already ruined commercial district was completely shrouded in acrid smoke, wildfires dancing wildly among the debris. The shockwaves from the explosions repeatedly battered the deserted streets, ravaging the non-existent enemy. Despite the overwhelming force, the fleet, lacking accuracy and unable to find a clear target, could inflict little damage on Black Reef Harbor. The garrison and remaining residents of Black Reef Harbor either hid in the trenches of the defensive line or in pre-prepared bunkers. Unless the Holy War Army was willing to use its artillery to plow the land, a day's fighting wouldn't change the course of the battle. The Holy War Army anchored at sea seemed well aware of this, and after the rapid bombardment, some ships began to muster their courage, risking grounding or even having their hulls pierced, gradually organizing small boats and smaller three-masted ships to approach the harbor, preparing for a forced landing. Sigh, is the final assault about to begin? Amidst the muffled, thunderous roar, the young knight standing within the coastal fortifications gazed at the swarms of ships approaching the docks in the distance, his tense expression tinged with a bewildered surprise. Shouldn't they wait until the outer defenses of Black Reef Harbor are embroiled in a fierce battle before launching an attack? What are they thinking? With a deeply puzzled expression, Louis Bernard, his head covered in dust and the walls shaking from the cannon fire, strained through the thick smoke outside his binoculars, trying to discern the enemy's movements. Perhaps they were doing the opposite, trying to lure us away from the outer defenses with a feint attack, thus relieving pressure on the western front? No, that's not right. Even if it were a feint, shouldn't they have increased firepower and pressure on the port's defenses? Or had the enemy anticipated this, deliberately feigning a genuine attack on the port, risking their fleet running aground and being stranded? If that were the case, the cost would be far too high. Louis narrowed his eyes in confusion, staring intently at the ring of order flag that was gradually rising on the horizon, his unease growing stronger. Send a messenger to request reinforcements from the outer defenses. After a brief hesitation, Louis decided to be cautious. If the enemy were to land, his current force of just over 2,000 men would be no match for an amphibious assault by tens of thousands of troops under naval gunfire cover. Have them redeploy the 5,000 ranged troops from the northern defenses to the rear of the port as reserves in case of an enemy attack. Yes, sir. Watching the messenger's retreating figure, the young knight continued to observe the situation in the direction of the port, muttering to himself, so what's going on? Even the Holy War Army in the port has started attacking, but the land forces haven't made a single move yet. Don't ask me, because I don't know either. On the northern front, looking at Bernard's army, which remained unmoved in the distance, Carl Bain was on the verge of tears. Although this wasn't the first time he had been tricked by a commander-in-chief's perfect plan, he still felt an urge to bang his head against the ground and give up entirely. The initial plan, as discussed by Anson Bach, was to have the defenders on the western slope feign a rout when the two sides clashed, luring Bernard's army to charge down the slope. A second line of defense, positioned behind the slope, would then block the attack, while 5,000 archers and the entire city of Sales would flank from the north, cutting off Bernard's retreat and encircling and annihilating him. Essentially, it was an extension of the previous Battle of Black Lagoon, except that last time Bernard Morwis retreated too decisively, and Anson had few cavalry, forcing him to abandon the pursuit. This time, however, with ample forces, the idea of trying again arose. More importantly, only in this way could they avoid Louis and inadvertently eliminate Bernard Morwis, not only because of Ludwig's request, but also because this man knew the New World and the Free Confederation far too well. The threat posed by the Jihad with and without him was entirely different. Facing his former adversary, Carl Bain wasn't entirely unprepared. He had even prepared for the possibility of his plan failing, organizing skirmishers and concentrated shotgun fire for a forced assassination. But he hadn't anticipated that this guy would remain completely still, openly feigning death on the battlefield. If it were only Bernard himself attacking Black Reef Harbor, the enraged chief of staff would have even been prepared to launch a preemptive strike and engage this uncooperative individual in close combat, but now, there were tens of thousands of enemy troops and a sizable fleet in the harbor area, and it seemed they were already preparing to land. Chief of Staff, Marshal Louis Bernard has sent another messenger to urge us on. In the strangely tense command post, Logistics Officer Chris said with a forced smile, holding the young knight's handwritten order in his hand, since the outer defenses haven't even started fighting yet, should we transfer the ranged troops over to assist in the port's defense, support? Carl grimaced. He wouldn't mind lending his 5,000 ranged troops to Louis Bernard to defend the port, but given the quality of those native soldiers, if a fight broke out, would it be possible to pull them back to flank Bernard? Obviously not. How about sending 1,000 or two over there to assess the situation? Staff Officer Chris suggested, displaying the spirit of someone who used to be a gangster accountant and loan shark. Just say this is just an advance force. As soon as we confirm that Bernard's legion shows no signs of attacking, immediately send reinforcements. Let's stall for now, and if all else fails, we can just pull over the local militia left behind at Black Reef Harbor to handle logistics. Those conscripted corps commanders back home who don't know anything about military affairs might work, but this is Louis Bernard, Carl rolled his eyes, almost laughing at this terrible idea. Besides, it seems the enemy fleet really is going to attack the port. Sending militiamen who know nothing but how to throw their lives away would just be adding to the chaos. Isn't the enemy's attack already fast enough? But he was also puzzled. The main force of the Black Reef Harbor garrison, the Storm Legion, the Sailing City Legion, and the Black Reef Harbor Militia, nearly 12,000 men, are all under the Commander-in-Chief's command. Why would Lewis leave those bastards? Why doesn't the Commander-in-Chief call on them and instead come to us for help? The dozens of officers and staff present exchanged bewildered glances. They didn't really understand why, or even if they did, they dared not speak up. Just as they were looking around, unsure what to do, a messenger entered and handed a letter to Chris, the staff officer closest to the door. Chris, who had just been scolded by the chief of staff, didn't dare delay and immediately handed over the letter. Carl, his face full of question marks, widened his eyes and loudly read, Northern Front Firing Corps not to leave their positions, to support friendly forces at the port, to remain in place and await further instructions, Commander-in-Chief of the New World Legion, Anson Bach. The entire command post fell silent. The officers exchanged glances, and finally, Chris stepped forward hesitantly, cautiously asking, Chief of Staff, whose orders should we take? One was the Marshal of the New World Legion, the other their own Commander-in-Chief. Carl Bain's face was contorted with rage, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He wished he could devour both letters as if they were the same person. Forget Louis Bernard's plea for help. Even from the northern positions, the defensive pressure on the port was obvious. The 2,000 Sailing City defenders stationed there, though elite, could only hold off the enemy temporarily. Prolonged conflict was inevitable. Even with unwavering confidence in his perfect plan, that bastard couldn't just stand by and watch his allies die, could he? That was the crux of the matter. Carl didn't believe Anson Bach could be so oblivious to such a simple truth, nor would he possibly refuse to support Lewis for such a seemingly joking reason. Annihilating Bernard's legion was paramount, but sacrificing thousands of elite allies was unacceptable. So what exactly was the reason he wasn't providing support? What was it that he didn't know or hadn't discovered? After agonizing for a long time, Carl, his brows furrowed tightly, looked like a deflated balloon and helplessly raised his head. Fire Corps, don't move. Seriously? There's really not a single movement. Outside the northern position of Black Reef Harbor, Bernard Morvis stared blankly at the distant position where the military flag stood, his mind completely blank. He had already clearly stated that he wouldn't launch an attack, so why weren't they hurrying to the port to fight that bastard Borlevant to the death, so that he could smoothly slip through the cracks? Bernard didn't understand, but he dared not make any unnecessary moves. Currently, his 10,000 troops were spread out like pepper along the entire battle line. Any unnecessary movement could arouse the enemy's vigilance, giving Borlevant an extra advantage. At the same time, with the troops too scattered, it was difficult to command the entire army freely, and he dared not engage in any more complex actions. After racking his brains for a long time without figuring it out, Bernard had no choice but to give up. He ordered the army to continue their feigned attack, remaining vigilant of the defenders' movements and occasionally adopting an offensive posture, but never approaching the defensive line. After all, as long as he didn't launch an attack, the defenders, usually on the defensive, wouldn't be foolish enough to initiate one, right? Sigh, usually? That bastard Anson Bach, could he be considered a commander by the measure of usual? Bernard's heart skipped a beat. The tension that had almost completely dissipated tightened again. He quickly stood up, intending to order the army to slowly regroup and stop dispersing. However, before he could speak, a messenger rushed over with startling news. It's bad, Your Excellency. A large number of footprints have been found at a line infantry camp stationed to the northwest, suggesting that an army has recently passed through there. Huh? Bernard's expression changed drastically. You mean, the Black Reef Harbor Army recently sent reinforcements to Grey Dove Castle, and the number of troops there is far greater than we initially knew. Never mind. Bernard waved his hand, interrupting the stammering messenger, his tone slightly impatient. Tell me, approximately how many traces of troop movements did they discover? What if Black Reef Harbor was just bait, and Anson Bach's real purpose was to annihilate the Holy War Army attacking Grey Dove Castle? Bernard was anxious. Given Arthur Herald's leadership skills, he wasn't even worried about whether the army would be completely wiped out, but rather whether that brat could escape back to Sailing City alive. Wait? The only Legion commander in Sail City right now is Ludwig Franz, who has a close relationship with Anson Bach. If the Clovis were to take a risk and cooperate with the Free Confederation to annihilate the Empire's Holy War Legion, then, boom, just as Bernard's mind was in turmoil, a thunderous roar suddenly rang in his ears. Without hesitation, all the guards and messengers present, including Bernard himself, instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. Unsurprisingly, it was from the northwest. Messenger, almost instantly, Bernard, his expression regaining its composure, commanded in a deep voice, "Notify the entire army to abandon the position and immediately assemble at the northern flank. You, and you. You all take your respective cavalry and go in different directions to relay the order, notifying all units as quickly as possible. No one is allowed to delay. Violators will be punished according to military law." "Yes, sir." Several guards who had been called along with the messenger hurriedly bowed and spurred their horses towards the scattered troops. As they ran, they blew the assembly bugle. The piercing bugle calls rose and fell across the open field, urgent and unsettling, like the lament of a dying man. Under the banner of the Ring of Order, Bernard, his face tense, stared intently at the northwest direction, a bad premonition gradually brewing and fermenting in his heart. Finally, he saw it. On the hilltop northwest of where the explosions had occurred, fluttering golden irises were retreating in a desperate struggle. Soldiers in blue and white uniforms were gradually being replaced by those in conspicuous red and black uniforms. 100, 200, countless Clovis soldiers surged up from behind the hillside, tearing at the outnumbered Holy War soldiers like wolves in the wilderness. The Holy War warriors, eager to rejoin the main force, had no will to fight, and could only watch helplessly as their comrades were swept away by the enemy, their hasty retreat leaving behind a trail of corpses. The bugle call to assemble became the prelude to the rout. But the wolves like Clovis did not rush to attack, but quickly regrouped. Behind them, a petite figure emerged, holding a revolver in one hand and a military flag in the other, and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Bang, 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 6 gunshots rang out. Lisa Bach, grinning and having eliminated her fangs, brandished her military flag and pointed it forward with imposing force. "Everyone, charge!" Wah! Chapter 837. Charging straight over. A deafening roar of battle cries ripped through the sky, echoing with panicked shouts and orders to retreat across the wilderness. Under the fluttering 13-star banner, the Storm Legion's Guard Company and the 4th Infantry Regiment suddenly and unexpectedly emerged from the northwest highlands leading towards Grey Dove Castle. After easily routing a lone infantry company, they launched a swift and decisive all-out assault without hesitation. There was no line gunning, no slow fire, no orderly marching. Over 1,000 Clovis soldiers in red and black uniforms, bayoneted rifles at the ready, charged down from their high ground. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, Bernard and his legion had made some preparations, not simply feigning defeat. Temporary artillery positions were set up on the northwest hills, and a full-strength line regiment was stationed there. Even if reinforcements arrived from Grey Dove Castle, Bernard wasn't worried that the enemy would immediately break through the battlefield and crush his disorganized army. Until he finally realized that this stalemate was indeed unsafe and ordered the entire army to assemble, the line infantry, who had been barely holding on, immediately abandoned their positions without hesitation upon hearing the bugle call and the order to retreat. They turned and began a frantic retreat, disengaging from the enemy as quickly as possible. This was certainly a wise decision to reduce casualties and obey orders, but it also meant handing over the last high ground that could have contained the attack, completely exposing the rear and flanks of Bernard's army to Lisa's guns. Having lost their footing, the line infantry, rapidly retreating with their backs to the enemy, quickly crumbled, throwing down their weapons and flags and fleeing for their lives. The troops assembling at the rear, seeing their scattered allies and the enemy charging towards them, even if they wanted to hold their ground and resist, were bound by orders and unable to form an effective defensive line. Fighting and retreating, the fleeing soldiers broke their formation, and they could only retreat in disarray. So, over 1,000 Storm Legion soldiers chased thousands of Holy War Legion soldiers as they scattered and fled for their lives in the wilderness outside Black Reef Harbor. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, most of Bernard's legion had become headless flies. The command system completely collapsed, unable even to fight independently. Lisa, waving the 13-star banner, led her guard company and the 4th Infantry Regiment, which was desperately trying to catch up with her, like a hungry wolf charging into a flock of sheep. While attacking, She didn't focus on any single target, but specifically targeted any army that suddenly stopped and turned to fight. Once routed, she didn't pursue, but quickly shifted her focus to other combat units, continuing her relentless charge. It's over, it's over, it's over. Are these Clovis prophet people? How could they appear on the battlefield so precisely? Looking at the near-total collapse, Bernard Morvis's eyes were glazed. He finally understood what it meant to have all decisions correct, but arrive at a wrong conclusion. Before him, the Clovis had successfully breached the northwestern highlands, almost completely cutting off the only route for the Western Army to regroup. These scattered troops were being systematically routed by the Clovis. One by one, like adding fuel to the fire. The casualties were already incalculable. Even sending his assembled cavalry to maintain order was futile. The chaotic rout blocked all avenues for counterattack, driven like sheep by the Clovis. The cavalrymen hadn't even gotten close to the enemy before their own men had broken their formation. The several highlands on the northwest and behind him, which had previously contained temporary artillery positions that could have provided a commanding view and deterred the enemy, had been abandoned and destroyed on his orders. The cannons dared not risk blowing up their own men, aiming them at the Clovis huddled among the fleeing soldiers. This wasn't out of concern for his soldiers, but rather a fear that a few more shells would completely shatter the organization of the scattered army, making regrouping impossible. Arthur Herod's Holy War Legion was a force composed half of nobles from the Duchy of Valhalla and half of powerful northern families like Bernard. Neither side was a force Bernard could afford to defend. While mere casualties could be excused, personally slaughtering an entire army would certainly not be easily forgiven by those powerful figures. Meanwhile, the troops returning from the eastern battlefield noticed the anomaly on the northwest flank and panic gripped them. They had arrived at Black Reef Harbor by ship, and the enemy's control of the western road meant they had no way to retreat, becoming a semi-encircled and isolated army. My lord, think of a way to retreat. If this continues, we'll have nowhere to escape. Yes, the soldiers are all terrified. This battle can't go on, the knight officers pleaded anxiously, their voices hoarse. The surrounding troops were also filled with panic, rumors spreading that thousands of reinforcements from Grey Dove Castle are coming to surround and annihilate them. Moreover, since the enemy was the Clovis, dressed in red and black military uniforms, these rumors were amplified and enhanced. Ludwig had betrayed the Holy War Army, annihilated Lord Arthur Herald, and was now marching towards Black Lagoon. The bewildered Bernard had no intention of refuting these nonsenses. After quickly observing the enemy situation and the changes in Black Lagoon, the last trace of fear on his face was replaced by calm. Escape? How can we escape? Bernard sneered. The retreat route has been completely cut off, half of the army has lost contact, and we don't even know if the enemy that launched the attack has any reinforcements. A hasty retreat isn't escaping for our lives, it's suicide. Then, we only have one path left, he interrupted his subordinates with a low growl, drawing his long sword. Immediately assemble the entire army and launch a general offensive against the northern positions of Black Reef Harbor. The Bar 11th Legion is launching a strong attack on the port, which will inevitably tie down a large number of Black Reef Harbor's defenses. Our previous bluff, coupled with a series of defeats, will surely lower the enemy's guard against us. Now is the perfect time to launch a general offensive. Break through the outer defenses in one go, enter the city before Bar 11th, and the credit for capturing Black Reef Harbor will be ours. Bernard spoke with an air of certainty, but in reality, he was quite apprehensive. After all, he had just been dealt a blow with his confidence. And he couldn't understand what Anson Bach was trying to do. Even with all their confidence, there was no other way. Could that bastard Bar 11th just pack up and sail back? Could they really fight their way through Black Reef Harbor, Grey Dove Castle, and Wilderness back to Sailing City? As for how to deal with the Clovis attacking from behind, well, the routed troops on the west flank hadn't been completely routed yet, so let them hold out a little longer until they broke through the northern defenses. That's it, target the northern defenses of Black Reef Harbor, all-out attack, charge. Despite the panic, under Bernard Morwis's constant urging, the Holy War Army mustered their courage and marched towards the northern defenses. They've begun their move. Inside the command post on the western flank, Fabian, lying prone in the trench, observed the regrouping Bernard's legion. A hint of delight flickered across his usually stern expression. Everything's as you predicted. It's the northern flank, Commander-in-Chief. They're advancing towards the northern flank, of course. Anson snorted, his expression one of pure smugness, immediately send messengers to Karl Bain. The musketeers are not to engage in defensive counterattacks. As soon as the enemy advances to the front of the position, immediately launch a countercharge to keep Bernard out of the position. Never allow his banner to appear on the ground. We are now fighting on two fronts simultaneously. The morale of the Black Reef Harbor militia is very fragile. If they see the enemy behind them while they are resisting the fleet's landing, their morale will definitely waver. Furthermore, immediately lead the Grenadier Regiment to reinforce Louis Bernard. Tell him the plan has succeeded, there's no need to resist the landing Jihad Legion. Just buy as much time as possible. Once our battle ends, we'll launch a counter-offensive. The land forces will be routed, and unless the enemy commander is an idiot, he'll definitely retreat temporarily. Once they retreat, the Jihad Legion will either have to reinforce and continue the siege, or temporarily abandon Black Reef Harbor and instead focus on Grey Dove Fortress. Either way, the New World Legion will have ample time to organize a retreat, annihilating the enemy's manpower, killing Bernard Morwis, and then retreating calmly will achieve their goal. By leaving Grey Dove Fortress and Black Reef Harbor to power-hungry jihad officers who hope to enrich themselves through the jihad, the New World Legion can further consolidate its defenses and organize the next counter-offensive. Bernard Morwis, in Anson's eyes, this former adversary is already a dead man. He curled his lip in disdain, turning to the other officers in the command post. Order the western garrison to assemble and prepare to attack, coordinating with the northern garrison to encircle Bernard's legion. Yes, sir, a unified shout rang out in the tent, everyone's face radiating confidence, seemingly unafraid of abandoning their positions for a full-scale attack, risking naval gunfire. Of course, there would be no unexpected events, everything was planned, everything was part of the plan. War is not one-sided, and armies are never a unified whole. As long as intelligence is sufficient, information abundant, and the plan meticulous, then the outcome is inevitable. Accompanied by rapid drumbeats, nearly 10,000 troops, a mixed force of the Sailing City Legion, the Storm Legion, and the Black Reef Harbor Militia, left their fortifications on the western flank, heading towards Bernard's Legion, which was hastily launching its attack amidst chaos. The western flank of Bernard's Legion has completely collapsed and is fleeing towards the shore. The garrison around Black Reef Harbor is disengaging from its positions and launching a frontal offensive against the fleeing troops, driving them north. The pure offensive has stalled. The vanguard has encountered strong fortifications and cannot break through quickly. Requesting artillery support, the cruiser Scimitar reports that it has run aground near the beach and suffered extensive damage to its hull. Requesting permission to abandon ship, on the flagship's deck, Bar Levant, his face extremely grim, stared at Black Reef Harbor, his spirits plummeting with each piece of bad news. If he could still understand Bernard Morwis's apparent inaction, this inexplicable rout was truly shocking. Separated by a large portion of the battlefield, the Barney fleet was unaware of what had transpired on the outskirts of Black Lagoon. They only knew that Bernard's army was in complete disarray, and because they were unaware that the enemy forces had spread across the entire outer perimeter, the Barney Legion perceived Bernard's army of over 10,000 as a total rout, reduced to a mere 2,000 or 3,000. But this was no longer crucial, because Bernard's army was utterly destroyed. The pressure was entirely on the Barney Legion, and they were now truly launching a solo attack on Black Lagoon. All troops, listen up. No warship is permitted to bombard the enemy on the western flank. Allow them to continue pursuing the routed Bernard Legion. After a brief hesitation, Bar 11 finally made his decision: gather the remaining shells and prepare to concentrate fire to break through the coastal defenses. Yes, his decision was to betray Bernard Morwis. The complete collapse of his army of over 10,000 men, allowing the enemy to confidently abandon their fortifications and pursue him, proved that this old bastard was utterly hopeless. It was better to let him and his scum continue to exert their remaining strength, tying down the enemy's main force for a while longer, giving the fleet a chance to break through the port's defenses. Thus, the fleet anchored at sea lowered its cannons, allowing Anson Bach and his nearly 10,000 men to sweep across the western battlefield and turn towards Bernard Morwis. Bar Levant, you scum who deserves to go to hell. Seeing the New World Legion suddenly appear from his flank, Bernard, instantly realizing what was happening, flew into a rage, cursing as if his body was about to split open. You just wait. I swear in the name of Ed Levant, I will never let you off easily, sir. What do we do now? The officers beside him quickly moved closer. The enemy launched a surprise attack from the flank. Even if we can quickly break through the fortifications, we're very likely to be cut off from our retreat. There's no other way. We can't worry about that now, Bernard interrupted without hesitation, his teeth clenched in rage. Now we have to attack head-on. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, we might really be trapped and die in this desolate wilderness, surrounded and annihilated by Anson Bach. At this point, his panic intensified, and he increasingly felt a sense of déjà vu. Wondering if he had been tricked from the start, was Anson Bach not intending to defend Black Reef Harbor, but rather using it as a trap to annihilate the Holy War Legion? Just then, a mournful bugle call suddenly rang out in front of him. The terrified knights and officers looked up, only to see countless figures appear on the towering hill, wielding strangely shaped, tomahawk-like rifles, standing before them. A chill ran down Bernard's spine, and he froze on the spot, muttering in terror, They're not going to, charge straight at us, are they? Chapter 838 The slogan to turn the stalemate. The next second, the arrayed ranged troops answered with their actions, all troops, advance, attack, with Carl Bain's hoarse shout. A deafening roar exploded above the northern positions, even drowning out the booming of the warships and coastal artillery behind them. The terrified jihad soldiers looked up. Under the blinding afternoon sun, the densely packed ranged troops on the earthen slope resembled a torrent of black lava, surging and rolling, charging down upon them. Without time to think, Bernard decisively ordered the army to halt its advance, sending the 5 regiments of 3,000 men in the vanguard to launch an immediate attack to entangle the charging ranged troops. Simultaneously, he personally commanded 6 infantry regiments to deploy on the western flank, preparing to deal with Anson Bach, who was slowly advancing with his routed troops. The cuirassiers remained stationary, reserved as a trump card to break through the defenses. Acrid smoke billowed from the earthen slope. Based on past experience fighting the Clovis, the Imperial Line soldiers of the Holy War Army calmly arrayed themselves, rifles loaded with ammunition, preparing to unleash a volley before charging, taking advantage of the enemy's slow advance. However, no sooner had the first few volleys finished than they were horrified to discover that the enemy, after losing a dozen or so figures, did not stop to exchange fire. Instead, they charged forward relentlessly, wielding their tomahawk-like rifles. Woo 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 woo. A deafening roar exploded in the chests of thousands of line soldiers. Before the 5 regiments had even officially begun their charge, the line was nearly shattered. Thud! A grinning native cleaved a line soldier's left shoulder in 2 with an axe, dark red blood blooming like flower buds amidst the crowd. The jihadist soldiers, terrified, immediately organized themselves, bayonets raised, and launched a pincer attack. They watched as the barbarian tossed his comrade, stuck with his axe, behind him like a sandbag, pointed his gun at the crowd, and then, bang, with a horrifying explosion, 3 or 4 jihadist soldiers were struck head-on by the gushing grape shot, collapsing to the ground screaming in agony, their bodies bleeding profusely. The ranged soldier, unable to pull his axe out, was also pierced through the chest by bayonets thrust at him by the soldiers who followed, struggling briefly before falling into a pool of blood. Similar scenes played out repeatedly on the battlefield. The jihadist soldiers, having exhausted their ammunition, were completely at a disadvantage against the ranged soldiers' point-blank grape shot, but thanks to their still high morale and organization, they were not immediately routed and continued to put up a stubborn resistance. In the fierce melee, the jihad army even attempted a counter-charge through the loose ranks of the marksmen, but the marksmen, already bloodthirsty, were like a merciless meat grinder, using axes capable of smashing torsos and heads in one go, and shrapnel to pulverize flesh and blood, crushing the jihad army's morale with the most horrific fighting style. The battle lasted less than 15 minutes before a terrified Bernard had to order the 5 line regiments to halt their advance and steadily retreat to regroup their defensive lines. Those damned Clovis might not treat natives like human beings, but he couldn't. These soldiers were his and Arthur's future bargaining chips in negotiations within the jihad army. Heavy casualties were something he couldn't afford. Good, very good, just a right pace. On the western battlefield, Anson, watching from a supply wagon, was very satisfied. The facts proved that the marksmanship corps was definitely worth the investment, cheap and efficient cannon fodder. He wouldn't dare send the Storm Legion into this reckless fighting style. Perhaps because of their red and black uniforms, the opposing Imperial Knights clearly mistook them for Clovis and tried to exchange fire with the marksmanship corps, resulting in heavy losses. In just over 10 minutes, The Imperial linemen whose lines had been breached had suffered casualties of 100 or 200 men. Of course, the Marksmanship Corps suffered similar losses, perhaps even more after taking several volleys. But even if the casualty ratio was 1 to 2, or even 1 to 3, the Holy War Army would definitely be at a disadvantage. From purchasing natives, training, food to full equipment, the cost of a single Marksmanship Corps soldier was definitely no more than 20 gold coins. The Holy War Army, which had to transport soldiers from their homeland thousands of miles away, spent at least 10 times that amount on their soldiers. At this thought, Anson could almost picture it in his mind. The slave owners of the 13 colonies gathered at the High Council, solemnly proclaiming to the natives and colonists below, "The Free Confederation will never surrender until the last marksman falls." Faced with a marksman's fierce offensive, the 5 Imperial Line regiments were forced to fight and retreat, quickly joining forces with a right flank that was tensely confronting Anson Bach. Behind them, Bach and the 4th Infantry Regiment continued their assault, not yet joining Anson Bach's main force. The entire Bernard Legion was completely squeezed into a seemingly spacious, but actually exposed, open field with no cover on 3 sides. Their retreat route was blocked, and the only possible escape route was to the east, towards Red Hand Bay, the direction of the New World Legion's next line of defense. Seeing this situation, Karl Bain cursed inwardly at the commander-in-chief for not explaining the plan clearly, while ordering the marksmen to continue the offensive, not allowing Bernard Maruas to gain a foothold. Just minutes earlier, the Chief of Staff had received another request for assistance from the port. This time, it wasn't Louis Bernard who was sent, but Fabian's messenger. Even with the timely reinforcement of the Grenadier Regiment, the Beauvais Legion, relying on the firepower of the naval guns, managed to successfully land on the beach after losing 2 cruisers that ran aground and countless small boats. More than 3,000 jihadist soldiers waded through waist-deep, icy water and quickly broke through the outermost defensive line. The enemy on the other side seems to have completely ignored the land battle. All their naval guns are concentrated on covering the beachhead fortifications. The makeshift gun emplacements are utterly ineffective. We can only watch helplessly as the enemy tramples through us. The messenger, panting heavily, frantically wiped the blood and sweat from his face, almost soaked through. Not only that, but there are an unusually large number of gifted individuals on the other side. I personally saw a guy who looked like a company commander, who was also a gifted individual with awakened bloodline power. With a flick of his blade, he could create a storm, flying straight over the 3 or 4 meter high fortifications and crashing down like a cannonball. That powerful. Karl couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, asking nervously, "How is he now?" "Who?" "That gifted individual." "Oh, he's dead." He fell right into Sir Louis Bernard's command post, shot squarely in the chin by the Sir, landing head first. That's not the point. The point is the port defenses are weak, and the enemy is still reinforcing their troops. We're almost at their breaking point. We must hold them off, even if we can't. We absolutely cannot let the port fall completely before nightfall. At this moment, Karl was surprisingly calm, his face no longer showing the panic he had displayed earlier. "Tell Fabian and Sir Louis that I will gather as much artillery as possible from the outer positions to support you, but not a single soldier will be deployed to the port defenses until the battle here is over." The Bernard Legion's rout was already evident. After the initial panic and the setback in their attack on the northern defenses, they were like frightened birds, needing only a trigger, an unexpected event, for their morale to collapse. The New World Legion would then have the opportunity to seize the moment and annihilate tens of thousands of Holy War Legion soldiers in one fell swoop. At this time, how could there be any hesitation? But conversely, the port defenses had been holding out for several hours, and were nearing their limit. Karl, his lips tightly pressed together, turned to look at the battlefield below. In the few minutes he had spoken with the messenger, Bach, leading her routed soldiers, had launched another attack on the enemy. Having overcome the initial panic, the Jihad Legion realized that the grade of fort reinforcements numbered just over 1,000 men, and they continuously organized defensive lines to block them. However, each time they deployed their lines, they found that the enemy had bypassed their front and attacked from the flanks like ghosts. Of course, they were not without losses, but compared to the already routed enemy, they were insignificant. Even casualties were not the biggest burden for them, but exhaustion. To keep up with Lisa Bachner's lightning speed and figure, the Guard Company and the soldiers of the 4th Infantry Regiment had not stopped since they entered the battle, running frantically all the time. After several tens of minutes of fighting, Every soldier's chest heaved like a broken bellows, and they had no strength left to even fire a gun, let alone take a step. Miss Lisa, should we go and rendezvous with the Commander-in-Chief, Leo Clinton, commander of the 4th Infantry Regiment, gasped for breath as he shouted to the seemingly tireless figure ahead, the soldiers are almost out of strength. If we keep running like this, we'll be surrounded by the enemy soon. That's what we're going to be, surrounded. The girl grinned, her steam gun relentlessly firing, the gushing lead bullets piercing through her flesh and blood. Her blood-stained hair and cloak danced in the wind, making her petite figure appear like a leaping sprite. What? How can you still not understand at a time like this, you silly Leo? Lisa's brows furrowed as she rapidly pulled the bolt of her rifle, muttering a complaint. Anson has to hold off the enemy and tie down a large number of troops. Carl's entire range division has been committed to the battle, but they're all even dumber than Leo. They can't possibly execute complex orders at a time like this. Besides good girl Lisa, who else could break the stalemate? No one, definitely no one. The girl's lips curled into a wide grin, her hair sticking out like weeds under her hat brim, bobbing up and down triumphantly. It seems that's indeed the case. The 4th Infantry Regiment commander's pupils constricted, his face filled with astonishment. Although Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach's meticulously crafted encirclement seemed impenetrable, in reality, its strength was only roughly equal to that of Bernard's Legion. A direct confrontation would certainly result in heavy casualties. But the New World Legion, with its depleted and difficult-to-replenish troops, absolutely could not afford such a price. At this point, only by breaking the deadlock, completely throwing the enemy into disarray, and utterly collapsing their command system, could a decisive victory be achieved. Leo, having figured everything out, didn't suddenly understand. Instead, he found it even more absurd. It wouldn't matter if it were anyone else, but why had Miss Lisa Bach suddenly become so clever, able to see through problems that even a veteran like himself couldn't comprehend? And what she just said, clear, concise, and easy to understand, this seemed quite different from the White Whale Harbor chief sheriff who used to only speak in short sentences, leaving others to figure it out themselves. With a hint of doubt, and breathless, Leo wanted to ask her how to break the deadlock, but then his face suddenly paled with horror, as if he had realized something. Wait? You don't mean to. You guess right. The roar of the steam gun and the girl's excited shouts overlapped, paving a blood-soaked path for the army. Meanwhile, Bernard Maruis, who was stationed on the right flank, had also noticed the small disturbance behind him, and his nerves tightened involuntarily. The enemy is only about 1,000 strong, 2 infantry regiments. Have the line infantry on the flank organize a defense. No retreating is allowed, or you will be court-martialed, Bernard shouted frantically. The frontal assault had been thwarted, and Anson Bach on the flank had not yet launched an attack, clearly waiting for an opportunity. If his side showed even the slightest sign of panic, tens of thousands of free Confederate troops would pounce and crush them, and they would be finished. Soldiers of the Ring of Order, do not panic. We still have the naval fleet and the massive army of the Borae Legion to rely on. All the enemy's forces are tied down in this open wilderness, leaving Black Reef Harbor vulnerable and on the verge of falling. Now is the time to test the steadfastness of your faith. Warriors of the Ring of Order, do not hesitate, fight the enemy to the death. The glory of the Ring of Order will protect the true. Boom. Before Bernard could finish his impassioned speech, a blinding flash of light exploded less than 200 meters behind him. The deafening roar, accompanied by screams of agony, made him instinctively turn around, his eyes widening in shock. It was a little girl, standing amidst piles of corpses, wielding a steam rifle, wearing a close-fitting military uniform, her entire body covered in weapons, a figure Bernard Morvis would never forget, the one who single-handedly blocked Dragon Roar Arthur Hurd during the decisive battle in the vast lands. Bernard, gazing at her target, now almost within reach, the girl's eyes lit up with excitement, and she shouted her callous slogan, "You're under arrest." Chapter 839. Were we tricked? At the port of Black Lagoon, on the beachhead, with the Boer Legion completely abandoning aid to Bernard Morvis, 10,000 jihadists, under the cover of naval gunfire, rushed onto the beach. In less than 2 hours, they broke through Louis Bernard's weak beachhead defenses. The Marshal of the New World Legion, at this point, had only 2,000 men at his disposal, scattered throughout the beachhead. To avoid enemy naval gunfire, they dared not deploy too densely, and their artillery consisted of only 3 field guns. Even with reinforcements from Fabian's Grenadier Regiment, They dared not engage the enemy in a deadly battle, and could only hold their line and retreat step by step. After the 2,000 jihadists successfully landed on the beach, to avoid being disrupted by the enemy, Louis and Fabian had no choice but to lead their troops back into the city, avoiding the enemy's main force, while using the town's buildings and fortifications to avoid the increasingly intense shelling. In Bar-Levin's eyes, all of this was irrefutable proof that the main force of Black Lagoon was tied down by the remnants of Bernard Maurice's army, and that the garrison was severely understrength. The only thing that surprised Barry was the defenders' extraordinary tenacity despite their retreat. Not only did they maintain their lines, but many assault teams led by gifted knights failed to gain the upper hand, repeatedly suffering fierce counterattacks and being repelled, or even annihilated. Less than 3 hours into the battle, 1 gifted knight was already dead and 4 wounded. For any other family, this result would have been a devastating blow. Even for the Levin family, with its numerous and powerful gifted members, it was still a painful blow for Boris Levant. But regardless, the enemy was being gradually broken down, and the situation was extremely favorable. Even if the unexpectedly strong heretics could hold their line, the port had already been captured, and conquering Black Reef Harbor was only a matter of time. The short-handed heretics, unless they wanted to be completely annihilated, had no choice but to retreat. In high spirits, Boris Levant raised his monocular telescope, watching the banner of the Ring of Order slowly advance through billowing black smoke. They had successfully breached the second barricade and were beginning to approach the town. It seems this battle is no longer in doubt, a slightly muffled, smoky voice approached from behind, tinged with delight. At this rate, this unprecedented holy war will likely be over before October even arrives. Indeed, Boris Levant replied, his good mood disrupted, glancing sideways at the figure suddenly appearing beside him. Brown, slightly wavy hair, cold, unfathomable black eyes, a towering 1.8-meter frame paired with simple imperial knight attire. At first glance, he appeared to be just an ordinary middle-aged imperial nobleman. Coupled with his age of over 40, in Xiaolong City, he probably wouldn't even attract a second glance from passing noblewomen. But Boris dared not show any disrespect to the person before him, and not merely because the other was an advisor, supervisor, specifically assigned to him by the Church of the Ring of Order. The smooth progress is all thanks to your accurate intelligence. Otherwise, even with my confidence, I wouldn't have dared to undertake such a daring military adventure, having never been to the New World before. Commander Boris, you're too kind. Serving you commanders and providing logistical support beyond combat is also an important responsibility of the command. The middle-aged knight, cigar in hand, smiled. In fact, I'm deeply grateful for your cooperation, which allows me to report smoothly to the Church and the Knights of Judgment. In contrast, Commanders Ludwig and Arthur Harried are quite a headache. His tone shifted, his expression suddenly turning serious. They not only refused the advisors sent by the command, but also wouldn't allow much interference in the Legion's internal affairs. Their uncooperative attitude is truly baffling. We're all comrades serving the Ring of Order, dedicated to purifying heretics and the scourge of cults. Why are they so distant and wary? It's incomprehensible. Yes, I really don't understand what they're thinking, Boris Levant echoed with a solemn expression, but inwardly he was quite dismissive. Aside from a very few fools, who in the entire ordered world didn't know that the so-called command headquarters formed by the Knights of Judgment and the Holy See, ostensibly for advisory purposes, was actually for supervision and manipulation, turning the Holy War Army into tools sent by the Holy See to purge heretics and the old gods? Families like the Levant family, closely associated with the Knights of Judgment, the Hantu who dared not openly defy the Holy See, the fanatical believers whose minds had been cleansed by chanting scriptures, who else would willingly allow the Holy See to interfere excessively, to control them more than the Ring of Order itself? Speaking of intelligence, I have a few questions. While mentally complaining, his expression remained more devout than anyone else's. Boris Levant quickly changed the subject. Since the start of the Holy War, various countries have at least nominally blockaded ports to the New World, and the Church hasn't established a cathedral there either. So how did they obtain that intelligence about the Free Confederation and the 13 colonies, and even their formation of the New World Legion? That's simple, the middle-aged knight said in a deep voice. Of course, those heretics and cultists, told us of it. Boris Levant's pupils contracted sharply. I don't understand. Your use of tell, should it be some kind of exaggeration? It's not rhetoric, it's the truth. The middle-aged knight turned his head. Commander Bori, you are also a direct descendant of the Levant family. Many internal affairs of the papacy and the Knights of Judgment shouldn't be secrets to you, so you should also know something about the difference engine, the prices of commodities, the number of merchant ships that came and went back then, local newspaper news, gossip on the streets. As long as you have enough information and input it into the difference engine, you can obtain intelligence that is almost prophetic. The heretics and cultists of the New World may really think this holy war is just a hasty, impromptu act, but they are wrong. The servants of the Ring of Order have never taken their eyes off any corner of this world. As the middle-aged knight spoke, he pulled an old newspaper and something resembling draft paper from his robes. In fact, we even collected a copy of their declaration of rebellion from when they established their so-called Free Confederation, as well as the newspaper that published the event. For the papacy, the New World, or rather the entire world, past, present, and future, holds no secrets. Under the protection of the Ring of Order and the papacy's supreme wisdom, the trajectory of this world's evolution has already been locked, and the destiny of all things has been written. Any ripples are merely insignificant noises. That nonchalant tone, as if everything were unimportant, sent a chill down Bor-Levant's spine. Therefore, Commander Bori has absolutely no need to worry too much. You will certainly have a place among the heroes of this holy war. At least one of the 4 major parishes of the future New World will need the Levant family to protect and defend it. Looking at the battle in the distance, the middle-aged knight added with a slightly flattering tone, as for some pseudo-believers who appear devout on the surface but harbor ulterior motives, this holy war will completely expose their true colors, and they will no longer be able to continue to act recklessly under the banner of the Ring of Order. Since the outcome of the battle is no longer in doubt, I will now immediately return to my cabin to write a battle report to be submitted to the command headquarters, trying to embellish your merits as much as possible. Farewell. After speaking, the middle-aged knight elegantly bowed to Bori, who did not dare to be negligent and quickly rose to return the bow. He then watched the other party leave the deck with an air of nonchalance before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Commander, who exactly is this man? The messenger, who had been standing silently to the side, finally approached as the man entered the cabin. Even if he's a strategist sent by the church, he's taking himself way too seriously. Bor-Levant glanced at the dismissive messenger and couldn't help but sneer. That man, don't even mention disrespecting us. Even if you wanted to kill everyone on this ship under the guise of a false believer, it wouldn't be entirely impossible. A whole ship of people. The messenger's eyes widened. Who is he? The Knight Commander of the Judgment Knights, a Grail Knight with innate talent, Francisco Los Napomuceno. He usually only uses his first and middle names, and it's said that those close to him call him Isco, but that's just hearsay. Bor-Levant's eyes showed extreme wariness. Don't even mention nicknames. Rumor has it that the number of people who dare to call him by his full name can be counted on one hand. Francisco Los. The muttering messenger suddenly cried out. Could he be that, the Judgment Knight who transforms into light and kills without a trace? Bor-Levant nodded solemnly. Rumor has it that in a battle during a raid on a gathering of the old gods, he killed 3 black mages in the blink of an eye. When he swings his blade at you, you won't even see his shadow. That's why we call him Shadowless in private. As the words fell, the 2 men standing on the deck facing the sea breeze simultaneously felt an unnatural chill rise from behind them. Let's not talk about that. A jolt ran through him, and Bor-Levant quickly changed the subject. How's the battle at the port? Have the lookouts on the ship sent any new intelligence? Have the troops that have landed on shore sent any new reports? Are the reinforcements ready? The flagship's lookout reports that the enemy has completely abandoned their coastal positions and retreated to the town center. All the streets and fortifications along the coast have been captured by our forces, the messenger shouted anxiously. Because the enemy has consistently avoided direct confrontation with our forces, there have only been skirmishes between small units. Our casualties are not yet fully tallied, but they should not exceed double digits, and the enemies are the same. The unit we're currently commanding has sent a messenger who believes the enemy is attempting to rendezvous with their main force and requests the corps commander to consider whether to hold the port positions first, and launch a full-scale attack after the entire army has landed. That's one option, but it's a bit too conservative. Bor-Levant shook his head. Our rapid breakthrough and forced retreat were due to their misjudgment. They diverted their main force to encircle and annihilate Bernard Morwis's army. If reinforcements had delayed our advance, it might have been a net loss. At this point, Bor couldn't help but smirk. That self-righteous scum, Bernard Morris actually tried to outsmart me, but his cleverness backfired, and he got his position breached by enemy reinforcements. How truly blessed by the laws of nature. However, this maneuver had successfully delayed the enemy, giving him ample time to launch an offensive at the port. Well, for the sake of the past relationship between the Levant and Morris families, and for the sake of the deceased Ed Levant, I'll give him a hand after we take Black Reef Harbor. Growing increasingly smug, Boer took a deep breath and feigned seriousness, saying, even for the sake of the sacrificial overseer Bernard, we cannot halt our advance. Have the messengers immediately ashore with the next reinforcements and tell them they must. His words trailed off. Boer Levant, who had suddenly stopped, vaguely sensed he had seen something. He squinted slightly, looking towards the town through his binoculars, then raised them slightly higher, and then, this can't be, muttering to himself, Boer stared at the distant battlefield, nearly dropping his brand new binoculars in astonishment. Exactly, the messenger nodded hastily, pointing to the vast sea of blue star-ringed banners stretching across the northern front. The Bernard Legion has been utterly routed. Thousands of soldiers are fleeing eastward, being intercepted and slaughtered by the cavalry. Rumors are rampant in the town about the northern battlefield. Some say Great Of Fortress has sent an army of tens of thousands, others say Bernard's supervising officer has been killed by a 10-year-old girl, still others say the enemy has ambushed the Legion with 300 cannons outside the lines, luring them in for annihilation, but regardless of the rumors, the enemy's main force is rapidly returning to the town. Black Reef Harbor is surrounded by mountains on three sides. Once the vanguard penetrates deep, they will become isolated and be surrounded and annihilated. The messenger continued his frantic report, while a stunned Boer was completely bewildered. He couldn't understand how the enemy could react so quickly. Even if the defending forces slightly outnumbered the Holy War Army, could they really surround and annihilate Bernard's army of 10,000 in just a few hours? Unless they never intended to defend the port in the first place, but instead focused on the attacking army, unless their goal wasn't to repel the attacking army, but to annihilate as much of it as possible. That means, himself, Bernard, the entire Holy War Army. We've been tricked. A new character has appeared, and more characters will be appearing frequently from now on, especially the Judgment Knights. Chapter 840 Victory or Defeat. Sharp screams and cries of terror echoed in his ears, swirling up countless streams of blood and flames. One after another, figures fell in the dazzling flames, swallowed by the smoke and soaked in blood. The moment Bernard Morris saw the innocent girl laughing and rushing towards him, a flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered Arthur Heretic's repeated complaints about losing to a little girl who wasn't even half his height. He remembered the Battle of Black Lagoon, how he had calculated everything but failed to anticipate Anson Bach's presence within the city. He remembered Louis Bernard's defection after the Battle of Sales, a defeat at the last hurdle. He remembered the deafening roar of gunfire and the blinding flashes of light rendered him temporarily incapable of thought, leaving him standing there, stunned. Seeing the situation turn against him, the surrounding guards immediately formed a hollow square, separating the dazed overseer and the surrounding routes from the enemy. A group of elite soldiers charged forward, bayonets drawn, to engage the advancing Clovis. The 4th Infantry Regiment and Lisa's Guard Company, who had been running frantically with the girl for several tens of minutes, were long exhausted and had no desire to even pull the trigger. If the surrounding routes regained any organization, they could easily surround, repel, and annihilate the more than 1,000 of them. But facing the crazed Lisa Bach and the more than 1,000 Clovis who were walking on mountains of corpses and breathing hot air, the entire Bernard Legion was only thinking about getting out of the battle as soon as possible. The few troublesome thorns were dealt with in time by the 4th Infantry Regiment Commander Leo and the girl. The more than 1,000 Storm Legion soldiers were shocked to find that the battle was really just as the girl had said, run and you win. If you can't run or stop, you're doomed. In the melee, more and more routes were mixed in between the two armies. Although they couldn't organize a defense, they slowed down the girl's pace. This little bit of time also brought the panicked Bernard guards back to their senses. They, who had been trying to resist, began to grab the supervisor and prepare to take him away in the chaos. Cover Lisa Bach. Leo, following closely behind the girl, was the first to notice something amiss. Gasping for breath, he threw down his rifle and drew his revolver, but he was also squeezed in the middle by many fleeing soldiers, unable to get close to the hollow square formed by Bernard's guards in a short time. Charge! Charge! The 4th Infantry Regiment commander shouted, but the surroundings were chaotic. He didn't even know where his own troops had scattered, let alone the enemy. There wasn't even a single infantry company keeping up behind him. Just as he was sweating profusely and struggling to breathe, he inadvertently caught sight of some round, swaying little pendants hanging from the girl's waist, and his eyes lit up. 4th Infantry Regiment, grenades ready, huh? Grenades. Hearing this, the Bernard's guards' faces changed drastically. They dared not continue maintaining the hollow square formation to delay any longer, and hurriedly protected their commander as they retreated. Then, they were met with a girl carrying a steam rifle, along with 100 panting, ferocious-looking Clovis who attacked from behind. The last thing the disoriented Bernard saw before losing consciousness was the girl, a sinister grin on her face, stepping on his chest, raising the butt of her rifle high towards his head, and then, bang! With the command post captured by the Storm Legion and Bernard himself taken prisoner by Anson Bach, the already beleaguered Legion suffered a complete rout. The first to crumble were the 5 line regiments directly confronting the Marksman Legion, although their excellent organization and high-pressure orders stubbornly held off the first wave of attacks. The heavy casualties and the brutality of the native warriors dealt a significant blow to their morale. So when the news of Bernard's death arrived, the troops on the western flank, still able to maintain their morale while facing the main force of the New World Legion, became the first to collapse. Amidst the incessant roar of gunfire and the jubilant shouts of the firing corps, the routed soldiers cried out and scattered in all directions, unable to maintain their lines. They were slaughtered like sheep. Their collapse directly left the flanks exposed, leaving the corps center directly under the firing corps guns. The scenario Bernard Moreau's dreaded had finally occurred. The attack on the northern flank had failed, and now they were locked in a stalemate with Anson Bach's main force on the western front. The corps of over 10,000 men was crammed into what appeared to be a spacious open field, completely lacking depth and safe cover. Once the vanguard was breached, with no room for maneuver for the rear, the collapsing morale would quickly trigger a chain reaction, leading to a mass rout. The cuirassiers, originally intended as a backup, were now completely useless. If the 5 infantry regiments in the front could steadily retreat, luring the ranged troops into the plains, the cavalry could launch a flanking attack, crushing the ranged troops' morale and pressing their advantage to attack the now empty northern positions. The cautious supervising officer's plan was perfect. He didn't expect to capture the northern outer perimeter in one fell swoop, but as long as the banner of the Ring of Order was raised on the hill, the morale of the city's defenders would inevitably collapse. He could then use the opportunity of Anson Bach's forced return to reinforce the city to organize a legion breakout. But this perfect plan was doomed from the start. The command post was destroyed, and the cavalrymen who hadn't remembered the orders were now drowning in a sea of fleeing soldiers. A charge was impossible, so they could only run. The rout of the Legion's elite cuirassiers rendered the last remaining supervisory force capable of suppressing the fleeing soldiers completely useless, making it impossible to reverse the devastating situation. During this process, the commanders of the line infantry regiments facing off against Anson Bach's main force hadn't completely lost their minds. They knew that if they lost control of their lines, the enemy's main force would definitely launch a full-scale attack, and the situation would truly be irreversible. So, while stabilizing their ranks, they tried to take advantage of the fact that the fleeing soldiers hadn't been completely overrun by the ranged troops to surround and capture the supervising officer, Lisa, and the 4th Infantry Regiment. However, although their reaction was correct, without orders and coordination, each line infantry regiment felt that they were the ones who had to turn the tide, and that other friendly units should cooperate as much as possible. As a result, no one cooperated. The reinforcements from each regiment were all crammed together, allowing the exhausted Leo to calmly organize a counterattack, fighting 5 against 1. After confirming that the time was finally ripe, Karl Bain, who was still on the northern flank, finally gave the order for the long-prepared sailing city cavalry to launch a surprise attack, and for the Storm Legion's hussars to follow closely behind and intercept the fleeing soldiers who were trying to escape to the east. Ostensibly, the priority was to increase troop strength as much as possible to ensure no one escaped, but in reality, Karl knew very well the capabilities of the Clovis cavalry. Without Louis Bernard's Imperial cavalry as a backup, he was deeply uneasy. Amidst the clatter of hooves and shouts of battle, swift figures carrying the 13-star banner appeared on the eastern side of the battlefield, plunging into the disorganized rout. Faced with a large cavalry force, The Holy War Army from the north of the empire once again demonstrated unity and superior organization. Without orders, they spontaneously rallied, joining nearby comrades in small squares, attempting to delay the pursuit and buy time for the remaining fleeing allies. Unfortunately, they overestimated the Clovis's courage and underestimated their limits. Upon seeing the enemy quickly form a square, Cavalry Major Jason Fruhoff immediately sounded the bugle, ordering his hussars and fleeing soldiers to spread out. Hearing the bugle, Karl Bain immediately understood and ordered the artillery company commander to immediately target the enemy square and unleash a concentrated barrage of solid shot. Accompanied by the continuous artillery fire from the northern flank, dozens of solid shot rained down on the heads of the fleeing soldiers. The shattered corpses and deafening roars completely shattered their last shred of morale. At this moment, Major Jason, calculating that the rapid fire was almost over, immediately sounded the attack bugle, preemptively launching the Hussars' assault. The sailing city cavalry, usually most adept at cavalry artillery coordination, hadn't expected the Clovis to be so shameless, not even giving a warning, and instead falling behind. They could only cut off the enemy's retreat for the Storm Legion, letting the enemy take all the credit for the kills. Fear clouded the reason of the jihadist soldiers, rendering them incapable of any semblance of defense, was swiftly overwhelmed, trampled, and slaughtered by the surging waves of Clovis hussars. Lacking organization and discipline, the infantry were utterly weak and helpless against the cavalry. Meanwhile, Anson, confirming the enemy's complete rout, issued the final order for the all-out assault. With the Storm Legion's 5th Infantry Regiment as the vanguard, the Sailing City Line Regiment as the main force, and the Black Reef Militia as the rear guard, nearly 10,000 men were committed to the battle, advancing slowly like a moving steel jungle. At this point, the few line regiments on the western flank of Bernard's Legion, still fighting desperately to the very end, finally succumbed to their final straw, laying down their arms and surrendering. Their commander captured, half their army routed. Facing the enemy's main force in the front and cavalry ambushing them from the rear, at this point, even a fool would know it was utterly hopeless. Watching the enemies around him lay down their weapons one by one, raising their hands in surrender, Leo, too exhausted to even speak, was too lazy to move. He felt like a lump of mud, wanting nothing more than to get a good night's sleep and figure out why he'd been unlucky enough to be assigned such a deadly mission. It wasn't until the post-battle casualty count that Leo realized just how lucky he was. Of the more than 1,000 men in the 4th Infantry Regiment and the Guard Company tasked with the assault, nearly 300 were wounded, maimed, killed, or missing. Lisa, leading the assault, was no exception. The girl had over a dozen wounds from explosions, impacts, bayonets, and stray bullets, large and small. Yet, he, the military commander behind Lisa, responsible for directing the troops, was unscathed except from muscle fatigue. This result was unbelievable, even to the medic himself. At the height of the battle, he was practically in the very heart of Bernard's Legion, surrounded by hundreds upon hundreds of enemies, swarming with stray bullets like flies in summer, repelling dozens of enemy attacks, yet not a single bruise was visible in the screenshots. He was completely unharmed, as if he hadn't participated in any battle at all. His luck was off the charts. Soon after, a long-standing rumor within the Clovis Royal Army about the immortal Leo began to circulate within the Storm Legion. No matter how desperate the situation, this man could miraculously survive, even unexpectedly completing his mission. Of course, his comrades and subordinates were usually not so lucky. Without exception, they all suffered heavy casualties, ranging from severe losses to total annihilation, depending on the circumstances. As the enemy surrendered, Chief of Staff Karl Bain immediately ordered the firing corps to cease their attack. Taking advantage of the enemy's complete rout and the fact that the bloodthirsty native warriors couldn't find an opponent for the time being, he ordered these somewhat disobedient men to retreat quickly. Partly, he feared a clash with other units of the New World Legion, partly, he shared a similar idea with Bernard, but in a completely opposite way, to send troops back to reinforce and demoralize the jihadists attacking the port. Thus, the Borati Legion soldiers, who had been fighting fiercely for hours and finally felt victory was in sight, were surprised to find large swathes of enemy troops suddenly appearing on the hillside before them. Hundreds of 13-star flags fluttered in the afternoon sun. The Black Reef port defenders, who had fought so hard, erupted in a deafening cheer. Louis, kneeling on one knee in his fortifications, sword in hand, and Fabian, covered in dust and gunpowder beside him, exchanged a glance, and the two men, disheveled and taciturn, exchanged knowing smiles. Withdraw the troops. Gazing at the 13-starred flag fluttering on the northern front, Bohr-Levin sighed silently. Have the frontline troops retreat steadily to the fortifications near the dock. Tell the advanced troops that as long as the landing point at the dock is secured, any other strongholds can be surrendered if the enemy attacks. Don't worry too much. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his binoculars, looking exhausted and dejected, as if he had just experienced a futile and exhausting effort. From the perspective of the objectives, although the surprise attack failed, Black Reef Harbor had been his for the moment he captured the landing point. The only question was how long it would take and what price he would have to pay to take the colony from the other side. At the same time, on the other hand, the enemy never intended to defend the port to the death. Their goal was to eliminate the Holy War Army's manpower. The fate of Bernard Maruis, the important supervisor, was unknown, and his elite legion of 10,000 men had been wiped out. So, Bohr paused, looking up at the sky, and sighed softly. We lost. Chapter 841 The Value of Bernard Maruis. The dim sunset illuminated the already star-studded sky, leaving a final crimson streak on the horizon. The last ray of sunlight shone with a dazzling brilliance, yet also with a profound sense of resentment and loss. In the smoke-filled Black Reef Harbor, both sides, having fought fiercely all day, withdrew with their respective joys and regrets. The Holy War Army abandoned the last street just meters from the city center, retreating entirely to the harbor perimeter. The New World Legion, with its back to the town's outer defenses, continued to fly the 13-star ring banner atop the council chamber in the city center. In the last glimmer of twilight, Bernard Maruis, slumped on the earthen slope of the northern position, gazed silently at the Holy War fleet anchored on the sea and the Ring of Order banner raised in the harbor. From his perspective, he could clearly see the entire Black Lagoon's defenses, which could only be described as rudimentary. There were no permanent or semi-permanent fortifications, no large gun emplacements capable of withstanding continuous bombardment from naval guns, and no large structures that could delay the attack or serve as temporary fortresses. Even though the Free Confederation had destroyed the port and beaches and driven wooden stakes into the shallow waters, these shipwrecks and stakes would gradually be destroyed by the ebb and flow of the tides over time. Even now, the Boreal Legion had successfully landed over 3,000 men in just one afternoon, and would eventually conquer the entire city. But none of this mattered to him anymore. Although the Boreal Legion was within reach of the port, and his own defeated 10,000 men still had small groups putting up a last-ditch resistance, the Black Lagoon garrison, with a total strength of just over 20,000, could not possibly be besieging him while simultaneously resisting Bohr-Levin's attack. But anyone who wasn't a fool could see that the Free Confederation's objective had been achieved, and they only took a day, or more precisely, an afternoon. Tens of thousands of Holy War soldiers were either dead, deserted, or surrendered. Bernard, his head throbbing, looked back. The desolate outskirts of Black Reef Harbor were littered with corpses in blue and white military uniforms. The heavy desolation under the night sky, mixed with a stench of blood, repeatedly assaulted his heart with a biting evening wind. Uncle Bernard, you're awake? How are you feeling? Are you injured anywhere? A familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice sounded behind him, making the distraught supervising officer shudder. He shakily turned his head, looking up at the figure blocking the sunlight from his body. The young knight gripped a scabbardless in his hand, his Imperial Knight's uniform covered in mud and blood. His short, golden ponytail was stained with gunpowder and sweat, making him appear somewhat haggard in the setting sun, yet also exuding a murderous aura and the oppressive presence of a leader. Only those clear, sapphire blue eyes still felt familiar to Bernard. He was half bent over, cautiously observing himself, his every move like that of a junior who had done something wrong, waiting for an adult's reprimand. Thanks to your friend, I'm still alive and well, the disheveled overseer chuckled self-deprecatingly, shrugging nonchalantly. Of course, if you regret it and want to kill this old geezer who's always been against you, feel free. I won't resist or beg for mercy. I'll try my best not to leave you with any trauma. If you really find it too troublesome, you can organize a mass execution, throw me and the other soldiers into a pit and shoot them all dead, saving you the trouble of burying them, or strip me naked, tie me to a flagpole, and use me as a hostage to negotiate with the Holy War Army in the port to get them to retreat. Of course, it's best not to get your hopes up. Those men under Bohr-Levin are not soft-hearted or easy to talk to. Uncle Bernard, the young knight, frowning, interrupted impatiently. Stop it, okay? I'm not a child, that's right, my dear Louis. Louis Bernard, You are indeed not a child. Bernard's bitter smile remained. You are a traitor to the Empire and the Ring of Order. Louis remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. It's regrettable. I never expected things to turn out this way. I tried my best to salvage it, but in the end, it was all in vain. The supervising officer's eyes held a deep sense of helplessness. You can imagine how difficult things would be if your father knew you were now the nominal supreme commander of the Free Confederation, the #1 enemy of the Empire and the Church. I had no choice. The young knight paused, a resolute light shining through his guilty eyes. The Free Confederation, the 13 colonies, they are innocent, they are royal territories. Why can't they enjoy the same dignity as the mainland? Uncle Bernard, ask yourself honestly, when you suppressed the rebellion in Sailing City and massacred the colonists of Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor, didn't you feel any pity for them? Perhaps, but at the time, in my eyes, I was the most pitiful one. Bernard chuckled, looking up at the young knight, but none of that matters now. What matters now is, what do you intend to do? The Battle of Black Lagoon was well fought. I admit I was outmatched, but such a brilliant annihilation battle comes at a price. Bar-Levant's army has successfully landed. You can't hold it. As for Grey Dove Castle, you've amassed over 20,000 troops at Black Lagoon to besiege me. Grey Dove Castle's defenses must be weak. If you are well informed, you should know that it's under siege by your friend Arthur Harried with 20,000 troops. I'm curious, how do you plan to defend it? That's not what you should be asking right now. Louis's expression gradually turned serious. If I were you, I'd be more concerned about what I'm about to face. Uncle Bernard, he straightened his back, trying to appear as indifferent as possible. So dear Louis is indeed very well informed. He probably even knows Arthur and the forces besieging Grey Dove Castle. Bar-Levant, that ambitious man, actually guessed right. Bernard thought to himself, but deliberately feigned a dejected expression and sighed helplessly. So, what will I encounter next? He first lowered his head, then seemed to be forced to raise it, his dark eyes staring into the young knight's eyes. Louis's heart tightened, but he maintained a stiff, feigned indifference, remaining silent for a long time before speaking. We won't harm you, but we won't let you go back immediately either. Everything depends on the Holy War Army's stance, so for now, we'll have to trouble you to be under house arrest. Uncle Bernard, really? With such generous terms? Will Anson Bach and those liberal traitors who hate me to the core agree? I will naturally speak to them. As the Marshal of the New World Legion, I have that much responsibility. Then I'll trouble you. I personally don't mind, but many of the soldiers you've captured are Adrins. You are the heir of the Bernard family. You should know how much the Adrins value their reputation. Try not to let them suffer. Adrins and the Free Confederation have no enmity. Now that the battle is over, I certainly won't allow anyone to take their anger out on or bully innocent Adrins. Of course, the price is that they can no longer turn their blades against the Confederation, that's for sure. With you here, those Adlanders probably won't even have the thought of resisting. Bernard nodded slightly, letting out a long sigh of relief. He was completely finished now, and the only thing he could do was hope that Louis would ensure the Legion wasn't truly annihilated by the Free Confederation, preserving this crucial asset for Arthur Hurd and himself. While the two somber figures were talking, someone watching from afar seemed even more worried than those directly involved. I say, is this really a good idea? Carl, looking conflicted, seemed to have been holding back for a long time. He took a deep breath and reluctantly pointed to the two figures in the distance. This shouldn't have been part of the original plan, right? Anson blinked, seemingly oblivious. What are you referring to? Don't play dumb. Carl, already familiar with the Commander-in-Chief's tricks, wasn't buying it. You deliberately had Lisa show mercy and handed Bernard over to Louis. How are we supposed to kill him then? Why did you change your mind? I remember clearly that Major General Ludwig explicitly stated that everything must be foolproof. Alright, there are 3 reasons. Meeting his adjutant's confused expression, Anson casually raised 3 fingers on his right hand. First, the Storm Legion is understaffed. The army responsible for the siege includes people from Sail City, and there are also many Adran soldiers in Bernard's Legion on the other side. These people are all loyalists of the Bernard family. Unless we can eliminate them all, news about Bernard will definitely reach Louis's ears. The risk is too high. Secondly, Ludwig and we are most worried that Bernard knows everything about us and the Free Confederation, allowing the Jihad Legion to wipe us out more easily. To solve this problem, we just need to put him under house arrest, and he's a very valuable hostage. Anson had an expression of complete control, and he lowered one finger after each statement. Oh, and the last one, the chief of staff frowned, staring at the commander-in-chief's still raised middle finger, a vague feeling that the other party was deliberately making this gesture with ill intent. Finally, it's because of this letter, Anson withdrew his right hand with a wicked smile, took out an already opened envelope from his pocket and handed it over. It was just sent from Whale Harbor the day before yesterday, signed by Carinjak. Carinjak, the apprentice priest who came with that novelist. Carl tried to recall, then suddenly realized something. Wait. I remember he was also a member of the Truth Society, just like our Colonel Roman. Anson nodded, his expression becoming meaningful. The chief of staff, who had already vaguely anticipated this, did not speak to him again, but quickly glanced through the contents of the letter. After confirming it several times, he gasped in astonishment. This, surprised, aren't you? Anson's tone held a hint of amusement. The Morwis family, a southern noble family, has abandoned their ally, Levant, and allied with the Roland and Bernard families, and Louis's father, Grand Duke Edlund, is currently the biggest opponent of the Holy War against Emperor Herald within the Empire, and has forcibly dragged the Roland family onto his pirate ship. Lord Bernard Morwis is his most important spy planted within the Holy War army. Why would a novice priest like Carinjak know such important intelligence? It's simple, because our Grand Duke Edlund is actually a ruthless man who pretends to be honest and pious, but is always thinking about creating big news for the church. I guess he was already involved with the Truth Society at least before the North Harbor Rebellion in the 95th year of the Saints' calendar, otherwise he wouldn't have assisted some unscrupulous novelist in that naval mutiny, allowing him to resolve that deadly situation so easily. While it sounds shocking, it's actually not hard to understand. Aside from the fact that Edlund is the stronghold of the ecumenical church, which has the deepest conflict with the church, the Bernard family had to sacrifice a vital branch, the Cressy family, to avoid suspicion of collusion with the old gods. No matter how pious they appeared, they couldn't possibly be without resentment. And that's not all. The letter also mentioned that besides the Roland family, who had secretly contacted the Grand Duke of Edlund and decided to take action, the renowned Wild Hunt Knights of Walton, the Francois family of the Wildlands, and the Mossesfield family of the Iser Elf Kingdom. Frankly, the latter two are understandable, since this holy war is an undeserved disaster for them, who have no connection to the New World. But what about the Walton family? This is a powerful family in the Central Empire, a family that once produced an emperor and is fiercely loyal to the current Herod royal family. Although it was just a guess, if he remembered correctly, Colonel Roman was a wild hunt knight with a talent. If this matter was related to him, then this is too unbelievable. Carl was so shocked that he stammered, such important information, how come Louis Bernard never mentioned it? Maybe it's because even he himself didn't know. Anson sighed deeply, glancing at the two figures in the distance. So you understand, we not only can't touch this supervisor, but we also have to protect his safety, and we absolutely cannot let him get involved in anything like betraying the Holy War Army. If I'm not mistaken, Grand Duke Edlund probably doesn't care about the lives of us and the Free Confederation, but he very much hopes that the Empire and the Church will gain nothing in the Holy War. So he can be considered our ally. Then what should we do with him? Carl was a little panicked. We can't just send him back like this, can we? Of course not. We have to find a way to negotiate with the Holy War Army and get them to ransom him. If we're going to put on an act, we have to go all the way. We can't let Bernard be suspected, but we also have to let this supervising officer know our sincerity. Anson's gaze turned toward Grey Dove Castle as he faced the evening wind. As for the ransom price, that depends on how Norton and Alexei perform. Chapter 842 Evacuation. Northwest of Black Reef Harbor, at Grey Dove Fortress. While Anson and Louis led the main force of the New World Legion in a standoff with the Borae Legion, this inland colony, also under heavy siege by the Holy War Army, was a scene of purgatory. Virus-like fires spread and raged across the hills and open fields, the smoke obscuring the midday sun. As far as the eye could see, the lonely fortress was surrounded only by cratered shells, crisscrossing trenches, scattered flags and weapons, and nothing but scorched earth, ugly scorched earth. Boom, boom, boom. The menacing muzzles once again spewed forth sulphurous flames, accompanied by piercing shrieks that tore through the mountains, smashing through the towering peaks and walls, sending up clouds of dust and debris raining down on the already ravaged battlefield. Under the blood-stained, tattered banners, the mighty jihadist legions launched a simultaneous three-pronged attack on the fortress ablaze with gunfire. traversing the undulating hills. Nestled amidst hills and forests, Grey Dove Castle's narrow terrain was ill-suited to the large-scale organization of military operations. In the early stages of the battle, the defenders only needed to hold 2 or 3 high points around the fortress and construct trenches and low walls along the roads to immobilize the 20,000-strong jihadist army. But the determined Arthur Herald quickly found a solution: to build artillery emplacements and systematically destroy Grey Dove Castle's outer defenses. The disparity in troop strength and artillery numbers meant the defenders, unable to withstand the bombardment, soon crumbled and retreated. Although initial recklessness nearly led to the legion's collapse, requiring 3 days to regroup, the jihadist army advanced rapidly once the correct strategy was found. In just 10 days, Arthur Herald had swept through all the outer fortresses and colonial settlements, his army pressing close to the outskirts of Grey Dove Castle, turning it into an isolated city. After several rounds of repeated sieges, the Grey Dove Castle defenders, short of manpower and deprived of support from other strongholds, were forced to abandon their outer defenses and retreat entirely to the town. Grey Dove Castle was an inland fortress built against a mountain. While its outer walls weren't exceptionally sturdy, they were strong enough to withstand most 6 or 8-pound field guns. The towering towers provided absolute high ground visibility, allowing the defenders to have a clear view of the attacking enemy. The narrow mountain roads severely limited the effectiveness of their superior forces, allowing the defenders to organize a layered defensive line within the fortifications built along the mountainside, striking the attacking enemy from above. Even so, the Holy War Army continued its relentless assault, suffering heavy casualties. Across from Grey Pigeon Castle, in the Legion's command post atop a hill, a disgruntled Arthur Herald stared intently at the distant battlefield below. Nearly 2 kilometers away, he could only make out a general outline, further obscured by the artificial haze created by artillery and rifle fire, which drastically reduced visibility. However, after days of practice and actively seeking advice, he, with virtually no command experience, had learned a great deal by observing the density of gunfire and smoke, flags, bugles, and intelligence from messengers. He could deduce the true position of the battle line, the intensity of enemy and friendly fire, and whether the attack was successful or thwarted. For example, the excellent tactic of using artillery emplacements to create superior firepower and advance step by step was something Arthur had only recently learned from a helpful mentor and friend. Initially, Arthur had only sent a few simple reports, but received a very thorough evaluation, even including suggested solutions. Lacking any military experience, Arthur simply followed the mentor's advice, and the results were surprisingly good. So he simply had his subordinates compile daily reports on the battle situation and various intelligence reports, then send them to the other side in his own name by express courier. He usually received a reply in less than a day, with no complaints and even patient explanations of enemy actions he couldn't understand, offering increasingly detailed advice. This made Arthur increasingly reliant on these helpful letters. At first, he would cautiously discuss them with his subordinates, but he quickly realized that his subordinates, who possessed the latest intelligence, were less reliable than an outsider. Soon, he began commanding the army entirely according to the methods mentioned in the letters, completely abandoning any further thought. Watching the stalemate outside the fortress, with the advantage even beginning to shift in favor of the defenders, Arthur's anxiety grew, and he became restless. Just as he was about to lose his temper and prepare to personally join the battle at the front lines as before, a sudden figure caught his eye. Report, the messenger, holding the letter, stopped outside the command post and bowed. Reporting to the Legion commander, news from Black Reef Harbor indicates that Lord Borlevant and Lord Bernard Maruas have arrived outside the city and are organizing their troops for a landing. They plan to launch a surprise attack and capture the city in 3 days. All right, none of that matters. Arthur waved his hand, looking like a child waiting for New Year's candy, and said impatiently, "Where's the letter? Did you bring it?" "Ah, here it is." The messenger didn't dare to delay and quickly stepped forward to hand it over with both hands, but still muttered anxiously, "Besides this letter, there are also verbal orders from the supervising officer, Lord Bernard. Please, I know. Tell me his orders in detail later. Just do as my brother-in-law Bernard says." Impatiently dealing with the worried messenger, Arthur, whose smile was almost reaching his ears, deftly opened the envelope and began to read intently. To the esteemed Legion Commander Arthur Herald, it is a pleasure to hear that you have annihilated all the outer outposts of the Grey Dove Castle colony and besieged Grey Dove Castle Fortress. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, the written account alone is enough to allow me to imagine the swift progress and exhilarating battles that have taken place. Now that you have arrived at the city walls and begun the siege, you must have already discovered how formidable and easily defended this fortress is. The hardships and unpleasantness involved need not be elaborated upon by me, for you must have experienced them all too well. The enemy's retreat to the fortress is also for this reason. Grey Dove Castle, as the gateway from Sailing City to the east of the New World, serves to delay and hinder the enemy's advance, and cannot sustain a large army on its own. If the garrison were large enough, they would not have abandoned the outer defensive position so quickly, as the isolated Grey Dove Castle fortress itself posed an obstacle to your legion. Considering the battle reports from the past few days, my conclusion is that the garrison is extremely small, certainly not exceeding 4,000 men, and those truly capable of fighting are perhaps only around 2,000. The garrison's severely depleted forces suggest a serious miscalculation in our previous intelligence. The enemy has likely concentrated a large force at Black Reef Harbor, and the garrison's retreat to Grey Dove Castle is probably not intended for a decisive stand, but rather a preparation to abandon it and retreat at the opportune moment. This is merely my speculation, but the enemy may have intended from the beginning to use Grey Dove Castle to tie down a portion of the Holy War Army's forces, concentrating their superior strength for a decisive battle at Black Reef Harbor. If this is indeed the case, then Lord Arthur Hurd, you need not hesitate to launch a fierce and relentless attack, displaying an attitude of taking the fortress at all costs. The garrison, having lost their will to fight, will not hold out for long and will attempt to flee. As for the retreating enemy, you only need to feign pursuit. There's no need to actually annihilate them. For the Holy War Army at present, the most important thing is to control Grey Dove Castle, this crucial gateway. Taking it will make you a hero of the entire Holy War Army. After that, you have at least two choices. One is to leave a small force and advance rapidly to Black Lagoon to support Lord Vorlevant, who is currently engaged in fierce combat with the main force of the heretics. The other is to rest briefly and await reinforcements from Sailing City, or to first gather a portion of your forces and set off for Black Lagoon to join the battle. I personally prefer the latter, but these are merely my suggestions. The specifics are entirely up to you. Please do not let my ideas bind you. War is a flexible and adaptable art, and the bolder the idea, the more effective it often is. Finally, I wish you a resounding victory and that you quickly establish the merit befitting your status. As a friend, I will pray for you in Sailing City, that the Ring of Order may protect its loyal warriors. Your colleague, comrade, and partner, Major General Ludwig Franz, Commander of the Holy War Legion. Sincerely. After intently reading the last line, Arthur Hurd's pupils contracted, and a strange excitement spread across his face. All his previous anxiety, unease, and worry vanished. Send the order to the front lines. The young Legion commander slammed the letter on the table with a thud. Tell all troops that from now on, disregard casualties, prioritize all sides, and launch a full-scale attack on Grey Dove Castle from 3 sides. Take this fortress as quickly as possible. The Bar 11th Legion has arrived at Black Reef Harbor. Fates are no longer needed. Fight the enemy to your heart's content, slaughter them, and claim the glory you deserve. Show them the true strength of the Holy War Army with the fiercest offensive. Shouting excitedly, ignoring the soldiers who had already rushed out to relay the order, Arthur Hurd burst out of the tent, mounted his horse, and headed towards the battlefield. The stunned guards dared not delay and hurriedly followed his retreating figure out of the command post. Thus, the siege of Grey Dove Castle came to an end. However, Arthur was unaware that he wasn't the only one who knew. News from Sailing City: Arthur Hurd is about to launch a general offensive. In the Grey Dove Castle Hall, Norton handed Alexei a newly delivered letter between his right fingers. As early as today, at the latest tomorrow, they will attack from 3 sides simultaneously. If nothing unexpected happens, the direction closest to their command post should be the offensive one. So, we can finally organize a retreat, Alexei asked tentatively, tilting his head, taking the letter but not reading it, still staring intently at Norton. Won't there be any problems? The enemy's goal is to capture Grey Dove Castle, not to annihilate us rebels. As long as we don't foolishly break out from their attack direction, Commander Arthur Hurd won't care about us. Norton nodded slightly. It seems the enemy has already discovered that Marshal Louis Bernard is not in Grey Dove Castle. Upon hearing this, Alexei finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. And he relaxed considerably. Initially, The two men didn't understand why the enemy, despite receiving orders for a feint attack, was fighting so fiercely, as if they wanted to conquer Salzburg in a single day. They almost mistakenly believed the intelligence was wrong and that the Holy War Army's true target was them, and they had been on edge for several days. It wasn't that they were cowards, it was simply that Grey Dove Castle, supposedly defended by 10,000 men, only had fewer than 4,000. The truly capable fighters were only the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments of the Storm Legion, totaling just over 2,000 men. Facing an enemy 10 times their size, it was difficult to have any confidence. Just when they were panicking, they received intelligence from Ludwig, who was seriously wounded in Salzburg, explaining in detail why the enemy was so aggressive. They believed the commander of Grey Dove Castle's garrison was Louis Bernard, a close friend of Arthur Herod, who was in charge of the feint attack. Norton and Alexei, still somewhat bewildered by this bizarre friendship that seemed to want to kill each other, found things easier once they understood each other's motives. Since the enemy's goal wasn't to kill them, the two were happy to actively cooperate with Ludwig's demands, abandoning outer strongholds in batches and phases to allow the enemy to occupy them, gradually tightening their defensive lines. This took Arthur a full 10 days before they could truly begin the siege of Grey Dove Castle. And now, the plan had reached its final stage. Finally, they could organize a retreat. I've completed all the necessary preparations for the evacuation time, the route, the departure batches of the army and the last remaining civilians in the city, the necessary supplies, and the destruction of key facilities in the fortress. Norton sighed. If everything goes smoothly, let's try to leave the other side with an empty city, devoid of everything. Well done, you're really good at these troublesome tasks. Alexei, who had successfully slacked off, grinned and gave his friend a thumbs up. It was definitely the right decision to work with you. Not at all. We're comrades in arms, so it's only right that we divide the work. Norton shook his head, very modestly. Everyone has their own strengths, and complementing each other's strengths will unleash greater power. That makes sense. Alexei nodded. Of course, he understood the implication. Is there anything I can do? It's not much, but there's someone I can't persuade, and I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to step in. Norton spoke slowly, finally revealing his true intentions. The methods don't matter, just make her obey orders. No problem. Wait, her? Who is she? Polina Frey. Norton's lips curled into a slightly awkward smile. She still doesn't seem to want to leave with us. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843 Extinction, Continuation, Rise. If you're trying to persuade me to leave, then please don't waste your energy. I will not leave. In the small bedroom, Polina Frey sat calmly on the edge of the bed, addressing Alexei and Norton, who stood on either side of the door. I am the leader of the High Council, the Speaker of Grey Dove Castle. It is my responsibility to protect this land. If even we cower before the enemy, afraid to fight for freedom and territory, how can we expect those inspired warriors to sacrifice themselves for freedom and equality? Should we tell them that the so-called Declaration of Rebellion is merely a deceptive slogan, that freedom and equality are just a hypocritical fig leaf for power struggles, and that the so-called Free Confederation is no different from a brutal and inhumane empire, a dictatorial and autocratic order church? The girl questioned. Her calm words lacked fervor, but they were incredibly jarring in the warmly lit bedroom. The two, who had just entered and hadn't even spoken a word before being rebuffed, exchanged glances. One frowned, looking troubled, while the other, having anticipated this, looked helpless. Cough cough. Speaker Polina, let's not be so absolute. Alexei coughed lightly, encouraged by his friend's gaze, and forced a smile onto his stiff face. We didn't say you were going to run away, and you didn't flinch, quite the opposite. You and all the brave garrison of Grey Dove Castle fought for over 10 days against an enemy force 5 times their size and 10 times their firepower, relying on favorable terrain and strategic passes. You bought ample time for victory and ensured the safe retreat of many innocent local civilians. As the leader of the Confederation and a woman, it's no exaggeration to say that it was your presence on the front lines that ignited unprecedented morale among the garrison, making this miraculous defensive battle possible. That's right, Norton chimed in. So your departure with us now is not out of fear of the enemy, but a strategic retreat to concentrate forces and achieve the final objective before achieving ultimate victory. The Free Confederation is not made up of cold castles, filthy towns, or villages teetering in a blizzard, but of people, the millions upon millions living on this land who believe in the true existence of freedom and equality. Norton paused, a resolute glint in his eyes, his lips slightly pursed. The land beneath their feet is the border of the Free Confederation. As long as they believe in the spirit of freedom and equality, in the ideals championed by the Declaration of Rebellion, the Free Confederation will never perish. His impassioned words echoed around the walls, stunning not only the girl opposite him but also Alexei beside him. Incredulous, he abruptly turned to look at Norton's resolute expression, utterly bewildered how his friend, who, like himself, had promised the commander-in-chief a roundabout way of remaining loyal to Clovis and His Majesty the King, could so smoothly transform into a freedom fighter against tyranny. But now was clearly not the time to be surprised. After only a moment's hesitation, Alexei quickly recovered and turned to the girl, his face full of seriousness. That's right. What we need to protect is not the cold castle and land, but the people who live on this land. So, Lady Polina Frey, please leave with us. Those people who still refuse to bow their heads, who yearn for freedom and equality, are still waiting for you to raise the Declaration of Rebellion to guide and protect them. Mentioning the Declaration of Rebellion, the girl's surprised eyes turned serious again. But she didn't respond immediately. Instead, she silently turned around, took out the original manuscript of the Declaration of Rebellion that she always carried with her from the bedside table, and gently wiped away non-existent dust with her sleeve. Her expression revealed deep longing. In the quiet bedroom, the two excited individuals stared at each other, once again experiencing what it meant to be at a loss. Lieutenant Colonel Alexei and Lieutenant Colonel Norton, thank you. After a long silence, Polina, clutching the Declaration of Rebellion, raised her head and calmly looked at the two stunned men. I know that what you just said may not have been your heartfelt words, but even if they were lies, they were indeed carefully crafted lies to gain more benefits for the Free Confederation and for me, who has nothing to do with you. In that case, I feel there's no need to continue hiding it. Stopping Alexei, who still wanted to argue, the girl smiled slightly. For you now, or more accurately, for the Storm Legion and the Rune family, I, the Speaker of Grey Dove Castle, the leader of the Free Confederation, personally supported by Lord Anson Bach, no longer have any value in being supported. The Free Confederation has been established, the High Council and the New World Legion have gradually completed their centralization of power, and the once fragmented 13 colonies no longer need a spiritual leader who raises the banner of rebellion. Its true master is ready to step forward and lead this land in the struggle for order in the world. The old forces that were once united have now become obstacles to the new regime's progress. Even if they themselves are aware of this and actively adapt, many things cannot be changed without sweeping away the old. The new regime, burdened with heavy baggage, cannot move forward. Listening to the girl's gentle words, the expressions of the two men became increasingly stiff. Unfortunately, I am part of that old stuff. The girl smiled self-deprecatingly. I, and those liberal leaders who first rebelled in the initial War of Independence, the powerful figures in the various colonies, are now the burden of the Free Confederation. Whether in terms of our foundation or our attitude towards the Supreme Council, we are incompatible with the new elites who rose to power after the establishment of the Free Confederation. Supported by the Storm Legion and the Rune family, the 13 colonies are over in rebellions, plagues, native uprisings, suppression, and invasions, but the era of the Free Confederation is only just beginning. Polina Frey murmured softly. Alexei lowered his head, his previous impassioned speech now heavy with emotion. He wanted to say something, yet felt he was unqualified. Even so, you have absolutely no reason to stay here. Norton's voice rang out again. With the support of Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, the marriage alliance with Reinhard Roland, and the power of the Rune family, plus your youth, as long as you win this war, your future is still bright. Since you're no longer going to hide it, I might as well be blunt. Miss Polina Frey, you are an important banner for the Free Confederation's resistance against the Empire and the Church. Your value extends far beyond this barren land of Grey Pigeon Castle. A hand pressed against Alexei's shoulder as Norton stepped forward, coldly saying, since you've already been used, why not try to fight to the end instead of choosing to end your life in this place? Before he finished speaking, Alexei, startled again, looked up sharply, staring in shock at his friend. Could such a blunt truth really be spoken so bluntly? Of course I understand that, Lord Anson Bach. He may be cruel, but cruel people can also be gentle. As long as you don't betray him, even if you go against him, you won't be easily abandoned." The girl's face flushed slightly with a light laugh, but it was quickly replaced by reason. "Therefore, I have reason to do this." Alexei, finally finding an opportunity, quickly stood up and asked eagerly, "What reason?" "The Frey family. No matter what, the Frey family must not decline because of this war." The girl's gaze hardened. "For the future of the Frey family, all sacrifices are worthwhile?" Alexei's expression froze, and he stood there, the faint sound of Norton's sigh beside him reaching his ears. Although his reaction was slightly slow, combining the girl's previous words with his friend's frankness, he roughly understood Polina's motives. In short, Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach and the Rune family supported Polina Frey as a person, and the entire Free Confederation revered her and the banner she represented, not the old nobles of Grey Dovehold and the Frey family behind her. As long as she lived, all of this would be forever bound to her. The Rune family and the Storm Legion would certainly continue to support her, but they would still strike at the old forces of Grey Dovehold. However, if Polina Frey were to sacrifice herself, all those who saw her as the embodiment of the spirit of freedom and equality would transfer that affection to her successor. Once the old forces were destroyed, the Frey family could be reborn within the Free Confederation as a new power. "Only when I truly faced reality did I finally understand how great that foolish father really was," Polina murmured. He wasn't unaware of the Empire's greed and brutality, but even knowing he might die, as a loyalist, he couldn't let his cowardice turn the Frey family into traitors in everyone's eyes. "Now, it's finally my turn." Hearing this, Alexei's lips tightened, his expression twisting. Seeing the girl's resolute expression, the two understood that further persuasion was futile. With somewhat dejected expressions, they stood up, took their leave, and departed. As soon as they left, a girl resembling Polina crawled out from under the bed behind her, sobbing uncontrollably as she threw herself into her sister's arms. "Don't cry, my good child, don't cry." Polina gently patted her sister's back, her face beaming with happiness. "Remember, after we leave, you must listen to your husband, listen to Lord Anson Bach. Whatever they ask you to do, as long as you can keep the Frey name, you can agree to it. As long as the Frey family bloodline and name can continue, nothing is off limits, nothing can't be traded, used, or sacrificed. The Frey family of Greydove Castle will never, ever perish." Leaving the girl's bedroom, the two, their spirits low, silently walked through the corridor toward the fortress tower. Whether Polina agreed or not, the evacuation had to continue. "I'm sorry." Just as they were about to leave the castle, Alexei, looking somber, suddenly spoke up. "I promised to try and persuade that young lady, but in the end, I couldn't help her at all." "Don't worry about it," Norton patted his shoulder. "It's her own decision, it's not something we can interfere with. To be honest, when I asked for your help, I was planning to forcibly take her away, but after hearing what she said, maybe this is the right decision." Alexei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "The right decision? Are you serious?" "No, it's just that seeing such a young girl so resolute is somewhat moving." Norton shook his head, glancing at his side. "As for you, judging from your expression earlier, could it be that you actually admire her?" "Admire? Admire what? Is she deliberately courting death?" Alexei rolled his eyes. "For the sake of so-called family continuation, they don't even cherish their own lives, and they want to make their young sister lose her last family member, to shoulder a mission that's almost like a curse. Such a twisted, ugly, and hateful thing. I only did it because I didn't want to have anything to do with it anymore. Forget it, let's not talk about this." Alexei huffed in a huff, as if remembering something, and couldn't help but laugh. "I originally thought that even if it was just a war, this war would at least make the new world a little different from the old world. Now it seems that even if we win this war, the result will still be the same." "No, there will be changes," Norton suddenly interrupted. "There will definitely be changes." "Huh?" Alexei frowned slightly. "Regardless of victory or defeat, unless the Empire and the Church truly manage to slaughter this land, the New World will never return to its former state. Those who have experienced freedom and equality, even if only superficially, will never willingly return to the past. Even if there are stubborn remnants like the Frey family, they will not continue their feudal insistence in the future." "You really think so?" Alexei was still somewhat skeptical. "It is precisely because I firmly believe this that I am willing to continue following Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach." Norton nodded slightly, looking meaningfully at his friend. "But you. By the way, do you know the Truth Society?" "What's that?" "Never heard of it." "Oh, It's a gathering club with similar ideas to yours, dedicated to forging a new consensus different from the past, promoting social progress. I'll tell you more about it after the retreat. You might as well join if you're interested. Really? It doesn't sound very reliable. Isn't it some heretical organization specifically opposing the Church of Order? Chapter 844 The Flower of Freedom Will Eventually Bloom. At 5:55 a.m. on May 30th, 102nd year of the Saints' calendar, although it was late morning, perhaps due to its location in the mountains, the sky above Grey Dove Castle was still shrouded in starlight. Only from a high vantage point could one vaguely see the dazzling light, like the pupil of a giant, slowly rising on the horizon. Before the sky fully brightened, Alexei Yan Norton, who were already prepared, immediately issued orders to organize the entire garrison and the few remaining civilians to begin a gradual, phased evacuation. No matter the circumstances, an orderly retreat is always 1,000 times more difficult than a reckless attack, even with prior notice, detailed and meticulous planning, and even with various worst-case scenarios and contingency plans. Alexei Yan Norton, who were in charge of the operation, still felt an indescribable headache. Those hoping to stay, those wishing to move their houses onto carriages, those dragging their feet and refusing to comply with the deadline, even as the moment approached, and having witnessed firsthand the brutality and ferocity of the Jihad army, the vast majority of Great Pigeon Castle's inhabitants remained unwilling to cooperate. After repeated orders to assemble, and even the deployment of troops forcibly to supervise the process proved futile, it was only after Polina Frey personally intervened that the people of Great Pigeon Castle finally agreed to leave behind their heavy belongings, their tattered bags, and, supporting the elderly and children, depart the castle under the army's escort. Before retreating, they didn't forget to destroy houses, fill in and smash wells, smash all the machinery and factories, and burn all the food and supplies they couldn't take, leaving the Jihad army with nothing but an empty stone fortress. Such a large-scale operation, coupled with the sluggish and undisciplined populace, made it impossible for them to escape the watchful eyes of the Holy War Army outside the city. Almost immediately, the garrison's every move was on the desk of Legion Commander Arthur Herald. Having received military advice from Ludwig, Arthur believed this was the result of his days of fighting, and that everything was going according to plan. He then ordered a general curfew, allowing retreating troops and civilians to leave only in one direction, heading towards Black Reef Harbor. Once he confirmed that the garrison within the city had completely evacuated, a jubilant Arthur immediately ordered the encirclement to tighten, launching a full-scale attack on the now empty Grey Dove Castle. At this time, besides Polina Frey, Grey Dove Castle had only a little over 100 colonists and a little over 1,000 natives. The former were mostly liberals who had traveled thousands of miles to White Whale Harbor to join the Frey sisters after the fall of Grey Dove Castle. The latter were slaves who had been resettled around Grey Dove Castle by the keepers of the faith during the previous slave revolt and had regained their freedom. Polina gave everything she could to her followers who willingly joined her. After the Storm Legion recaptured Grey Dove Hold, her first act was to reinstate the colonists' original property and make most of them members of the Grey Dove Hold Council. Later, in response to Anson Bach's call for freedom and equality, Polina also raised the banner of the Declaration of Rebellion. Not only being the first colony to grant freedom to its slaves, but also the first to recruit them into factories, even granting them land and recognizing their right to enjoy the same treatment as other colonists. Therefore, despite their different circumstances and far from friendly relations, the slave-born natives hated the colonists, and the proud colonists could not accept a group of natives as equals. They all decided to stay and fight to the last for Grey Dove Hold, destined to fall, even knowing it was futile. They would defend this hard-won treasure. At 12:35, just as the Jihad army launched its full-scale attack, a tattered, blood-red swallowtail banner slowly rose atop the Grey Dove Castle tower. Are they planning to fight to the bitter end? Arthur Herald murmured, his pupils shrinking as he gazed at the banner, so strikingly bright in the midday sun, his face filled with disbelief. He stood frozen for several seconds, then silently put down his binoculars, picked up his sword, and strode towards the command post. "My lord," the guards beside him reacted immediately, rushing forward in alarm to block his way. Clearly this wasn't the first time. "What do you intend to do, my lord?" "What do I intend to do? Of course, I'm going to fight." Arthur, his face brimming with fighting spirit, excitedly pointed to the flag atop the distant tower, his expression utterly matter-of-fact. "The enemy has raised the blood swallowtail banner. As the commander-in-chief, how can I not fight back? Speaking of which, What does that banner signify? Surely you, an imperial citizen, know. Of course I know, a guard immediately shouted. Raising the blood swallowtail banner meant that the unit was determined to fight to the death, never retreating, and usually, the opposing side, to show respect, would launch a full-scale attack, but you are the commander of the Holy War Legion, the commander of over 20,000 troops. Even if we were to fight, there's no reason for the commander-in-chief to go to the front lines. It would only humiliate the soldiers, making them think you don't trust them. Don't trust them? Don't be ridiculous. Arthur grinned disdainfully, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Only a commander who cowers behind his soldiers, too afraid to fight, will be abandoned by his army. A true knight should charge ahead, pointing the way forward for his soldiers. With that, he shoved aside the guards, snatched a Ring of Order banner from the standard bearer beside him, mounted his horse, and galloped down the mountain towards the battlefield. At that moment, both the garrison of Grey Dove Castle and the Holy War Legion turned back in astonishment, staring at the figure waving the banner and charging down the mountain on horseback. Ascending on his galloping horse, the ecstatic Arthur Hur gradually straightened, the banner in his hand fluttering in the wind. Soldiers, in the name of the Ring of Order, forward! With a shout that echoed through the mountains, Arthur Hurd, sword drawn, had already taken the lead, charging towards the gates of Grey Dove Castle. A deathly silence lasted for several seconds, then a deafening roar answered him. In the name of the Ring of Order, amidst a furious roar of gunfire, the 20,000 Holy War soldiers finally launched their final offensive, surging towards Grey Dove Castle like lava erupting from a volcano. Only 1,000 or so defenders remained, arrayed in their fortifications and walls, unleashing volleys of fire at the swarming enemy. There were no officers giving orders, everyone was a soldier. But thanks to their previous combat experience and the Storm Legion's hands-on training, they maintained a high degree of discipline, without the slightest sign of disorder. Under the precise volleys of gunfire, the first to suffer was the Legion commander himself, who, before even reaching the gate, was thrown away like a sandbag by his mount, already dead from the hail of bullets. However, he didn't seem to care much, laughing heartily to hide his embarrassment like a child who had messed up a prank, continuing to wave his battle flag and run wildly towards the city gate. Under the leadership of such a Legion commander, the entire Legion, like wild dogs unleashed, launched attacks from all directions with howling fury. Faced with an enemy force dozens of times their size and incomprehensibly frenzied, the remaining defenders of Grey Dove Castle quickly lost their outer walls and were forced to retreat into the fortress. Relying on the destroyed ruins and defensive structures, they launched a series of attacks. As one of the first large colonies of the Empire to truly establish itself in the New World interior, Grey Dove Castle, serving as the eastern gate of Sailing City and an inland bridgehead, was designed from the outset to withstand sieges and even the possibility of its defenses being breached when outnumbered. Therefore, it constructed layers upon layers of defenses within the city, taking advantage of the hillside's curvature. For the attackers, breaching the city gate was only the beginning. A second, third, and fourth line of defenses, constructed of low walls and slopes, blocked their path, ensuring that the attackers were constantly surrounded by at least two lines of fire, one in front and one overhead. Even if they breached the four lines of defense, there was still the innermost main castle tower in the outer courtyard, a military fortress capable of holding at least several hundred men, offering a commanding view of the enemy climbing the mountain. If Bernard Morwis, or any other commander with even a modicum of sense, were present and possessed even the slightest understanding of Grey Dove Castle's structure, they would not have agreed to a direct assault in the fortress. A siege to the death or tricking the enemy into opening the gates and disarming would have been the best options. But under Arthur's command, the Holy War Army not only chose a direct assault, but a relentless, unstoppable assault, withstanding fire from both sides, breaking through line after line. Although the defenders fought valiantly, facing a group of Holy War soldiers personally led by a Legion commander, capable of continuing the assault despite heavy casualties, the numerical disparity quickly negated the advantage of their fortifications. Coupled with dwindling ammunition, the defensive lines soon crumbled one after another. By 6:30 p.m., all four lines of defense within the castle had been breached, leaving fewer than 300 defenders who retreated into the main castle tower and set fire to the outer courtyard directly below. This was both to delay the enemy's advance and to cut off their last escape route, demonstrating their determination to fight to the death. At the top of the tower, Paulina Frey, leaning on the flagpole and holding the Declaration of Rebellion, looked down. The entire Grey Dove Castle was now a sea of fire. The jubilant Holy War army had converged into a massive torrent, rushing towards the last isolated island. The young woman had long lost her initial composure. Her long dress was stained with gunpowder and dust, the exquisite silk fabric torn into strips, and her forehead, arms, and calves were covered with congealed blood, some from enemies, some from comrades, and some her own. She looked as wretched as, just like herself when Grey Dove Castle fell and she was rescued by the Storm Legion cavalry. A self-deprecating smile played on Polina's lips as she slowly lowered her head, opened the declaration of rebellion she held close to her chest, and, amidst the smoke and flames, loudly proclaimed, the moment the first colonists bravely crossed the turbulent sea, protected by the Ring of Order, and established their settlements, the courageous pioneers secured for themselves and all their successors two indisputable rights: the right to pursue a happy life, to be free from all constraints, and to exist freely and independently in this world as they wished. In the billowing smoke, the natives, their ammunition and supplies exhausted, formed their last line of defense, bayonets fixed, charging towards the holy warriors who had reached the base of the tower. Bayonets pierced flesh, lead bullets shattered bones, gun barrels were shoved into mouths. The two sides, blinded by rage, grappled fiercely, even with their lines riddled with holes and surrounded by the enemy. These native warriors, who had regained their freedom at Grey Pigeon Castle, did not retreat. Having barely extinguished the fire in the courtyard, Arthur Herald had no intention of getting entangled with these people. He left a knight to wipe out the remaining soldiers and personally led his troops into the main castle tower. How could it be that the civilized imperial power is indeed as wicked and ruthless as ever, full of justice and law, yet between the lines lies tyranny and dictatorship? Since the empire is so arrogant, then we need not continue to hope that words can change its head that refuses to bow. The volley of gunfire is our words, bayonets will become the exclamation marks on our writing, the continuous roar of cannons is our shield, and the sound of iron boots and galloping cavalry will become our rhythmic tones. Let the banner of revenge fly atop the tower of Grey Dove Castle. Polina Frey, her eyes brimming with tears, was now filled with an indescribable happiness, a feeling of unbridled joy. Beneath her feet, the desperate colonists put up a last stand, using traps, sniper fire, or simply guarding powder kegs to perish with the enemy. Even in death, they wanted to drag their enemies down to hell with them. But alas, their enemy was Arthur Herald. These men, worse than even the bandits and outlaws of the Empire's mountains, were no match for Arthur. The desperate colonists lit their last powder keg, only to have it extinguished by his dragon's roar, their flesh and blood torn to shreds by the blast wave before they could even scream. At this point, the path to the top of the tower was unobstructed, and victory was beckoning him. We are the rightful citizens of the New World. We formally declare, in the name of countless free people of the New World, a formal declaration of war against the Empire. The tremor beneath her feet made the girl sway. She slowly took a deep breath to steady herself, then turned to look at the figure ascending the tower. Panting, Arthur gazed at the figure beneath the crimson swallowtail banner, his excited expression momentarily frozen. "Ah, you, I swear," the girl coldly interrupted, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she stared at him. "I will fight the Empire with all my might, by any means necessary. I will resist the Empire's aggression at any time, in any place. I will fight alongside any warrior willing to resist the Empire. I will never abandon any land burning with the flames of freedom." The imposing girl slowly raised her right hand, revealing a revolver with its hammer already cocked, pointing the muzzle at Arthur Herald. The young knight first smiled disdainfully, then suddenly realized something, abruptly turning his head to find the entire top of the tower piled high with barrels of gunpowder and lead bullets. Meeting his terrified expression, the girl, with a triumphant, cold laugh, mustered all her strength and pulled the trigger of her pistol for the first time in her life, until, on the land of the New World, not a single golden iris will ever bloom again. Boom! A golden red flame bloomed above Grey Dove Castle. The name Polina is indeed a reference to the Saint of Tula, and also borrows a bit from Joan of Arc, but regardless of the origin of the name, Kong treats every character seriously. They all have their own thoughts and behavioral logic, and are not appendages of the protagonist. So please submit your work. As long as a character is confirmed to appear, Kong will treat them seriously. Chapter 845 Prelude to the Retreat. A thunderous roar echoed through the twilight sky, shaking the entire valley. In the distance, the army, struggling through the mountains, suddenly halted. Soldiers, Immigrants, the elderly, children, everyone seemed to have been prepared, their faces heavy with sorrow as they slowly turned back. Grey Dove Castle, already pitch black in the night, was suddenly ablaze with flames. The fierce fire transformed the entire castle into a torch illuminating the valley, dazzling and incomparably brilliant. Gazing at the distant fire, Alexei and Norton remained silent. Beside them, a young girl, about the same age as Polina, was being carried on horseback, weeping uncontrollably. The civilians escorted by the army also wept bitterly, some even kneeling and sobbing uncontrollably, watching the direction where the fire had risen and then died, refusing to rise for a long time. Under these circumstances, the army, stretching along the mountain path, simply stopped in the middle of the road. Even knowing the danger, the two Storm Legion officers dared not order the advance. Only when the moon was high in the sky did the determined Alexei forcefully order the troops to move, marching hastily under the cover of night towards their pre-selected destination. This wasn't because he feared pursuit. According to intelligence provided by Major General Ludwig, the Holy War Army, having just breached Grey Dove Castle, hadn't received supplies for at least 2 days, their logistical resources dwindling, making it impossible to muster the manpower for a pursuit. In fact, if they truly wanted to hold out, Grey Dove Castle could easily hold out for another 10 days to 2 weeks, and if Ludwig could find a way to cut off Arthur Harried's supply lines, he could force the enemy to retreat, thwarting their efforts. But even if they held out, it would be meaningless. Grey Dove Castle had already been decimated by the Holy War Army's advance, and the New World Legion couldn't sustain the long supply lines. Even if they won, they would still have to retreat. Ludwig, having openly betrayed his comrades, would also lose Arthur Harried's trust, making it difficult to remotely control the war in a direction favorable to the Free Confederation again. Therefore, the only reason for the forced march was to avoid further delays that could fuel the grief and anger of the Grey Dove people, leading to thoughts of revenge and counterattacks, and disrupting the strategic plans of Commander-in-Chief Anson and Marshal Lewis. However, this was an overreaction. While the weeping Grey Dove militia and refugees were deeply reluctant to part, they were also pragmatic. Not a single person, from top to bottom, raised a slogan like "Avenge Miss Polina," silently obeying the army's orders, much to the relief of the anxious Alexei and Norton. The journey that followed was unusually quiet, yet incredibly oppressive. Polina's sacrifice imbued a planned retreat with a tragic air, and even inspired many colonists who had initially viewed the war as unrelated to the conflict to consider joining the fight. Especially Alexei Dukaski. As an officer who followed Anson and indirectly pledged loyalty to Clovis, he always considered this war someone else's affair, merely following the commander-in-chief to find ways to make money and build prestige, striving to live out his united front value and achieve upward mobility as soon as possible. Of course, if he could also achieve some personal goals in the process, that would be even better. Alexei thought this way, and he believed that at least 99% of the entire Legion thought the same way. Everyone was there to make money and for personal advancement. Why think so much? But now things are slightly different. The chaotic Khan lands have been reunited, the resurgent Iser has had its rising spine broken, and forces different from those of the old world are rising in the new world with entirely new ideologies. Even if he was dull-witted, Alexei, having experienced so much, could clearly sense that the seemingly stable world was truly about to change. And now, he was not only watching it unfold silently, but he had even become a part of it. If he didn't want to be swallowed up by the storm of change, or die without even knowing how he died, then he at least had to understand the truth behind it all. When he got back, he'd have a good talk with Norton about his Truth Society, he thought to himself, glancing at his friend beside him, whose brow remained furrowed as always. Alexei trudged along the difficult mountain path, each step heavy. Compared to Grey Dove Castle, the progress at Black Lagoon was much calmer. After defeating Bernard's Legion, Anson and Lewis didn't even have time to properly clean up the battlefield. They merely sent cavalry to pursue and persuade the remaining deserters to surrender before hastily regrouping their main force and entering the town of Black Lagoon. They also quickly repaired the city's defenses in preparation for the upcoming battle. Barlevant, whose surprise attack had failed, withdrew his troops to the vicinity of the port, avoiding a pointless street battle with the New World Legion. Meanwhile, he learned the details of the Bernard Legion's annihilation from deserters and finally realized he had been tricked. The enemy hadn't even divided their forces, their main force and elite troops were all concentrated opposite him. So, While calling for reinforcements from Sail City, he appointed a deserter as a messenger to negotiate peace with the New World Legion. Bar-11 stated that he clearly understood this war was absurd, that there was no real conflict between the two sides, and that he was willing to temporarily cease hostilities, maintain the status quo, and exchange and ransom prisoners. He even offered to mediate between the Church and the Empire, if the Free Confederation wished, using the 11 family's influence, provided the Confederation showed some sincerity, such as allowing the Church to build a cathedral in the New World, abolishing the so-called League of Faithful Men, an illegal organization, and handing over the captured overseer, Bernard Maruis. Faced with this proposal, which could only fool a fool, Anson and Lewis discussed it and decided to neither refuse nor completely agree for the time being. The other side was simply trying to buy time to gather reinforcements from Sailing City, and the New World Legion also needed time to organize its retreat, a perfect match. Therefore, Lewis personally intervened, stating that since negotiations were to take place, the New World Legion naturally had to set its own conditions. Bernard Morvis could not be returned immediately, but the prisoners of the Holy War were acceptable, provided the ransom was reasonable. As for the alliance with the First Faith and the cathedral, these could be set aside for the time being. Bohr, who had no hope of success, readily agreed and immediately sent intelligence to Sailing City, instructing Ludwig to send reinforcements as soon as possible, and also notifying Arthur Herald to accelerate the attack to coordinate a pincer movement against Black Lagoon from the north and south. Upon receiving the news, Ludwig decisively withheld the letter, delaying the dispatch of reinforcements while continuing to remotely control the battle at Grey Dove Castle, instructing Arthur Her to sweep through the area surrounding Grey Dove Castle and slow down the siege. Grey Dove Castle and Black Lagoon could certainly be abandoned, but not too quickly. Ideally, they should be abandoned around the time the remaining 2 Imperial Holy War legions arrived, causing both key cities to fall. This way, 2 of the 4 main Imperial Holy War forces would gain an advantage by striking first, leading the other 2 to think, "I could do it too," creating conflict and discord among the Imperials. Clovis's legion, firmly seated in Sail City, would not suffer any further losses and could simply watch the Imperials fight amongst themselves. Thus, while the battle for Grey Dove Castle raged fiercely, Black Lagoon, which should have been a scene of carnage, experienced a rare period of peace, with each side exchanging friendly smiles while harboring their own ulterior motives, trying to extract more intelligence from the other. This situation lasted for 3 days until reinforcements finally arrived. Bohr 11th, having also learned of the impending fall of Grey Dove Castle, immediately abandoned his friendly facade and ordered an immediate attack on Black Reef Harbor. The fleet, replenished with ammunition, unleashed its full power, bombarding the city relentlessly. Dozens of parabolic blasts slammed into the hastily repaired fortifications and streets, sending up clouds of debris and dust. Amidst the deafening explosions, the 4,000 Borean Legion soldiers, having completed their landing ahead of schedule, launched a surprise attack on the bombarded town. This time, there were no troops to tie down the defending forces, making it a true head-on battle. The result was a predictable rout for the New World Legion. Black Reef Harbor, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one, had only one weakness: its convenient and open beach. Once the port was breached and captured by the enemy, the flat town was utterly indefensible and could only retreat to the surrounding high ground. Originally, the city's stone buildings could be effectively defended thanks to the makeshift fortifications. However, with his supplies replenished, Bohr 11 was clearly reckless, indiscriminately unleashing fire upon the city, causing considerable casualties in the residential areas. The New World Legion's small-caliber field guns were utterly ineffective against the naval fleet. Although Louis Bernard was somewhat unwilling, faced with the enemy's extravagant artillery fire, he didn't want the New World Legion to suffer unnecessary losses and could only retreat, gradually surrendering the city to the frenzied Boer Legion soldiers. After all, while the enemy could absorb casualties and replenish their forces, his current force of over 20,000 soldiers, the core elite of the New World Legion, could not withstand any crippling blows and couldn't afford to engage in a war of attrition. Undeterred by his momentum, Bohr 11 immediately accelerated the pace of reinforcements, and soon over 20,000 Holy War Legion troops had all landed. In just 4 days, 2/3 of the city had fallen, and the New World Legion, carrying tens of thousands of civilians, had retreated to the town's outskirts, holding out around the steel mill built by Talia. After 4 days of continuous fighting, The Holy War Army finally ceased its offensive under Bar's orders and began a brief rest. He had just received intelligence that Arthur Herod had captured Grey Dove Castle, but was unable to quickly advance towards Black Reef Harbor. Since no one was competing with him for the credit of capturing the city, Bar-Levin naturally became less eager. After all, shells were expensive, and soldiers' lives mattered, and wasting his own resources was unwise. At the same time, the remnants of Grey Dove Castle, having retreated along the way, finally emerged from the mountains and arrived at Black Reef Harbor. "I understand." Inside the command post, Anson nodded silently after listening to the two recount the Battle of Grey Dove Castle, and softly comforted them. "Polina's death is not your responsibility, it was her own choice. As Clovis, we have no right to interfere. Of course, what's done is done. The Free Confederation must take care of the Frey family. I'll discuss it with Louis. After we retreat to Red Hand Bay, we'll hold a funeral for her in the name of the High Council, and all the newspapers under the Rune family will report it, so that everyone in the Free Confederation knows that a young girl sacrificed herself, fighting for this land to the very end. That way, Polina's last wish will be fulfilled, and her sacrifice won't have been in vain." Anson sighed. He could guess why Polina did this, and even if he wanted to stop her, it would be useless. Anyway, he wasn't the nominal leader of the Free Confederation, so let Louis worry about it. But her sacrifice couldn't be wasted. It was perfect for boosting the morale of the Free Confederation and leaving the Frey family a final inheritance. Thinking of this, Anson subconsciously asked, "By the way, where is Polina's sister now? How is she?" When I arrived, Miss Anna had already been taken back to Lord Reinhard Roland's room. "After all, they are legally husband and wife, although they haven't held a ceremony yet," Norton said, his tone somewhat heavy. "As for her condition, I can only say it's not good. She's not as strong as Miss Polina, she's a bit emotional and a very naive girl. Also, please don't mind me saying this, but I really don't think she can succeed Miss Polina as the spiritual leader of the Free Confederation. Forcing her into that position might ruin this girl." Norton spoke very cautiously. He knew, of course, that Anson had poured a lot of effort into Polina and certainly didn't want such a banner to disappear so easily. But he clearly misunderstood Anson's thoughts. The commander-in-chief waved his hand and said, "Of course I understand. We don't need to let another girl stand in our way. We're just letting her inherit what she deserves. There are plenty of ways to boost morale. Then, have Bishop Repper of the Keeper of the Faith Alliance canonize Polina Frey in the name of the Ecumenical Church. Now that the Holy War has begun, it's time for our religious leaders to step in," Anson said in a deep voice. "But before that, we must lead the people of Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor to safe evacuation. Bar-Levin on the other side won't give us that chance. To make them give up their pursuit, we must decisively repel them and deter them from making any rash moves, so the battle isn't over yet. Your 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments will remain important forces. Do you understand your mission?" "Understood." Chapter 846 The Awareness of Declaring War. Having taken in the troops and civilians evacuated from Grey Dove Castle, the New World Legion, left with only retreat as an option, faced two drastically different routes. The first, and the original contingency plan, was to retreat along the main road to Red Hand Bay, continuing to resettle the civilians in the rear, while the Legion would remain stationed there to coordinate with reinforcements arriving from the rear to build a defensive line and prepare for the second wave of the Holy War Army's offensive. However, Bar-Levin had already amassed a massive fleet, and a straightforward retreat would certainly invite pursuit, not to mention the almost certain harassment from his naval guns as they passed through the coastal areas. The second option was to leave a considerable number of troops behind, sending only a small force to cover the civilians' retreat, ensuring that Bar-Levin's warships remained in Black Reef Harbor and could not easily leave. This approach also carried risks, as no one could guarantee that the opposing fleet could be firmly contained by the Legion. Even a small number of ships using rapid landings to intercept and ambush the retreating refugee groups, who lacked sufficient troops to manage them, could result in heavy casualties. Of course, the people could also detour through the inland mountains and forests, taking small paths to first head towards Wintertorch, then south to Whale Harbor to obtain supplies before continuing to Wintertorch. However, this route had almost no real roads or supply points, and involved traversing forests at least 3 times. Along the way, they might encounter wild animals and attacks from native inhabitants, making it difficult to say whether this was more dangerous than being bombarded by the Holy War forces. After comparing various options, Anson and Lewis chose the second plan, to try to hold off the enemy while having cavalry and a small number of elite troops escort the people of the two colonies to the rear for resettlement. Thus, on the night of June 1st, the New World Legion, with only a few positions remaining, began to redeploy, diverting troops to prepare for a counterattack against the Holy War forces that controlled most of the city, and concentrating some artillery fire on the enemy, forcing the enemy fleet to cover their own forces. Such a large-scale operation could not be concealed from the enemy. Sensing the enemy's intention to retreat, Bar-11 immediately prepared a countermeasure, simultaneously sending a messenger to Ludwig and Saletown to request reinforcements, including cannonballs and light ships, to intercept and harass the retreating force. The messenger, entrusted with this crucial mission, arrived in Saletown as quickly as possible, providing Ludwig with a detailed account of the situation and stating that it was Bar-11's good intention. He then awarded Major General Ludwig the credit for annihilating the enemy's main force. Please convey to Lord Bar-11 that I am deeply grateful for this gift. Ludwig, lying on the bed covered in bandages, smiled slightly. I will send reinforcements and supplies as soon as possible. Thank you so much. But the opportunity is fleeting. Could you give me a specific time frame? This is a bit difficult. After all, the resources in Sail City are not very abundant right now, and we have to supply two fronts at the same time. To be honest, Lord Arthur Harried has been sending people to urge for supplies and reinforcements these past few days. Ludwig was quite troubled, but then his tone changed. But please rest assured, as soon as I finish my work and gather the supplies, I will definitely prioritize supplying Lord Bar-11. Thank you very much. The messenger left with a sigh of relief, completely unaware of the cold smile on Ludwig's face as he turned away. He was giving the credit to himself. Bar-11 was clearly using this tactic to test whether he and the New World Legion truly had a secret relationship, and whether he was unwilling to share the credit for capturing Black Lagoon. Otherwise, why wouldn't he pursue them, instead sending him, who was further away, to intercept the deserters? The next day, the messenger indeed received supplies and reinforcements, but instead of being sent to Bar-11, they were delivered to Arthur Herald's Legion at Grey Dove Castle. Anxious, the messenger rushed to inquire about the reason, but Ludwig, with an air of righteous indignation, said, Legion Commander Arthur Herald just wrote that he has breached Grey Dove Castle and is eager to advance quickly, while Lord Bar-11 hasn't even captured Black Lagoon yet. Isn't pursuing the deserters a bit premature? Moreover, Sail City had already provided supplies to the Barty Legion once before, indirectly causing the Arthur Legion to suffer logistical shortages and have to launch a rapid attack on Grey Dove Castle despite heavy casualties. To delay supplying them after such a hard-won victory seems far too biased. This reasoned and eloquent argument left the messenger speechless, only able to plead for reinforcements to be sent as soon as possible, urging that such a good opportunity not be wasted. Ludwig then impatiently dismissed him. On the third day, Ludwig simply refused the messenger's request to see him, citing worsening illness, and also casually mentioned some good news. The vanguard of the Arthur Legion had already set off and was about to join forces with Lord Bar-11 to launch a pincer attack on Black Reef Harbor from the north and south, so there was no need to worry about deserters anymore. The subtext was, stop thinking about deserters. If you keep dragging your feet, Arthur Harald might steal the credit for capturing Black Lagoon. If the fainting force becomes the main attack force, you'll be humiliated. The alarmed messenger immediately set off back to report to his Legion commander. After waiting so long for reinforcements, this was all he got. Besides cursing the Clovis for being hypocrites, Bar-11 also had to start worrying about the next strategic deployment. Now he was facing a dilemma. Should he focus all his efforts on capturing Black Lagoon, or try to intercept and kill the retreating enemy main force? After several days of fighting, his supplies and ammunition were running low, and his soldiers were severely exhausted. On the other hand, the enemy, having tried to avoid battle, were in much better shape. Trying to have it all might result in losing it all. Not only would he fail to severely damage the retreating enemy, but Arthur Harald would also steal the credit for capturing the city. But he soon realized he had worried unnecessarily. Anson and Lewis on the other side had already made the decision for him. On the morning of June 4th, while the Barty Legion was still having breakfast, the New World Legion, which had retreated to the edge of town, suddenly launched an attack. The Legion, led by the 4th and 5th Storm Legions, as well as the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments that had just retreated from Grey Dove Castle, was reinforced by the Sail City Legion and the militia of Grey Dove Castle and Black Reef Harbor, totaling 10,000 troops, launched an attack from 3 directions, with the goal of capturing the council in the town center. As for the grenadiers, the cavalry units of each unit, and even the logistics supplies, Fabian and Chief of Staff Carl Bain immediately escorted the civilians to the rear, while sending someone to have Joseph, the deputy commander of the strike corps who had returned earlier, lead troops to meet them. Black Reef Harbor, which had finally been peaceful for several days, was once again shrouded in the acrid smoke and fire. The jihad soldiers, awakened by the sound of gunfire, stared in disbelief at the Storm Legion charging from the town's central avenue, thinking they were seeing things. Seeing the figures falling one after another in the gunfire around them, they instantly snapped to their senses and decisively abandoned their positions, fleeing in disarray. Just 15 minutes into the attack, the makeshift defensive line that the Boer Legion had secretly built over the past few days collapsed, and all the weapons and ammunition on the positions became spoils of war for the New World Legion. They then advanced rapidly, quickly pushing the front line to the outskirts of the city center. Boer, caught in a dilemma on his flagship, only received the intelligence half an hour later. Completely disoriented, he didn't even have time to curse. He immediately ordered the naval guns to bombard the town, primarily targeting the already fallen defenses. After several days of resupply, the fleet's ammunition was nearly exhausted. The rapid bombardment forced the New World Legion to halt their offensive, finally giving the Boer Legion time to reorganize their defenses. Elite troops and those untouched by the attack quickly gathered the fleeing soldiers, using volleys of gunfire and bayonets to deal with the officers leading the retreat. They rebuilt their lines using the remaining fortifications, managing to prevent their previous gains from being completely wiped out. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, a reluctant Boer Levens personally led his guards and family knights on a grand landing at the port, personally commanding the attack and defense of Black Reef Harbor to boost the morale of his legions. This was also a direct message to Lewis and Anson on the other side: I only want Black Reef Harbor, I don't care about anything else. The New World Legion's Marshal and Commander-in-Chief, understanding the unspoken message, continued to organize the attack while urging the remaining troops to withdraw as quickly as possible, leaving no room for the enemy to back down. At 2:25 p.m., the Storm Legion, which had been fighting all morning, suddenly ceased its attack. Just as Boer's Legion thought the enemy was exhausted and was about to halt its offensive, the Sailboat Legion and the Black Reef Harbor Militia, who had been closely following behind, launched alternating attacks, continuing to push the battle line towards the council. Compared to the jihadist army, which had only occupied the city a few days prior, the New Continent Legion clearly had a better understanding of Black Reef Harbor's layout. After being subjected to heavy fire from volleys and naval cannons, large numbers of militiamen immediately took cover in the houses along the streets, sniping at the jihadist soldiers from the flanks. The Boer Legion reacted swiftly, their solution being to simply set the city ablaze. Since they had no advantage there, they would prevent the enemy from gaining any advantage either. Countless houses were set ablaze, and combined with repeated bombardment from naval cannons, the area around the city center was quickly razed to the ground. Towering flames and plumes of black smoke formed a natural boundary, dividing the town in two. As a result, the entire city center was rendered indefensible by the opposite side, with hundreds of jihadist-line soldiers huddled inside the council chamber, backed by the fleet. Any attacking force would face the double threat of artillery fire and enemy fire from higher ground, seemingly invincible for the time being. Until the Storm Legion finally brought their new toy, a 6-pound howitzer. This weapon, combining the strengths and weaknesses of both cannons and mortars, while having a reduced range, possessed a crucial advantage: it allowed for relatively accurate indirect fire. Each infantry regiment deployed 2 howitzers, totaling 10, simultaneously and rapidly fired at the Boer Legion's positions behind the council. With a series of explosions, dozens of shrapnel shells detonated overhead, and thousands of lead bullets rained down on the dense carnage within the positions. Boer 11th, commanding from the port positions, watched helplessly as dozens, even hundreds, of soldiers were torn apart in screams, his face grim. The moment the bombardment ended, he immediately ordered the garrison to withdraw from the council. An isolated fortress was meaningless, but as long as the stronghold remained, the troops providing cover behind it would be easy targets for the New World Legion's artillery. At 3:25 p.m., the Jihad army was forced to retreat from the city center and surrounding areas, and the Free Confederation's blue flag with 13 stars was once again raised atop the Black Lagoon Council Tower. However, the New World Legion, which controlled this stronghold, did not press their advantage but instead halted their offensive and organized a defense on the spot. After all, Anson and Lewis's goal was to hold off the Jihad army and their fleet, not to actually drive them into the sea. Barlevant, who had somewhat guessed the other side's intentions, was also in no hurry, ordering his troops to hold their ground. Arthur Heard's legion had already captured Grey Dove Castle and could attack at any moment. He might be anxious, but the other side was certainly even more anxious. Bohr's thinking was entirely correct, but what he didn't know was that Arthur, having just captured Grey Dove Castle, was completely incapable of organizing an offensive and couldn't possibly steal his credit for Black Lagoon in the short term. So, the result was that he wasted another day, expending ammunition without gaining anything, while the New World Legion calmly and methodically began to withdraw from Black Lagoon in batches. On the morning of June 5th, realizing that almost all of the opposing forces had already evacuated, Barlevant immediately ordered an attack. He easily recaptured the council chamber in the city center, but suffered a crushing defeat at the steel mill on the outskirts of town. He then halted the siege, watching helplessly as the rearguard retreated from the battlefield. On June 6, still waiting for news from Arthur Heard, Barlevant sensed something was amiss and sent a messenger, bypassing Salestown and heading directly to Grey Dove Keep. The messenger risked being intercepted by the enemy, ambushed by natives, targeted by wild beasts, and getting lost in the mountains, making the perilous journey back and forth, only to deliver intelligence that infuriated Barlevant once again. Arthur Heard and his legion were resting and had just set off. Meanwhile, Anson and Lewis, leading their legions, had successfully rendezvoused with reinforcements and arrived safely at Redan Bay. Those who came to greet them included the members of the Supreme Council, as well as a figure rarely seen on ordinary days, Bishop Ripper, leader of the Alliance of Keepers of the Faith. Regarding the applications and requests made by you two, the members of the Legion and His Excellency Reinhard Roland have all conveyed them to me. To be honest, they are not excessive, but this simply dressed bishop, exuding a certain fanaticism, took a deep breath and questioned in a deep voice, to canonize a hero who died at the hands of the Holy War Army in the name of the Ecumenical Church is tantamount to declaring war on the Church. You two, are you truly prepared for this? Chapter 847 Canonization. To be honest, no. Meeting Bishop Ripper's divine eyes, the young knight's attitude was utterly honest. To be frank, even now, I still don't believe I've betrayed the Empire, although my family and friends seem to have confirmed this fact. As for the Church, well, I can't even imagine what betraying the Church means, let alone betraying it. As he said this, he couldn't help but glance at Anson beside him. That's right, Lord Louis Bernard, you are indeed a true knight of the Ring of Order, born in the cradle of the 7 great knights' bloodlines, bathed in the glory of your ancestors and the Ring of Order ruling hand in hand for 100 years. Faith, family, legend, loyalty, all of these are as natural to you as breathing. Bishop Ripper sighed, nodding slightly. Children don't question their fathers, fish don't question the sea, birds don't question the sky. Even if they do something that causes conflict, they can't have doubts or resistance in their hearts, because questioning and resisting the other is resisting yourself, even the entire world you possess. To be an enemy of oneself and the world one possesses, even including Lord Anson Bach. I will see very few people like this in my next life. Anson, who had been called out, twitched his lips, not daring to speak. Even if it's hard to imagine, I advise you to be mentally prepared. The bishop's expression suddenly turned serious. I, a servant of the true God, don't understand war, but it's nothing more than a comprehensive contest between two sides. In that case, the side that makes up its mind will inevitably be stronger than the side that is confused. You are the commander of the New World Legion, which means that the lives and deaths of millions of people in the Free Confederation are entrusted to your sword. My confusion is merely a personal spiritual torment on the path of pursuing God's will, but your confusion, the price is a precious life. The young knight's face froze. He took a deep breath, slowly straightened his body, and solemnly bowed to Bishop Ripper. Thank you for your admonition, I will certainly remember it. No, you misunderstand. I was not admonishing or reprimanding you. As someone you are protecting, I don't feel I have that right. Bishop Ripper shook his head. What I mean is, what you are doing right now is an act of fighting against yourself, even against your entire world. This will inevitably make you feel confused, feeling that you are doing the right thing, yet going against your former self. that you are practicing your ideals and beliefs, yet being abandoned by the world. This is the reason for your confusion, but it is also the result of your growth, no longer blindly following your inner world, but actively exploring and practicing. Bishop Riber gazed into Lewis's eyes. What is real? What is right? You already have a judgment in your heart, but you are trapped by the dependence on your past inner world and cannot immediately confirm it. That's why I have to ask you, regarding the canonization of Miss Paulina Frey, have you come to a realization? Is it a betrayal of your beliefs, or an act of justice? Of course it's just, Lewis blurted out. She chose to sacrifice herself for the independence and dignity of the Free Confederation. Even the noblest knight couldn't have done anything more. His words trailed off. The young knight, frozen in place, trembled slightly, his gaze refocusing. Bishop Riber, I think I understand what you mean. That's right. Since you genuinely believe this is correct, there's no need for further hesitation. The bishop smiled. Since there's no more hesitation, then carry your conviction and move forward steadfastly. Standing shakily, Bishop Riber, his smile unchanged, bowed respectfully to Lewis. The Free Confederation, the people of millions of colonies, and the followers of the ecumenical church, all, are entrusted to your sword. Please don't. The young knight frantically tried to rise to help him, but the old man raised his hand to stop him, pushing him away somewhat roughly. No, that's what I should say, Archbishop Riber sighed, looking into Lewis's eyes. I have no right to admonish or reprimand you. I'm simply assisting you in doing what needs to be done. Anson, who had been silent all along, finally raised his head and glanced at the two men facing each other. As if in the blink of an eye, Lewis, who had just been confused and bewildered by the Archbishop's words, suddenly seemed different. He picked up the dagger beside his chair, nodded slightly to the two men in the room, and strode out. Thank you for your help. Anson slowly stood up, sighed, and said to Bishop Riber, with your guidance, Lewis should understand. Well, at least he won't be as confused as before. Not at all. It was nothing. Bishop Riber smiled and blinked, glancing at Anson. But you, Lord Anson Bach, I finally understand why you've worked so hard to make the governor of Sailing City the leader of the Free Confederation. His lineage from the Bernard family, his leadership of Sailing City, and the aura of a knight of the Ring of Order. There is indeed no one more suitable than him to be the Marshal of the New World Legion, Riber remarked. If I had to make a comparison, perhaps even the Dragon Knight Herald, who commanded the 7 knights against the old gods and built a human empire from the ruins, is no better. You really think so? Anson was a little surprised. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? No, I actually think that the legendary aura surrounding Dragon Knight Herald is too strong. And he's somewhat unworthy of being compared to Lord Lewis. Bishop Riber shook his head, his expression extremely serious. A knight, one who sincerely believes in the Ring of Order but doesn't blindly follow it, a knight loyal to the 7 Knights spirit rather than claiming to be its successor, if he could become the leader of the New World, would surely leave an extraordinary mark and influence. Dragon Knight Herald broke the rule of the old gods, and the foundation of the empire rose from the desolate ruins, shrouded in the glory of the Ring of Order. Louis Bernard, his existence will have an impact on the New World far greater than that of Emperor Herald. Therefore, I have a request. The old man suddenly turned around, looking at Anson with a slightly humble expression. This matter is very important, concerning whether the Free Confederation can grow from a colonial alliance into a true nation, concerning whether the ecumenical cult can truly step out from behind the scenes and become a faith that can guide the new world, and I hope, no need to say more. Anson raised his hand to stop Bishop Riber, who was about to continue explaining, and a slight, imperceptible smile played on his lips. I know what you want to say, then, coincidentally. That's what I wanted to say too. Evening, Redan Bay. The golden red sunset gently bathed the earth, and the town, about to sink into night, was extraordinarily bustling. Storm Legion, Shooting Legion, soldiers from Sail City and various colonies, as well as people from all directions, members and representatives of the High Council, all gathered in the center of the town square. Compared to the tens of thousands of spectators, the square, which originally seemed spacious, appeared small and crowded, to the point that the surrounding streets were also packed with people, forcing Anson and his men to set up checkpoints at intersections to maintain order and prevent accidents such as pushing and trampling. Dressed in simple gray knight's attire, with slightly worn cavalry breastplate and gauntlets, and a hastily woven 13-star banner cloak draped over his shoulders, Louis Bernard stood on a makeshift platform in the center of the square, his expression still somewhat bewildered. He couldn't understand why he, instead of Bishop Repper, had been chosen as the officiant, and why the canonization ceremony had begun so suddenly, without giving him any time to prepare. But it was too late to refuse now. Tens of thousands of spectators below were staring intently at him, the quiet air thick with despair, anger, and sorrow emanating from them. Below the nearest stands, the representatives of the various colonies wore varying expressions, most of them rather somber. Anson Bach and Talia, who had just arrived from Whale Harbor, looked expectant, while Paulina's sister remained sobbing, nestled in Reinhardt's arms, and Freya, well, she still looked like Freya. Louis sighed, his expression remaining solemn and dignified. He slowly stepped forward, and the already quiet square fell into complete silence. Paulina Frey, she was a native-born girl from the New World, born in Grey Dove Castle. Her father was a first-generation imperial immigrant who, through his diligence, honesty, and loyalty, achieved a status and wealth commensurate with his contributions. He was abandoned, betrayed, and murdered by the Empire, but this man never betrayed the Empire, not even with the slightest thought, and as this man's daughter, she experienced the rise and fall of her family, the daughter of an imperial loyalist, yet she was treated as a traitor and hunted like prey by imperial knights. Fleeing through dense forests and wilderness, until she was rescued by the cavalry and caravans of White Whale Harbor. Reading the content he had memorized beforehand, Louis's emotions changed with the words he uttered. This betrayal also transformed her from a girl who couldn't yet understand the meaning of loyalty into a liberal who rebelled against the Empire and fought for the independence of the colonies. Having witnessed and experienced firsthand the Empire's massacre of Grey Dove Castle and the oppression of all those who resisted imperial rule, Paulina Frey was the first to raise the banner of freedom and equality at White Whale Harbor. In the Battle of Salesham, this young woman, undeterred by the enemy's encirclement, entered the city and persuaded the last imperial colony to join the resistance. She laid the foundation for the true establishment of the Confederation, the banner of equality and freedom. She truly deserves it. In the Battle of Grey Dove Castle, knowing the odds were against her, she personally led the army to resist the besieging enemy, buying time for thousands of soldiers and civilians to retreat, sacrificing herself on the land where she was born, grew up, fled, and then reclaimed. For such achievements, as Marshal of the New World Legion, I request the servants of the Ring of Order to formally canonize her, to commemorate this young woman who fought to the last moment for freedom and equality in the New World, to honor her selfless spirit, and her absolute devotion to the Ring of Order. Having memorized the last line, Louis gazed at the thousands of faces below, seemingly lost in thought. According to the prearranged procedure, Bishop Repper and the representatives of the High Council were to ascend the stage to pray for Paulina Frey, and the bishop would then announce the canonization of the girl as Saint Paulina by the Ring of Order, making her the patron saint of the Free Confederation. This was not the first time in the history of the Ring of Order faith. In fact, it had long been a fixed procedure. Especially during the War of Sectarian Division, the need to unite people and win allies due to the war led to a history of indiscriminate canonization by various sects and even the Church, with a number of canonized reaching 4 figures at one point. Until the end of the Second Council of Public Order, a large number of those indiscriminately canonized, signaled by St. Isaac's canonization, were either directly excommunicated or demoted to Knights of God as compensation, and the number of saints dropped back to double digits. Therefore, unless it was against the Empire and the Church of Order, canonizing a heroically sacrificed girl was not a big deal for the Ecumenical Church, which refused to recognize the Second Council of Public Order due to the division. But just as Bishop Repper was about to step onto the stage, the young knight suddenly drew his sword from his waist, the gleaming blade pointing towards the sky, tinged gold by the setting sun. "Gentlemen, do you understand what all this truly means?" Looking at the stunned crowd below, Louis Bernard proclaimed, "Are you mourning the death of a young girl? Are you huddling together for warmth because of the Empire and the Holy War Army's strength? Are you fearing that tomorrow we too will suffer the same fate as Paulina Frey, fighting to the death only to perish? Is that so?" In the vast Red Hand Bay, only the young knight's voice could be heard. "No, indeed. The enemy is incredibly powerful, powerful enough to deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to this land, regardless of cost, to besiege and slaughter us. Indeed. We will not achieve victory easily, we will inevitably pay a heavy price. Indeed. Even if we win this victory, the enemy will not let us off easily, but as long as the spirit of freedom and equality remains, as long as the New World Legion has not been wiped out, as long as I live, I promise you all, I will make the enemy pay the price." As the sun set, Louis, his body stained crimson, shone with unwavering resolve in his eyes. In the name of St. Pauline, no golden iris will ever bloom again on the land of the New World. Chapter 848 Obtaining Food from the Enemy. In a small, unnamed chapel in Sailing City, Sir Carno, kneeling before a statue and praying with his hands clasped, addressed Drake, a wild hunt knight who was also feigning prayer, in an empty prayer room. The intelligence is largely confirmed. The Fernando Legion will arrive in 3 days at the latest, he continued. This legion suffered heavy losses while crossing the turbulent seas. Many soldiers live inland and are ill-suited to life at sea. Many ships have experienced outbreaks of infectious diseases. It's said that even the Legion commander, Fernando Hurd, is seriously ill, but that's just a rumor, he added. Sailing City and Black Reef Harbor will send a fleet to meet you on June 11th. That's your only chance. I can let you approach as a shipwright. You only have 3 days. Drake stammered, his attention completely absorbed by something else. The intelligence you need to gather includes the extent of the Army's disease, morale, logistical support levels, and how much of the fleet is ready for immediate combat. That's why I am having you infiltrate as a shipwright, Sir Carno continued. Once you have the intelligence, find a way to blend into the fleet returning to Black Reef Harbor, deliver it to Anson Bach at Red Hand Bay, then proceed directly from Red Hand Bay to Slave Harbor, and then to the Kingdom of Nakshir to gather intelligence on the Fareless Legion. This is extremely important. For the sake of convenience, you can reveal some information to Anson Bach, but you must never let him know your true purpose. Our hopes of safely leaving the New World and returning to the Old World rest entirely on your shoulders, Drake. Okay, I understand. Drake remained absent-minded, his tone even more perfunctory than before. Noticing something amiss, Carno narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the inattentive guy. What's wrong? Is there a problem? What problem? Derek's lips twitched, his stiff face showing an expression of not knowing where to begin, staring intently at the other person. Her long, flowing golden hair cascaded down her back, she wore an elegant blue and white dress, and light makeup adorned her face. A delicate pearl necklace accentuated the whiteness and smoothness of her exposed neck and shoulders. Her legs, partially concealed by the lace hem of her dress, seemed to whisper countless secrets. Drake swallowed hard, forcing a smile that wasn't too awkward. Carno, did that bastard Ian make you do this, You mean the identity I'm currently posing as? Carno asked expressionlessly. Of course, I chose it myself. Since the last riot, very few of the liberals still allowed to move freely in Sail City have remained, and even fewer have been able to establish connections with the Holy War Army. We don't have many options left. Cross-dressing, besides being a last resort, also has the advantage of weakening the enemy's guard. For example, the opportunity to become a shipwright was obtained from a Holy War Army knight using this identity. Cleverly exploiting the weaknesses in the enemy's psychological defenses is also an important way to infiltrate and steal intelligence. Carno was still explaining earnestly, but Drake's expression grew increasingly strange. His gaze towards his friend held a complex mix of sympathy and gratitude. In short, this guy was hopelessly smitten with cross-dressing. Just as he was lost in thought, a few disordered footsteps, the sound of at least 4 or 5 people, approached from outside the chapel, sounding very similar to military boots. Drake's face changed, and he was about to stand up to defend himself, but Carno stopped him with a gesture. Calm down, they are soldiers from the Boer Legion's Holy War Army, ordered to search this chapel, Carno said softly. It was arranged beforehand, Arranged beforehand. Drake was completely stunned. There's no time to explain in detail, just stay calm. Carno closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Remember, your current identity is that of a shipwright I hired, you know nothing else. Before the Wild Hunt Knight could react, a loud crash echoed from outside the tightly closed chapel behind him. Bang! The door was kicked open, and fully armed soldiers of the Holy War Army filed in. Drake, looking puzzled, had no time to hide or disguise himself and could only stand there dumbfounded. Kneeling beneath the statue of the Ring of Order, Carno now seemed like a girl interrupting a prayer. She trembled with startle, turned sharply, and upon recognizing the newcomer, her expression immediately turned displeased. Sir L, this isn't what we agreed upon at the beginning. The situation has changed, and I can only apologize to you, Miss Justin. Surrounded by several line infantrymen, the knight with an iris-patterned cloak draped over his shoulders chuckled lightly, his hand on his sword. The higher-ups were pressing too hard. We had no choice, of course. We are very grateful for your righteous act of actively reporting the liberals' activities here. You may make any requests you may have, and I will certainly fulfill them if possible. Oh, is that so? Carno rose gracefully, her elegant and composed movements like the moment a flower blooms. Then I would like to ask that you all leave immediately, or at least not damage this little chapel where I often come to pray. Is that all right? Well, I'm afraid that's not possible. As the two were talking, the menacing holy war soldiers began ransacking the prayer hall, clearly intending to completely empty the church. Of course, Miss Justine, as a meritorious official, you can leave now. With the Knight Commander's personal guarantee, no one will suspect you of being a spy for the heretics, the knight continued with a forced smile. However, to avoid suspicion, please refrain from showing your face outside for the time being. Others aside, the Knight Commander will be displeased. Carno's face tightened, as if threatened yet unwilling to submit to the threat, forced to maintain a defiant posture, leaving Drake dumbfounded. I forgot something. Carno, who had already reached the door, suddenly turned back, giving a cold look to Drake, who was surrounded by 7 or 8 rifles and had his hands raised above his head. This man is the shipwright I mentioned before. Sir L, please take good care of him. This is my only request. Of course, no problem. The Knight Commander has already given the orders. Sir L waved his hand behind him while smiling obsequiously at Carno. Please rest assured, there will be no accidents. Carno nodded cautiously, then raised his chin and walked away arrogantly under everyone's gaze. What a beautiful woman, delicate yet with a touch of pride, making one want to both protect her and bully her, Sir L exclaimed. To be protected so relentlessly by such a woman. You are truly a lucky one, blessed by the ring of order. Watching the knight's retreating figure, Drake, who vaguely sensed that he was being referred to, gave a forced smile, but a chill ran down his spine. Just then, Sir L suddenly turned around, waved his hand to signal the surrounding soldiers to disperse, and then smiled sinisterly at Drake, who was still kneeling before the statue. Don't worry, I'm a man of principle. I won't tell the Knight Commander about your affair. Harming such a lady is not the behavior of a knight. The two of us? I didn't even know we had anything going on. Drake could only nod stupidly, pretending to be afraid and trying to please him. Then thank you very much. No need to thank me, because I have a conditions. Sir L's lips curled up, his smile becoming increasingly meaningful. Simply put, I hope you can do me a small favor. Morning, Redan Bay. Anson, waking from his sleep, changed into his Brigadier General Clovis uniform and headed to the Universal Church in the city center on time to attend the breakfast meeting hosted by Lewis. The narrow, long table and chairs occupied almost all the space in the room, with everyone having to pull their chairs back to chest level to make room for passage. Representatives of the High Council and officers of the command sat casually on the left and right sides, leaving the central seat for Bishop Ryber. Oatmeal, boiled potatoes, pickles, fried fish, bean soup. The nuns of the Keeper of the Faith were busy serving the distinguished guests, making the cramped dining room exceptionally lively. Several older nuns, seeing that Lisa had come with Anson, had specially added roasted apples and bacon bits to her oatmeal. Even so, the girl frowned deeply at the meager breakfast, not only because of her increasingly picky eating habits, but also because she had led the newly formed guard company in maintaining order in Redan Bay the previous night, and was about to rush off to help others build fortifications. This little food was simply not enough to fill her stomach. In fact, not only Redan Bay, but the entire Free Confederation was currently experiencing a shortage of supplies. The war began and the Free Confederation mobilized in April, just after winter had passed. The sudden events disrupted spring planting in the colonies, and the forced mobilization of militia soldiers severely strained the local workforce. Furthermore, the fall of Sailing City, the New World's most important food producer, meant that vast quantities of supplies were being stockpiled for military purposes, and the increasing number of people evacuating from the colonies further strained already limited reserves, making shortages unavoidable. This was especially true in Redan Bay, where tens of thousands of troops were now gathered, where supplies were extremely scarce. Not only food, but even luxury items like wine and coffee were being rapidly consumed after trade with the Holy War Army was cut off, causing prices to skyrocket and leading to rampant hoarding and speculation within the colonies. As the Marshal of the New World Legion, Louis Bernard, who theoretically controlled over 60% of the Confederation's resources and wealth, set an example by almost completely abstaining from luxuries. The breakfast meeting, which could barely be considered a banquet, didn't even have beer. The only drink was bean soup. and even the beans had been used to distribute to the soldiers' breakfasts, so what they were drinking was actually bean water. After quickly finishing their portions, Anson and Lewis almost simultaneously smiled and pushed their plates forward, and the others, who already had little appetite, tacitly sat up straight. Following meeting custom, or rather, the custom of the Storm Legion, Carl Bang rose from his chair, pulled open the New World map behind a Ring of Order statue, and then Anson began to introduce the situation to everyone, with the Chief of Staff supplementing and explaining, and the junior clerk sitting in the corner taking meeting notes. After abandoning Sailport, Grey Davahold, and Black Reef Harbor, the Free Confederation's territory had shrunk to the area of Red Hand Bay, Wintertorch, Slave Harbor. With this reduced territory, the pressure on mobilizing resources and manpower was significantly lessened, and defensive positions began to be constructed around Red Hand Bay in preparation for the next phase of the enemy's attack. However, according to the previous strategic plan, this was still not the Free Confederation's bottom line for defense. If the enemy launched a large-scale, all-out offensive, the New World Legion would continue its retreat, withdrawing to the vicinity of Ice Dragon Fjord and Wintertorch, ultimately holding Wintertorch to the death, using winter to wear down the enemy. However, even if the ultimate solution is to defend Wintertorch to the death, we should still strive to avoid this situation if possible, especially now. Facing the somber faces of the group, Anson pointed his knife at the area around Slave Harbor and Redund Bay on the map. The enemy already has a forward base in the New World, and their next move will inevitably be a simultaneous attack from both land and sea. Black Lagoon will become their new bridgehead. In other words, a large amount of supplies and personnel will gather around Black Lagoon. We must take this opportunity to strike the enemy's land supply lines, but not just through surprise attacks. We must also utilize the road network and various abandoned colonial outposts, turning them into small fortresses that directly threaten the enemy's interior, dispersing the enemy's main force through numerous small-scale battles. Besides delaying the enemy, another objective is to reduce the consumption of reserve resources and obtain supplies from the enemy. Anson tapped the edge of the map's edge on the surging sea with the tip of his knife. In the short term, the enemy's total force is over 100,000, and their logistical pressure is unprecedented. A few large-scale disruptions to their supply lines would be enough to halt a large-scale military operation. However, in the long term, with the Empire and the Church as their backers, their war potential far surpasses ours. During the retreat from Black Reef Harbor, the New World Legion had already dispersed and controlled 9 outposts of varying sizes along the way. According to their reports, the Holy War Army hasn't immediately launched an offensive, but is instead strengthening its control over the occupied territories and awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. This is a golden opportunity. A large number of enemy troops are tied up in the cities, making it impossible for them to commit many troops to maintain their supply lines. And as long as our operational range is large enough and our forces are sufficiently dispersed, the enemy will be unable to determine the actual movements of our main force, thus reducing the dual pressure on defense and supplies. In short, we must rely on the enemy for supplies. Please forgive me for the early update. Chapter 849 The True Holy War. Borrowing supplies from the enemy? Looking at the confident Anson Bach and the seemingly undisputed Louis Bernard beside him, more than half the people present were dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't misunderstand his meaning. After all, while most of the council representatives might not understand military matters, as colonists, they were familiar with the concept, having at least some experience in pioneering and settlement. When arriving in an unfamiliar territory, supplies were never enough, and given the opportunity, they would naturally try to obtain supplies from the enemy. The problem was that this was a situation of playing the home game against the away team. In terms of host-away relations, the New World Legion were the locals, while the Holy War Army were the invaders. It wasn't the other side, but their own, that was to borrow supplies from the enemy. Wasn't that a bit too much? The word wishful thinking flashed through the minds of many council representatives, but intimidated by the power of the 2 men present, they dared not utter a word. I have a question. Just as Anson seemed about to continue, Reinhard Roland, sitting near the end of the long table, suddenly raised his right hand. I have no doubt about your strategic deployment. Yes, we should delay the enemy's attack as much as possible to avoid the worst-case scenario, but isn't the idea of obtaining supplies from the enemy a bit too far-fetched? Reinhardt frowned slightly. even without considering whether doing so would increase the possibility of exposing the army's position. Once the enemy considers transporting supplies by land too risky, they will inevitably increase the importance of sea transport, and right now, we don't have any fleet that can match the enemy, or rather, we don't have a fleet at all. Losing the opportunity to fight the enemy on land is equivalent to losing our last advantage, isn't it? The president of New Continent Company stared intently at Anson, seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere, directly voicing the question everyone wanted to ask. In the dead silence, Anson didn't answer immediately, silently observing the expressions of the others. The High Council representatives were deeply worried, clearly sharing the same concerns. The Storm Legion appeared remarkably calm, or perhaps even numb. The garrison of Sailing City, or rather, the former Imperial Rebel Knights, displayed a variety of expressions, some solemn, some disdainful, but all at least understood the purpose of their actions. The local militias were somewhat excited, quite pleased that they wouldn't have to confront the enemy head-on. In short, after the battles of Grey Dove Keep and Black Reef Harbor, the Free Confederation had gone from being indifferent to the enemy to fearing them like tigers. The enemy's numbers, combat power, and available support far exceeded their wildest expectations, to the point that they no longer opposed their retreat plan. After all, there had been many protests before, and were overjoyed to hear that the enemy would only attack from the sea, avoiding a massive land invasion, since warships would at most attack ports, not land-based operations. Faced with this situation, if they couldn't win a victory quickly, even a small-scale, insignificant but somewhat meaningful one, they feared they would ultimately be relegated to a life of seclusion and winter torch. You asked a very crucial question, and even provided excellent supplementary information to what I just said, Lord Reinhardt. Anson's lips curled slightly upward. Forcing the enemy to increase their reliance on maritime transport through harassment is also one of the goals of the entire plan. Oh, Reinhardt's eyes widened slightly, perfectly fulfilling his role as a scapegoat. I'd like to hear more. The New World is largely undeveloped, with a concentrated population. Apart from scattered farms and settlements, the countryside has no value for occupation, which is significantly different from the Old World. Anson glanced at his chief of staff beside him. Once the enemy realizes that the costs and benefits of the tactics that worked in the past are disproportionate, they will inevitably adopt a more conservative strategy, which is exactly what we hoped for. Ahem. Simply put, in the Old World, merely controlling the central town or castle of a region does not mean complete control of the region. We must also allocate some troops to sweep the surrounding areas to obtain all the resources and wealth of this land. Carl urged on, coughed twice to explain to everyone, but the New World is exactly the opposite. At least half of the population is concentrated in the largest towns and outskirts of the colonies. The vast territories, apart from a few rich mines and farms, offer little to no significance for occupation. If the Holy War Army is determined to completely control these areas, they would have to divert a large number of troops, scattered across numerous colonial settlements with only a few hundred or even dozens of people. At least half of their 150,000-strong army would have to be consumed in this, with minimal gains, possibly not even enough to cover the cost of such an investment. But if they don't do this, then what the Holy War Army possesses in the New World are merely points represented by large towns and areas represented by vast wilderness. In a sense, they haven't truly fallen, they've merely been relinquished to us, not fallen into the enemy's hands. To explain more clearly, Carl stood up, picked up his fork, pointed at the 3 fallen towns, and then drew circles in the air over several colonies to indicate, if we can harass the enemy and force them to abandon control of the wilderness and scattered settlements, and instead use more efficient sea transport, then we can limit their activities to the area around Black Reef Harbor. Most of the territory from Black Reef Harbor to Red Hand Bay will remain under our actual control. A brilliant plan, and thank you for your explanation, Lord Carl Bane, but unfortunately, you haven't answered my question. Reinhardt continued relentlessly. Even if the objective is achieved, isn't the idea of relying on the enemy for supplies too exaggerated? It would easily expose our position and invite enemy encirclement, not to mention that later on, when the enemy shifts all their transport to the sea, how will we rely on them for supplies? We can't just attack the towns directly, can we? You're absolutely right, Lord Reinhardt Roland. Carl Bane smiled. We're going to attack the towns that have already been occupied and snatch the supplies back from the enemy. Huh? Now, not only the representatives who didn't understand military matters, but even many militia leaders were stunned. To explain this, please allow me to tell you a very important fact. According to intelligence obtained from prisoners by our scouts and reconnaissance sentries, almost every legion of the Holy War Army fighting across the sea is suffering from widespread disease and malnutrition. For this reason, despite their large size, they need a long period of rest and recuperation to exert their full strength. Much of the work is either left to auxiliary troops or involves oppressing the civilians who haven't evacuated from the colonies. In other words, even their control over towns is far from tight. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Thanks to your previous valiant efforts, we have not only seized a large amount of Holy War Army supplies but also captured thousands of prisoners. Using them and the intelligence they possess, we can infiltrate the poorly defended Black Reef Harbor, attack and even smuggle the supplies they have looted and transported from the mainland, replenishing the New World Legion's scarce supplies. Even if the enemy switches to sea transport, they will still have to gather supplies nearby. Black Reef Harbor's docks are far inferior to those of Sailing City. A large amount of supplies will inevitably arrive in Sailing City first, then be transferred from Sailing City to Black Reef Harbor, and finally distributed to the various legions of the Holy War Army. The procedures will be more complicated, the sources of soldiers will be more diverse, and the control will be severely insufficient. It's no exaggeration to say that opportunities are everywhere. This is the flexible defense plan that Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach and the General Staff jointly formulated and planned, relying on the enemy for supplies. Karl Bain said firmly. Any questions? No one spoke. Reinhardt, who seemed to have suddenly realized something, stood frozen in place for a long time before bowing to Anson and then sitting down. Since everyone has no objections, this plan will serve as the guideline for the New World Legion's next move. Lewis, who had remained silent all along, spoke up, slowly rising from his chair. The attendees were a beat behind and hurriedly stood up, the room filled with the jarring sounds of chairs colliding and rubbing together. Next, we will have a thorough discussion in the General Staff regarding the details of the plan, including the troops, logistics, and manpower and resources to be mobilized. Lewis, his expression calm, looked directly into everyone's eyes. The final conclusions and the tasks each of you will undertake will be communicated to you first thing tomorrow morning. Do you all understand? Understood. The meeting ended, and as everyone was leaving, Lewis, who had remained silent throughout, stopped Anson, the last person to stand up. Don't leave yet, the young knight, sitting motionless in his chair, said without looking up. Tell me the true purpose of your plan, exactly as it is. Anson, stunned, stopped, frowning, and turned to Lewis with a puzzled expression. The true purpose, it's what you want to cover up, or rather, what you don't want to tell anyone. Lewis glanced at him, a hint of displeasure in his azure eyes. Of course, if you want to explain it to the Sailboat Legion yourself, then just pretend I didn't say anything. They all found out. Anson was slightly surprised. It wouldn't be surprising if one or two highly skilled knights saw through it. But all of them. Come to think of it, how did I defeat Bernard Morvis again? Of course not. I told them before the meeting that no matter what plan you propose, they are not allowed to explicitly object. The young knight snorted and couldn't help but complain. Otherwise, given Clovis's relationship with the Empire and your previous experience of defeating them, how could this meeting have gone so smoothly? So that's how it is. No wonder these Imperial Knights with their excessive self-awareness didn't interrupt or sabotage the entire meeting. It was all prearranged. Surprised, Anson couldn't help but glance at Lewis. He really didn't expect that an honest man could also have a worldly side. I am truly grateful for your care, Marshal. I am deeply thankful and do not know how to repay you. If you continue with this pretense, I will go and bring back the Imperial Knights of Sailing City. Lewis's expression clearly began to show displeasure. They would very much like to debate with you, the great orator, in all of them, of course. Then there's no need. Anson calmly and skillfully raised his hands in surrender, smiling obsequiously as he pulled an opened letter from his pocket and handed it to Lewis. This is what I must conceal. The young knight curiously took the letter and began to read it. Before he even read the second line, his eyes widened in shock. They, officers within the Holy War Army want to smuggle some supplies from us at a high price. Anson, with a slight smile, nodded. This is information obtained by a spy who just obtained intelligence about the arrival of the Fernando Legion at Black Reef Harbor, after successfully infiltrating the Holy War Army. Broadly speaking, there's a group of enlightened individuals within the Jihad Army who, after the Battle of Black Reef Harbor, fully realized that the war couldn't end before winter. They'd gained a lot of honor and land in the battles, but very little real money. So they came up with a brilliant idea of smuggling to earn extra cash. But this kind of thing can't be leaked, especially since the bulk of the goods they're planning to trade seems to be weapons. It has to be done in a more reasonable way, turning it into reasonable losses caused by various unforeseen circumstances. For example, Anson looked meaningfully at Lewis. Ambushed by the enemy and robbed, Lewis's face was filled with disbelief, and he stammered, This must be something Major General Ludwig, or some officers, secretly plotting, right? It shouldn't be like this. It was a knight commander under Boar Levant, who was also his deputy and relative, a direct descendant of the Levant family bloodline who orchestrated this. Anson decisively shattered the young knight's last illusion. It seems the Levant family contributed a lot to the conquest of Black Reef Harbor, and one of their Wind Knight talents died at your hands. With such a great loss, Boar Levant can't offer much in terms of real money as a reward. As for the territory, with the church's command in place, and the Levant family having a close relationship with the church, no one would dare to divide the territory without the command's permission. Even if they did, aside from the town, the rest of Black Reef Harbor wouldn't be particularly valuable to the Levant family, who originated from the south of the empire. In that case, they'll naturally have to find other flexible employment and earn money through labor. Lewis was completely speechless. A seemingly grand and magnificent holy war, filled with tragedy, glory, betrayal, loyalty, forged with enlightenment and faith, on an unprecedented scale. In the end, it was nothing more than a fig leaf for a group of people to reap benefits and make extra money? Urged by readers to study, Conquan was both moved and at a loss. Enough said. I will try my best, I definitely will. Chapter 850 The Temperature of the Bean Soup. The Holy War Army engaging in commerce, colluding with the enemy to resell military supplies, on a scale that even directly implicates the highest-ranking commanders, is something that sounds utterly unbelievable and unthinkable to Louis Bernard. But to Anson, well, it's not really a big deal. To give a recent example, the Storm Legion itself is a collective enterprise that pretends to be an army but actually has a clear division of labor, a focused goal, and is highly responsible to all its employees and shareholders. Its commercial DNA has been present almost since its inception. Reselling arms in the wildlands, opening factories in the New World, trading raw materials, reclaiming and cultivating land, engaging in insurance, finance, and even the slave trade. If they don't find ways to make money through business, do they really want to support the army with the meager salaries paid locally? As for doing business with the enemy, that's even more normal. So-called war is just a luxurious game played by the high command on a whim for their own unrealistic goals or ambitions. What does it have to do with the officers and soldiers who are actually fighting for their lives? Fighting to the death on the battlefield is their job. How much personal grudge could they possibly have behind the scenes? Since there's no enmity, why not secretly resell supplies that have nothing to do with you to supplement your living expenses? What? Supplies are scarce. If supplies are scarce, then you can't fight. Right, what does it matter to you if you can't fight or lose a battle? If you hadn't gone to great lengths to raise money to feed the entire Legion and established at least a relatively fair distribution mechanism to ensure that the Storm Legion had a stable income from top to bottom and was firmly bound together as a collective, the same situation wouldn't have occurred. That's right, this is what the army is really like in peacetime. In the dungeon of Red Hand Bay, Bernard, his feet in shackles, held a cup of bean soup and nodded in agreement. Not to mention this Holy War Army, even in previous wars, when I served as an advisor to those renowned imperial commanders, the two biggest headaches were military rations and money. Every time we set out, the military pay and supplies His Majesty could provide were either delayed or discounted. We couldn't rely on them all. If we could get 2/3 of the supplies, we were considered valued. We had to find a way to get the remaining third ourselves. Usually, the options were either to plunder and confiscate, or to get the support of local powerful families and nobles, to turn the merchants supplying the army into tax farmers in a wealthy market, and to give them exclusive rights to buy spoils of war. There were also cases where we promised to lease or even sell land that hadn't been conquered yet. Anyway, no matter what method we used, military pay and pre-war rewards had to be guaranteed, and we had to work hard to deliver them. Food supplies had to keep up, and we absolutely could not let them be cut off. Bernard, like an old man complaining about life, rambled on. Above all that, whether the food is plentiful, the uniforms are neat, the weapons are in good condition, none of that matters. Even if there are many flaws, it doesn't matter, because the enemy is probably in a similar situation. Am I right? Absolutely right. Anson nodded in deep agreement. Based on his understanding of the Clovis royal army, the situation could only be worse than Bernard described, not better. Of course, there were many differences between the Imperial and Clovis armies. One was a blood tax under feudal contracts, the other a professional and amateur mercenary force entirely driven by money. One relied on layers of lords and feudal manors for mobilization, the other relied on vagrants, displaced peasants, and workers in towns and villages, plus the occasional use of the army to forcibly gather manpower. Apart from that, the two were really not that different. So why did you come to me? Bernard chuckled, puzzled, taking a sip of hot bean soup to moisten his throat. You already have a plan and channels. You can trade with those scum in the Holy War Army on your own and get the weapons and food you need most right now. You don't need my connections or help at all. Besides, even if Louis asked, you wouldn't let me leave so easily, would you? Commander-in-Chief Anson Bach, Clovis's loyal follower and the Rune family's lackey. Absolutely right. Anson shrugged nonchalantly, tacitly acknowledging the other's sarcasm and mockery. Lord Bernard Maruis, you are far too dangerous. So dangerous that with or without you, the Holy War Army's threat to the Free Confederation is on almost two different levels. Without finding a way to control you first, I have no confidence in winning this war, but to say we don't need your help would be an exaggeration. According to our intelligence, you are a direct participant in the entire Jihad Army's operational plan. You should have a good grasp of the material reserves, troop allocation and deployment, and the organization of subsequent supply lines. Anson leaned closer and poured a full cup of hot tea for the other man. Without this intelligence, we wouldn't dare to make contact with the other side rashly. He first flattered the other man before revealing his true intentions. Of course, this was just the beginning. Unlike the honest Louis, dealing with someone like Bernard required offering something tangible for him to agree to. You even have this kind of information? Sure enough, Bernard only expressed surprise without denying it, then immediately realized something. That's right, Louis probably wouldn't hide anything from you. In that case, I have nothing more to say. I can help you, but there must be conditions, of course. Please feel free to make your requests. Anson smiled kindly. As long as it's reasonable, we will do our best to meet your needs. Reasonable? That means letting me go is definitely out of the question. Bernard rolled his eyes inwardly, but his expression remained normal. Leaving aside other matters, shouldn't you at least provide some basic treatment? I am, after all, the Imperial Supervisor, a high-ranking official. I'm not asking for anything extravagant, but normal living conditions, servants to clean and take care of my daily needs, healthy food, wine, and daily necessities like tobacco. Isn't that too much to ask? Furthermore, I heard from Louis that you're planning to retreat to Wintertorch. Could you perhaps arrange for me to be settled there in advance? Redan Bay is too close to the front lines. Regardless of your intentions, I don't believe it can withstand the Jihad Army's attack. The formal resettlement can wait until you've met with those Jihad Army members looking to make extra money. I'm not unreasonable. Don't wait until the Jihad Army arrives before moving me. You're worried, and I'm even more worried. In short, these were mostly reasonable requests, not even demanding the return of the Jihad Army prisoners held by the Confederation. Quite considerate. Anson nodded slightly, picked up his teacup, and poured some hot bean soup. So, a deal. HMPH, you think I don't know what you're up to? You're simply trying to further probe the Free Confederation's strength, to see if we're of any use to you. Your alliance with the Bernard and Roland families, those northern magnates, is no secret. Bernard, too, wore a serious expression and slowly raised his glass. Deal. Such a generous agreement. He must be very confident in his base. Just you wait. As long as I have the opportunity to win over representatives from the various colonies, the Free Confederation will eventually become the property of the Bernard and Roland families. The two, each with their own ulterior motives, sincerely clinked glasses, exchanging forced smiles as they brought their hot bean soup to their lips and downed it in one gulp. Then, they both burned their tongues. Ouch! Anson, enduring the pain in his tongue and with a somewhat distorted expression, left the dungeon, gesturing for the guards to continue their close watch, then headed towards the temporary lounge arranged by the council. Back in his room, Talia, who had arrived in Redan Bay earlier, was sitting on the sofa, with warm water and ice cubes prepared beforehand beside her. Without even having time to thank her, Anson picked up his glass, slowly drank the warm water, then picked up an ice cube and put it in his mouth, finally returning to normal after a while. Physical weakness, that's one of the unavoidable shortcomings of a spellcaster, Talia sighed, raising her hand to stop someone's right hand reaching for the rum bottle, and regretfully handed over a glass of warm water. If only Anson hadn't become a spellcaster, but had mastered blood magic. Well, I didn't actively seek to become a spellcaster. Anson smiled easily. Yeah, if only that were the case. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, gracefully sitting down beside him, tilting her head and revealing a playful smile. Liar, given Anson's personality and habits, even if he chose dark magic, he wouldn't become a blood mage. As long as there's hope, he won't actively engage in direct conflict with the enemy, so why would he choose the most easily exposed blood magic? Anson, his true thoughts exposed, was speechless, only able to continue smiling awkwardly. Speaking of direct conflict, the Order of Orders Knights of Judgment seem to have already begun their operations, and they're very likely to arrive in the New World with the next wave of the Empire's Holy War Legions. Before the girl could speak, he proactively changed the subject. Since the night of the confrontation with the Gravikeeper Tower, Rune hasn't directly communicated with me. Is he prepared to face the Church? Ultimately, at least on the surface, the Church's stated reason for sending troops is to punish Rune, but for various reasons, everyone seems to be using this as an excuse. Apart from a very few who know the truth, even the most unfortunate representatives of the various colonies don't think that handing over the Rune family will resolve the conflict. Besides, they can't do it. But when the war reaches its climax and the Knights of Judgment officially appear, someone will definitely bring this up, and Anson can't afford not to make plans in advance. Preparations for the Church, of course, began a long time ago. Talia blinked in confusion, her face conveying an "I thought you knew" expression. It's not just about the Church. To ensure the Rune family can establish a firm foothold in the New World without fail, Father has personally assisted Anson and the Free Confederation more than once. Huh? Anson's pupils contracted sharply. Personally assisted, and more than once. Let me think. Directly and indirectly, there should be more than 3 times, right? The girl nodded slightly. The first time should have been after the War of the Gravikeepers, when he distorted life in the New World on a large scale, suppressed the wildness of beasts, and accelerated the growth of plants. And because the natives of the New World are very sensitive to magic, Father took advantage of this, using a very faint aura to make them shrink their activity range, without affecting the colonies. The second time was indirect, because the Lord of the Abyss was killed by my father, but the twisted domain on which he depended for existence, the Abyss Sea, was not destroyed. The Lord of the Abyss, who was barely clinging to life, needed to use the domain's mechanism to make large-scale sacrifices in order to recover quickly. In other words, in the past few months, the probability of ships encountering storms and being wrecked in the turbulent seas should have been particularly high. Anson's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The third time was just this past May. Father seems to have seized some control of his distorted domain from the Lord of the Abyss, affecting the activity of fish and the direction of currents along the New World's coast. The recent bountiful harvests at White Whale Harbor and the limited scale of the Holy War Army's fleet operations are all related to this. Talia gently raised her head, her emerald green eyes looking at Anson. As an apostle, interfering in the real world is an extremely risky act. Every large-scale intervention is tantamount to making the world an enemy. But for Father, dear Anson, it seems he has already become a very important being to him. He must have understood Talia's good intentions and finally regarded Anson as family, right? Yes, that must be it. Looking at the girl's happy face, family Anson was only shocked. Originally, after becoming a blasphemous mage, his insight ability and domain should have been able to clearly perceive the distortions caused by all magical auras within its range, but facing Rune, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. Is the difference between a blasphemous mage and an apostle really this great? Apostles powerful enough to silently distort the world, could the Church of the Ring of Order truly hunt them down? Just as he was lost in thought, a happy Talia walked briskly to the side, took a beautiful, delicate notebook from her luggage, and silently pushed it in front of him. This is why Talia insisted on coming to Redan Bay, the girl said happily in a soft voice. William Gottfried, your advisor, has finished deciphering the last part of St. Isaac's notes. Finished. Anson, looking surprised, took the notebook from the girl and immediately opened it. The handwriting was exquisite. The punctuation and sentence breaks were impeccable, and different parts were even distinguished by character size and color for easy reading. Clearly, this wasn't the original translation by some calligrapher, but rather a transcription by the girl before him. The first thing that caught his eye, upon opening the table of contents and annotations, was a line of strikingly large characters. Humans of flesh and blood have no way out. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.